para sa dahilan kung bakit tayo nagtitipon-tipon ngayong araw. Ito po ay isang strategy developed by the Philippine Commission on Women to increase the capacity of our GAD focal point system members in implementing gender-responsive programs, projects, and initiatives. This is also to mainstream GAD perspective in your respective agency. We are currently on our third year of implementation. Ngayon ay atin ang panglimang webinar ngayong 2022 GAD webinar series. This specific session will discuss the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines o ang tinatawag nating HGDG. For our objectives, this is to understand how to integrate gender and development GAD elements in the project development, implementation, management, monitoring, and evaluation. This is also to identify mitigating strategies to address gender gaps in program and or project design. And finally, we wanted to appreciate the importance of the HGDG tool in influencing the gender responsiveness of agencies, programs, and or projects in the preparation for the GAD Plan and Budget and the GAD Accomplishment Report. And to formally welcome all of you, I would like to call our ever vibrant and a ray of sunshine here sa PCW, our Deputy Director for Operation, Maria Cristina Josefina Balmes. DDK, the floor is yours.
Good morning, KD. Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga sa lahat ng mga lumahok ng GAD webinar sa araw na ito. Maayong hapon sa tanan. Dahil ang buwan ng Agosto ay buwan ng pagdiriwang ng ating pambansang wika, bumabati ako sa inyo gamit ang wikang Filipino. Nagpapasalamat ako sa inyo sa inyong lahat na nagbigay ng oras para sa ikalimang bahagi ng PCW GAD Webinar Series ngayong taong 2022. Aside from buwan ng wika, this month of August also marks the 13th anniversary of the signing of Republic Act 9710 or the Magna Carta of Women or MCW on August 14, 2009. The MCW states that it is the responsibility of the government to initiate actions in ensuring the substantive equality of women and men. This landmark law affirms women's rights as human rights and mandates the state, the private sector, and society in general to protect women from discrimination and inequality. The state obligation to protect, promote, fulfill the rights and empowerment of Filipino women in accordance with the MCW will be realized by making agencies, programs, projects, and services responsive to the differential needs of its clients and stakeholders. Our webinar today is a continuation of the webinar series the PCW has been holding since 2020. In our last GAD webinar, we emphasized on measuring the gender responsiveness of government agencies through the use of the Gender Mainstreaming and Evaluation Framework or the GMEF tool. On the other hand, today's webinar will focus on the importance of the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines or the HGDG and its role in mainstreaming gender perspectives in the design, implementation, management, monitoring, and evaluation of programs and projects. I wish to thank our resource speakers for today's GAD webinar, our very own Ms. Narlene Santos-Miliar, Ms. Lorena Yunque, and Ms. Arceli Bayubay Mercado for imparting valuable knowledge on the HGDG and its applications and objectives, especially in emphasizing the GAD elements in the project development cycle. I think we also have guests from two agencies, si Ma'am Joanne and ang aking friend, si Ms. Fe. Thank you for being with us today. I would also like to congratulate in advance the Technical Services and Regional Coordination Division or the TSRCD team led by their very innovative Chief Narlene and her team for another successful webinar. By informing everyone about the HGDG tool, we aim for our participants to not only understand but also foster GAD concerns in the development of programs and projects of their respective agencies and organizations. We hope that all of you will use the HGDG tool to establish strategies in addressing gender gaps to make program and project implementation gender responsive. In line with the full implementation of the Magna Carta of Women, we hope that everyone present will advocate for the eradication of discrimination against women and strengthen avenues for gender equality. Again, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Maraming salamat po muli.
Maraming salamat, DDK, sa formal na pag-anyaya sa ating mga participants. Before we proceed to our session for today, we will be presenting the results of the TNA and the pre-test. Kung maalala nyo po, ito po yung mga sinagutan nyo during registration. And to present the results, may I call on our supervising GAD specialist, Ms. Karen Dagnalandi. Ms. Car?
Maraming salamat. First, we'd like to share with you the profile of our 925 participants or those who have successfully registered in our GAD webinar. So in terms of sex, kasarian, meron tayong 245 na males o mga kalalakihan at meron naman tayong 680 females or mga kababaihan. In terms of the age group, pinakamalaking bahagdan o bilang ng mga registrants ay nanggaling sa 18 to 30 years old. So we have 333 participants. And we also have 267 from 31 to 40 years old, 187 from 41 to 50 years old, 105 participants coming from 51 to 60 years old, at 31 participants from the 61 years old and above. At tungkol naman sa ating geographical location, yung lokasyon po kung saan po nanggaling ang ating mga participants, so pinakamarami ang galing sa Luzon. We have 594 or 64%. And then we have from Mindanao, we have 222 or 22%. And 129 or 14% from Visayas. Okay, in terms naman po of our institutional affiliation, yung ating kinabibilangang organisasyon, so galing po sa ating executive branch, we have 81 offices and 689 participants or registrants, so that constitutes 74.49% of the total registrants. Meron din po tayong mga participants galing sa ating mga lokal na pamahalaan, yung ating local government units, so we have 34 LGUs participating with 92 participants, that's 9.95%. Meron din po tayong mga galing sa mga eskwelahan, mga paaralan, mga SUCs at mga private higher educational institutions, o yung ating educational institutions. So we have 38 educational institutions with 114 registrants, or that constitute 12.32%. Dito naman po sa ating mga civil society organizations and non-government organizations at mga pribadong institusyon, we have 8 offices and then 11 registrants or participants, that's 1.19%. Meron din po tayong mga galing naman sa Constitutional Commission, so government po ito, so we have 2 offices with 19 registrants, that's 2.5%. A total po of 164 offices, mga organisasyon, at total po of 925 participants. Okay, in terms naman po of membership sa GAD Focal Point System, kung sila ay nabibilang sa GAD Focal Point System, so meron pong 596 na nagsabing kabilang sila sa kanilang GAD Focal Point System, at meron namang 329 na hindi kabilang sa GFPS. Yung length of service, okay, we have 219 who have less than 1 year, and then 315 na may 1 to 5 years, at 44 na merong 6 to 10 years, at 80 naman na merong more than 10 years nang nasa GAD Focal Point System. Okay, in terms naman po sa position or yung position hinawakan sa GAD Focal Point System, so meron po tayong mga chairpersons na kabilang sa ating webinar, so thank you po. At 39 po ang mga chairpersons, at meron naman po tayong 52 na miyembro ng Executive Committee, meron doon tayong 190 na bahagi ng Secretariat at 315 na members ng Technical Working Group o TWG. Okay, in terms naman po sa kaalaman natin sa Hagadaga, okay, meron ho tayong tinanong natin kung sino na ang naka-attend or nakapunta sa mga training natin sa Hagadaga. So meron po tayong 413 na wala pang training sa Hagadaga, pero meron tayong 408 na merong nakuhang 1 hanggang 2 training. Meron naman po tayong 75 na may 3 to 5 trainings at 25 na merong 5 o higit pang training sa Hagadaga. Tinanong din natin sila kung ang kanila bang organisasyon ay gumagamit ng Hagadaga to assess gender responsiveness of programs and projects. So sinabi ng 491 na oo, kami ay gumagamit ng Hagadaga para mag-assess ng programa at mga proyekto. At meron din namang 272 na hindi sigurado kung sila ay gumamit ng Hagadaga. At merong 161 na nagsabing hindi sila gumagamit ng Hagadaga. Okay, doon naman sa paggamit, participation in the use of the HGDG. So sinabi ng 334 na yes, we have participated in the use of the HGDG. 404 said that they have not yet participated in the use of the HGDG and 187 are not sure. Ngayon, tinanong natin sila on the average, how gender responsive are the programs and projects of your organization? So may nagsabi po na 21 na invisible pa yung GAD sa kanilang programs and projects. 161 na nagsabing yung kanilang mga programa at proyekto ay may promising GAD prospects. 204 ang nagsabing gender sensitive ang kanilang mga programs and projects at 430 na nagsabing gender responsive yung kanilang programa at proyekto at 124 naman ang walang idea kung gaano ka gender responsive ang kanilang programs and projects. Okay, so that's the profile. We now proceed to the training needs assessment results, particular po doon sa familiarity with GAD and gender mainstreaming concepts. Okay, so tinanong natin sila kung kayo po ba ay may kaalaman sa Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines or Hagadaga. So meron pong nagsabi na 74.49% ang walang idea at all at knows a little. Ayan. For familiar naman yung 214 participants at 22 yung confident to talk about Hagadaga. Okay, sa generic checklist, okay, 354 nagsabi na wala silang idea dito at 380 ang may kaunting kalaban, that's 79.35%. 173 na nagsabing familiar sila dito at 18 yung confident na pag-usapan yung generic checklist. Yung sector-specific checklist naman, 394 nagsabing wala silang idea, 378 ang knows a little, so that's 83.46%. 141 nagsabing familiar sila dito at 12 ang nagsabing confident. Yung 10 core GAD elements of a gender-responsive program and project, 366 ang nagsabing wala silang idea tungkol dito, 413 ang nagsabing may kaunti silang kaalaman, ito po ay 84.22%, at 131 na nagsabing familiar sila dito at 50 naman na nagsabing confident silang pag-usapan ito. Yung ating HGDG PIMA checklist, 374 nagsabing wala silang idea, 383 nagsabing knows a little, so that's 81.84%. 153 nagsabing familiar sila dito at 50 naman nagsabing confident silang pag-usapan ito. Yung project development cycle, 365 nagsabing wala silang idea tungkol dito, 387 ang knows a little, that's 81.30%. 154 nagsabing familiar sila dito at 90 naman nagsabing confident silang pag-usapan ito. Yung Philippine Plan for Gender Responsive Developments, PPGD, walang idea yung 384 at 210 naman ang may kaunting kaalaman, so that's 85.84%. 120 nagsabing familiar sila dito at 11 naman nagsabing confident silang pag-usapan ang PPGD. In terms of the concept of gender analysis, meron tayong 451 nagsabing meron silang kaunting kaalaman at 253 naman ang familiar sa gender analysis. So ito po ay 76.11%. Meron naman tayong 188 ang nagsabing wala silang idea tungkol dito at 33 ang nagsabing confident silang pag-usapan ang gender analysis. Ang tungkol naman sa gender issues, we have 410 who knows a little, 370 who are familiar, so that's 84.32%, 66 ang walang idea, at 79 naman ang confident ang pag-usapan ang gender issues. Yung gender-sensitive programs, we have 466 who knows a little and then 306 who are familiar with it. That's 83.46%. 106 naman ang walang idea at 47 ang confident ang pag-usapan ng gender-sensitive programs. Gender-responsive programs, we have 461 who knows a little and then 295 who are familiar with this. That's 81.73%. 126 ang nagsabing wala silang idea tungkol dito at 43 naman nagsabing confident silang pag-usapan ito. Tungkol sa sexist aggregated database, we have 387 who knows a little, 301 who are familiar with it, that's 74.38%. 161 nagsabing walang idea at 76 ang nagsabing confident silang pag-usapan. GAD Plan and Budget, we have 406 who knows a little and 318 who are familiar with GAD Plan and Budget. That's 78.27%. 138 are saying that they have no idea and that 63 are saying that they are confident to talk about this. GAD Accomplishment Report, we have 393 who knows a little, 324 who are familiar with it, and that constitutes 77.51%. And we have 138 who have no idea at all, and 70 who are confident to talk about it. GAD attribution using the HGDG. Okay, so meron tayong 275 nagsabing wala silang idea tungkol dito. 422 nagsabing meron silang kaunting kaalaman. That's 75.35%. 194 naman nagsabing familiar sila sa GAD attribution and 34 who are saying that they are confident to talk about it. Okay, so that's it. So we now proceed to the pre-test results. So we'd like to know kung ano yung tamang sagot dun sa mga sinagutan natin na mga questions during the registration. Okay, so ang sa tanong na what are the specific objectives of the Harmonized Gender Development Guidelines? Ang tamang sagot po ay 3 and 4. So ang 3 is provide NEDA, ODA donors, government agencies, and development practitioners with a common set of analytical concepts and tools for integrating gender concerns into the development programs and projects, and help achieve gender equality in and empower women through programs and projects. So nakakuha po ng tamang sagot ay 177 at 748 ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. The HGDG has a design and PIMA checklist for different sectors. True or false, ang tamang sagot po ay false. So ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay 106 at 809 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Sa tanong na what checklist is used to measure the gender responsiveness of a program or project not belonging to any sector, ang tamang sagot po ay generic checklist, letter C. So that's ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay 333 at 592 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Sa tanong na which of the following does not belong in the 20 sector-specific design checklist, ang sagot po ay B, entertainment funding facility. So wala po tayong ganong klaseng checklist. Ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay 475 at 450 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Sa tanong na the HGDG design checklist has a total of blank core GAD elements. Okay, so ang tanong ay 10. Okay. Ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay 386 at 539 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Item 6, so a program or project is considered gender sensitive when the overall score using the design checklist is between 7.9 to 14.9. Ang tamang sagot po ay false. Okay, so ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay 683 at 243 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, sa item 7, so the HGDG PIMA checklist has a total of blank core GAD elements. Okay, so ang tamang sagot ay 9. 295 ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot, 630 ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. 8, blank is not an element of box 16 GAD checklist for project management and implementation. Okay, so ang tamang sagot ay B, project database includes sexist aggregated and gender-related information. So nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay 249 at 676 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, so item 9, The accomplished HGDG PIMA checklist together with project completion reports are required attachments to the agency's blank if there are PAPs for attribution to the GAD budget. Okay, ang tamang sagot ay B, GAD Accomplishment Report. 309 ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot at 616 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, moving forward. Okay, sa item 10, the following are the types of HGDG or Hagadaga design checklist. Okay, ang tamang sagot ay letter D, generic, sector-specific, and facilities design checklist. Nakakuha ng tamang sagot ay 150 at 775 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, item 11, the following are the stages of program project development cycle which require mainstreaming of GAD perspectives and intervention. Ang tamang sagot po ay C, planning, programming, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. 630 po ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot, samantalang meron tayong 295 na hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, for item 12, for element 1, participation of women and men in problem identification, the following are the appropriate means of verification or MOVs. Ang tamang sagot po ay letter C, minutes of the meeting, attendance sheets with census aggregated data. Okay, 342 po ang nakakuha ng tamang sagot, samantalang 583 ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Item 13, the HGDG blank checklist reviews whether or not the mitigating strategies or interventions to enhance the GAD rating of the major program or project have been implemented. Okay, ang tamang sagot po ay letter C, PIMA. 435 nakakuha ng tamang sagot, samantalang 490 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay, last two items. 14, there are 3 possible responses to the questions in the HGDG design and PIMA checklist. These are, okay, ang tamang sagot po ay A, no, partly yes, and yes. Nakakuha po ng tamang sagot ay 503, while 422 have not gotten the answer correctly. Okay. Last item. The following agencies are the main proponents on the use of the HGDG. Ang tamang sagot po ay PCW and NEDA. 593 po nakakuha ng tamang sagot at 332 naman ang hindi nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Okay po, that's it. Maraming salamat po for your active listening. Back to you, KD.
Maraming salamat, Ms. Carr. Yan, mahalaga po ang ating TNA para malaman ang baseline knowledge ng ating participants. It will also help us to give an appropriate information for our participants. Alam ko pong excited na kayo para sa ating unang session, pero bago po tayo tumungo doon, meron muna akong gustong ipakilala sa inyo. So in our effort to continuously improve our GAD webinar series, may I call on one of our supervising GAD specialists. Siya po ay nag-aaral sa Seoul National University. His name is Mr. Kim Harold Tipehi, and his thesis is entitled Gender and E-Learning, an exploratory study on the institutionalization of online gender and development capacity building program in the Philippines. Kim Harold?
Good morning. Isang magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Annyeonghaseyo mula sa Seoul, South Korea. I am currently a graduate student here at the Seoul National University under the KOICA SNU Master's Degree Program in Gender and Development. At isa sa mga requirements of our program is to do a dissertation research. Let me share my screen first. So I am currently on the final stage of my data gathering for my research entitled Gender in E-Learning, an exploratory study on the institutionalization of online gender and development capacity building program in the Philippines. So the objective of my research is to explore and determine the appropriate e-learning platform in building the capacities of civil servants in the Philippines on gender and development. So this study is very timely as the COVID-19 pandemic has shifted different forms of capacity building into online mode. And further, this study is very useful in providing that technical assistance work in the Technical Services and Regional Coordination Division, So kami po sa TSRCD, ang lead division in charge of capacitating government agencies on gender mainstreaming. Specifically, this study will contribute to the component 3 of the Philippine Commission on Women's National GAD Resource Program on the creation of GAD Technical Assistance Platform. So currently, we are just offering web-based seminars, kagaya po ng webinar series na ito. But our dream in the long run is to institutionalize an online platform where the public or tayong mga kawani ng gobyerno has a direct access in online gender trainings in our own time and space. Yung aking research questions center into two. Yung una, what type of e-learning platform is appropriate for gender and development capacity building program? So the study will try to determine anong e-learning platform and ano yung mga components ng e-learning platform na ito na nararapat for gender and development trainings. So in order to know this, I already conducted an interview with different learning organizations as well as GAD experts na nag-o-offer ng online gender trainings. And to get the perspectives of the end users, kayo po iyon, the participants of our online trainings, I need to do a survey. Kagaya ng matututuhan ninyo mamaya, yung element number 1 sa Hagadaga or HGDG, yung involvement of women and men in the project identification and design, o yung tinatawag na consultation with the target beneficiaries or stakeholders ay mahalaga. So your inputs for this survey is very crucial for my research. The next research question is e-learning more effective than traditional face-to-face kind of learning in building the capacities of civil servants on gender mainstreaming? So there will be questions, may mga katanungan as part of the survey that will try to answer this research question using your own experience on different e-learning platforms and your views on the technology acceptance model. Yung aking survey na isinasagawa is divided into 4 parts and can be accomplished in 20 to 30 minutes. So kayang-kaya po ninyo itong sagutan. So, ito po yung mga parts. First part will be the personal information. So, itatanong lang dito yung inyong basic profile and yung role nyo as GAD Focal Point System member of your organization. Second would be your experience on e-learning platforms. So, this part will assess your digital skills. Ano-ano yung mga platforms na karaniwan ninyong ginagamit in online learning. Yung pangatlong part would be the gender and e-learning platform, as it will try to identify the framework or components needed in institutionalizing the platform that we envision. And lastly, there will be questions on technology acceptance model. So since eventually we will introduce this gender and e-learning platform, we need to use an established information systems theory so that we can see and assess how the users will accept and use this technology. So itatanong dito yung usefulness, yung ease of use of the platform, as well as their attitude and behavior in using the platform. So yung survey, it can be accessed to the link that appears on your screen now. You can also just type tinyurl.com/pcw e-learning survey. So ulitin ko po, tinyurl.com/pcw e-learning survey. So pwede nyo rin pong i-scan na lamang yung QR code that appears on your screen. We hope makapag-participate po kayo on this survey hanggang bukas, August 19 at 5 p.m. Pwede nyo na po siguro unti-unti itong sagutan during our break later. So rest assured that your responses would be treated with utmost confidentiality. So maraming salamat po in advance. And before I end my presentation, I would like to thank my chief, Ms. Nerlyn Santos Millar, for allowing me to present my survey in this GAD webinar series. So kung meron pa po kayong mga katanungan, please feel free to email me at khtpehi@pcw.gov.ph. So my email address is khtpehi@pcw.gov.ph. So muli, isang magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. I hope you will have a productive session today on HGDG. Maraming salamat po at kamsahamnida.
Maraming salamat, Kim Harold. Napaka-appropriate po ng pag-aaral ni Kim Harold. Since GAD webinar is an innovation, we also dream to institutionalize it para mas maging accessible sa ating mga participants or sa mga nangangailangan nito. We also wanted to measure the effectivity of GAD webinars in comparison to face-to-face. So wag pong kakalimutan na sagutan ang survey form ni Kim Harold. You can scan the QR code. Nasa chat box na din po ang link para sa survey form. Suportahan po natin ang kanyang master's thesis at maraming pong salamat. Mukhang ready na ang ating mga participants para sa ating unang session. Our first session for today will discuss the background, rationale, objectives, and context of the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines, including focus, principles, users, and application. The discussion also includes the overview of the features of the HGDG tool, such as the HGDG manual, generic design checklist, sector-specific checklist, PIMA checklist, and sample gender issues and annexes. Para i-discuss ang mga ito, nais ko pong ipakilala ang aming ever-energetic and dynamic Chief GAD Specialist ng TSRCB. She finished her bachelor's degree in Public Administration from the University of the Philippines, National College of Public Administration and Governance. She has a Master of Social Change and Development with distinction from the University of Newcastle, New South Wales, Australia, major in organizational management and leadership. She has served as a local and international expert and resource person on gender and development and mainstreaming, gender analysis, and GAD planning and budgeting. Without further ado, I would like to call our very own Ms. Narlene Santos-Millar. Ms. Nars?
Thank you so much, KD, for the very generous introduction. Hello, everybody. I'm still seeing lots of flowers being shared by our participants. Maraming salamat po for making our morning mabulaklak. So this morning, as mentioned by our moderator, the webinar for today is divided into subsections, or subsessions. So my session will talk about the introduction to the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines, the HGDG or the HGDG. So another two equally talented and able resource person will talk about the specific parts of the tool, and another two equally abled resource person will be sharing the actual experiences of their agencies in the application of the HGDG. So let's begin. So the session is divided into three parts. My session, which I hope to finish in 30 minutes. I'll talk about the background and rationale of the HGDG. Then we will discuss about the HGDG and the project development cycle and how to integrate the HGDG elements in project proposal preparations. So we would like to put emphasis on this because we would like the participants to understand that the use of the HGDG is not just for attribution. That's why the title of our webinar is Beyond Attribution. Because we want you to appreciate the different elements of the HGDG and the steps in using the HGDG so that you can make the development of your programs and project from the beginning, from the design phase to the implementation to the management and monitoring phase, gender responsive. All right. So for the background and rationale of the HGDG, so what is the HGDG? So it's a tool. A lot of you in the survey, in the PNA and the pre-test, medyo meron pang mangilan-ilan, out of the 900 or 1,000 participants that registered, have not yet used the HGDG. But the HGDG is a tool that we encourage everybody to use to ensure that programs and projects undertaken by the government, by us in the government at different stages are made gender responsive. Okay? So, yung Hagadaga, hindi naman siya agad available. No? It was actually made available in early 2003 up to 2005. Yun yung first publication yan. Pero, yung pag-integrate ng gender in the design and implementation of program has been in existence since 1993. No? In fact, the PCW and NEDA, dati NCRFW pa yung pangalan namin, develop a guideline. So this, you can see it from your screen. This is still available sa website ng PCW. We develop a guidelines for integrating, no, developing and implementing gender-responsive programs and projects. Kasi alam naman natin, one of the mainstream processes of government agencies are your PAPs. And ito yung malaki talaga yung budget din na meron tayo. Nandiyan yung ating MOE, nandiyan yung ating capital outlay. So kailangan, in early 1990s, naisip na talaga ng NEDA at NCRFW din at PCW din now, na dapat yung mga government agencies would be able to mainstream GAD in developing and implementing programs and projects. And then of course, alam naman natin that in government, meron tayong mga programs and projects funded by official development assistance, no? Ito yung mga ODA donors. And these ODA donors also have their own guidelines, no, for integrating gender perspective. So parang sabi natin, parang ang dami ng guidelines. Merong guidelines ang government ng Philippines, merong guidelines ng mga ODA. Ano ba talaga ang susundin? So in the mid 2003, no, early 2000, the NEDA together with PCW or NCRFW pa and the ODA-GAD Network or ODA-GAD Network decided to come up with a harmonized guidelines. So yan ang kwento ng Hagadaga. So ngayon, we only have this one document na containing common set of guidelines for integrating gender perspective or integrating GAD core elements in project design, implementation, management, monitoring, and evaluation. So I hope that is clear. No? Ito ang history ng Hagadaga. Hindi pa siya agad ginagamit for attribution kasi na-introduce lang natin yung paggamit ng HGDG for attribution to the GAD budget in 2012. No? So, pero as early as 2003, meron na tayong HGDG at ito ay ginagamit talaga ng NEDA para mag-evaluate ng mga ODA-assisted projects. Okay? So in 2004, ito na, no, nagkaroon na ng initiative yung NEDA, PCW, ODA-GAD Network funded by ADB and UNDP to set the standards in integrating gender perspective in the developing programs and projects among government and the donor agency. So para hindi na tayo malito, kunyari JICA yung funding source nyo, iba yung guidelines nila. Kung ADB yung source nyo, iba din yung guidelines nila. So sabi natin, in the Philippines, we will use the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines as our tool, no, to mainstream gender in project development cycle. Okay? Next. So ano ba ang objective ng Hagadaga? Okay, the general objective is to promote the twin goals of gender equality and women's empowerment. Kasi nga, ang end goal talaga natin, gender equality. Pagkakapantay-pantay ng lahat, babae, lalaki, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, regardless of religion, regardless of sex, regardless of educational attainment, regardless of marital status, regardless of regional affiliation, equality for everyone. But we also focus on a sub-goal of women's empowerment. Kasi nakita natin na women cannot be equal to men kung merong mga discriminatory practices na nangyayari at na-experience nila. At napopromote yun ng society through stereotyping. So yan ang general objectives, to achieve women's empowerment and gender equality. So parang ito rin yung kung matatandaan nyo yung end goal ng gender mainstreaming, yung GMF, is to promote gender equality. Kasi the Hagadaga is a tool to mainstream gender. So ibig sabihin nun, mini-mainstream na din natin yung GAD elements sa project design, sa project implementation, sa project management and monitoring and evaluation. Specific objectives of the Hagadaga is to provide the NEDA, the GAD donors, and of course, the Philippine government agencies and other development practitioners with common set of analytical concepts and tools to integrate gender concerns into the development of programs and projects. And of course, the HGDG also aims to achieve gender equality in and empower women through programs and projects. Kasi nga, sabi natin, in GMF, di ba, the POPs entry point is one of the most strategic because nandyan yung mga resources. That's the reason for being of an organization, to implement specific programs or projects or activities. So doon natin ipapasok yung GAD elements so that we would be able to achieve gender equality and empower women. So what are the features of the HGDG tool, no? So yung GMF, meron siyang isang, it's a very nice publication. So meron siyang 3 parts, no? It contains a core set of GAD requirements. Then meron siyang checklist, no, for the design. So this is what we call the design checklist. And of course, we have the PIMA checklist. So merong 3 bahagi ang Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines. At ito ay mas ipapaliwanag sa atin ng ating mga resource person. Hinati natin yung pagpapaliwanag sa design checklist at saka sa PIMA checklist. So tignan nga natin, ano pa ba ang ina-address ng HGDG? So yung manual, no, ng HGDG, yung booklet ng HGDG, meron siyang tinatawag na meron siyang dinidescribe ng mga principles of why this tool was developed. So ano ba yung mga principles na ina-adhere ng HGDG? Una, equality between women and men is a key to women's human rights. So inaano niya, no, sinasabi niya na ang pagkakapantay-pantay ay ng babae at lalaki ay susi para sa pag-enjoy ng kababaihan ng kanilang women's human rights. Kasi nga, syempre, kung merong nalileft behind or merong mga sistema sa ating mga pamahalaan, sa ating pamahalaan, or sa ating mga agencies na naghihinder ng equal participation of women and men, then that could be impinging on the human rights of women. Then gender equality means promoting an equal participation of women as agents of economic, social, and political change. So you may recall na nung dinevelop ito ay 2003. So medyo naghahalo pa yung WID and GAD approach, no? So may focus talaga siya sa pagtingin sa kababaihan as on how they participate and benefit from development intervention. Another principle of the HGDG is that participation in development is crucial to the empowerment of women and men. Madi-describe ng ating mga resource person later on na, at this was also mentioned by Kim Harold, that's why he's conducting a survey, is that participatory process is a very a principle that is really adhered to by the HGDG. Kasi merong first 3 elements dyan, lalo na sa design, that talks about did you consult the stakeholders in identifying the project's problem to be solved, no? So participatory. Tapos pagdating sa PIME, na-involve ba yung mga stakeholders sa implementation, management, and monitoring of the project? So talagang sa bawat stage ng project cycle, participation of the stakeholder is an important element being adhered to by the HGDG. And then the last principle is on achieving gender equality between women and men. Involves introduction of specific measures designed to eliminate prevailing gender inequalities. So ito yung affirmative action, no? Yung positive addressing discriminatory practices and making sure that we solve that, so that we resolve that or we do something about that, so that both the stakeholders, regardless of whether they're men, women, or regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, and other forms of marginalization that they experience, would be able to be addressed so that they will equally benefit from the programs and projects. So yan po yung mga principles na ina-adhere ng HGDG. So who are the users of the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines? Okay. The users of the HGDG are mostly, of course, targeted towards program and project developers, more than the GAD focal point system members. So ito yung gusto kong i-disabuse natin, na ang mga gender analysis tool, dapat ang nakakaalam lang ay yung mga GFPS members. For HGDG, kung sino yung project management team, kung sino yung proponent ng project, dapat alam niya yung HGDG. Kasi dapat, at the beginning of the program design, kayo, familiar na kayo sa GAD elements so that you will be able to integrate that in your design phase of the project. And of course, during implementation, management, monitoring, and evaluation. We will be repeating these terms over and over again because this is the project development cycle. And of course, GAD Focal Point System members, kasi kailangan nilang mag-attribute kayo, no, kailangan nilang mag-assess yung mga program implementers ninyo ng Hagadaga so that you can also attribute that to your GAD budget. So remember, the use of the Hagadaga has twin goals. The first important goal is for the project proponents to be able to integrate the GAD elements in the project development cycle. Okay, that's very important. You don't just do Hagadaga for attribution. That's just secondary to the purpose of the Hagadaga. But another equally, useful point of using the Hagadaga is that you will be able to attribute that to your GAD budget. Kasi di ba ang sabi naman ng GAD budget, at least 5%. So you can do more than that. You can actually attribute the cost of major programs and projects to GAD kapag gumamit kayo ng Hagadaga. Okay? But we would like to remind everyone that the Hagadaga should be used to mainstream GAD elements in all phases of project development, not just for attribution. Okay? Next. Okay? So let's talk about this very quickly, no? But this will be discussed in detail by one of our resource persons. But one of the important part of the Hagadaga is the design checklist, no? So meron siyang tinatawag na generic checklist at saka sector specific.
Para po sa ating mga participants, sumagot po tayo ng ating poll. So what are the two types of Hagadaga design checklists? We have overall and specific checklists, general and sector-specific checklists, and generic and sector-specific checklist. So ngayon po, Ms. Nurse, parang nangunguna ang generic and sector-specific checklist.
Yes. Sige, so we only have 27% of our participant joining. So nasan po yung iba? Use your fingers. Medyo mag-participate tayo ng dito sa ating poll.
Paalala lang po sa ating mga participants, huwag po nating ilagay sa chat box ang ating mga sagot. Gamitin po natin ang poll feature ng Zoom.
The Hagadaga has two types of design checklists. No? Design. We are now in the design phase of project development process. So meron tayong tinatawag na generic checklist, which measures the gender responsiveness of a program or project not belonging to any sector, and the sector-specific checklist. Currently, we now have 20 sectoral checklists, no? That measures gender responsiveness of programs and projects of a given sector. So both the generic checklist and the sector-specific checklist consist of 10 elements, and each element is equivalent to 2 points. Okay, remember that. So ang maximum score na makukuha nyo sa design phase ay 20 points. Okay? So ito yan, no? Pag meron kayong kopya ng Hagadaga, makikita nyo yung available checklist, no? Meron yung parang legend at color-coded yan. Okay, pwede ba kaming gumamit ng infrastructure checklist kahit na taga-DOH kami? Yes. If the program and project that you want to integrate gender perspective is related to a construction of something or infrastructure, then you can use the infrastructure checklist. Pwede ba kaming gumamit ng education checklist kung kami ay state university, pero research? Okay, yung education checklist kasi mostly pertains to the basic education programs. For research, you might want to check out fisheries checklist because meron yang checklist for research. So you just have to make yourself familiar with the different sectoral checklists para malaman nyo ano ang swak sa inyong programs and projects. But the important thing that you should know is that you are not confined to one sector. Kung depende sa type of program that you will be assessing or you will be developing. Okay? So ito yung mga sectoral checklist. We have for agriculture and agrarian reform, natural resource management, infrastructure, private sector development, education, health, housing and settlement, women in areas under armed conflict, justice, information and communication. So kung kayo ay local government units, pwede nyo gamitin lahat ito kasi meron kayong program for health, meron kayong housing and settlement. So these checklist can be used by local government units. Microfinance, labor and employment, child labor, migration, tourism, energy, disaster risk reduction, development planning, and funding facilities. So these are the 20 GAD sector-specific checklists. Okay. So ito yung itsura niya, no, yung content, no. So ang bawat isang design checklist, meron siyang tinatawag na description of gender issues by all of the sector. Tapos meron siyang sample gender equality goals or results. And then meron siyang checklist or the box to assess the gender responsiveness of that particular program, no? So meron siyang yung question na 10, no, the 10 elements, yung first 3 questions, first 3 elements, so elements 1 to 3, talks about gender analysis questions. Ito yung pag-identify ng problem that will be addressed by the programs and projects. Tapos, meron siyang elements 4 to 10 that talks about the different parts of a program, yung content niya, yung objective niya, yung outcome niya, yung activities niya, yung budget niya, yung M&E niya, yung kanyang sustainability plan, at meron siyang question about gender analysis. So yung gender analysis question ng program ng Hagadaga, meron siya sa first 3 at meron siyang sa 4 to 10. So it's element 3 and element 6, no, of the design checklist. So pag ginamit nyo na yan, no, so, paano natin ginagamit yung design checklist, no? To evaluate the gender sensitivity of the design of a major programs pertaining to either generic or sector. Tapos, to attribute major programs or project to the GAD plan based on validated score. So, that's the use of the design checklist. So, ginagamit siya for assessing gender responsiveness of the design phase of the program. And of course, sa GAD plan ninyo, i-attach nyo yung results ng Hagadaga Design Checklist para mag-attribute kayo sa GAD plan. So, ito yung mga elements, no? Bakit nawawala isa? Ayun. So, the first 3 elements is for the project identification stage, and then the 5 elements 4 to 10 is the project design stage. So, these 10 core elements will be further discussed by our resource person later on. Okay? So, paano naman natin ina-apply? Focus and application of the HGDG, no? So, the guidelines will focus on the process, strategy, and development of management results to integrate gender equality and women's empowerment in various stages of project cycle, including identification and designing of programs, again, implementation and management, and monitoring and evaluation. Tandaan niyo po, ito ang application ng Hagadaga. Focus, the phases of project development cycle from identification and design stage, implementation and management, and M&E stages. Kaya meron tayong design and PIMA checklist. So ngayon, let's go to PIMA. No? So ang PIMA meron siyang box 16 and box 17. So ang tanong, ang Hagadaga PIMA checklist is applicable to programs and projects of any sector. Is it true or false? So, sabi ng 64% true, sabi naman ng 36% false. So, ano ba ang tamang sagot? Ang tamang sagot ay true. True po, no? Kasi isa lang ang PIMA checklist. Walang PIMA checklist for generic at walang PIMA checklist for sector specific. Isa lang ang ating PIMA checklist. So, yung pong 36%, tandaan niyo po, isa lang ang PIMA checklist ng Hagadaga. So, ang use niya is to review whether or not mitigating strategies or interventions to address or to enhance the GAD rating of major programs and projects have been implemented. Kasi kung doon sa design phase, may nakita na kayong 0 na score doon sa elements, dapat during the implementation phase, meron kayong gagawin doon. Or may tinatawag na adjustment in terms of how the project will be implemented. Tapos, it will also be used to inquire about the results of the programs and projects. Kasi ibang elements ng design, ibang elements ng PIMA. And to check kung magkano talaga yung i-attribute nyo sa GAD during the GAD Accomplishment Report preparation phase. No, kasi pagka sa GAD Planning and Budgeting natin gagamitin, yung design ay sa GAD Plan, yung PIMA ay sa GAD AR. So hindi pwedeng wala kayong gagamiting PIMA checklist kung nasa GAD Accomplishment Report preparation kayo. Kasi hindi kayo makakapag-report ng magkano ba talaga yung ma-attribute natin to the GAD budget pagdating sa GAD Accomplishment Report. The actual cost. Pwede kasing iba yung cost during the project phase, pero nung na-approve na, bumaba siya, magkano talaga yung pwedeng ma-attribute to the GAD budget using the PIMA checklist. So yun yung gagamitin. Tapos, of course, the PIMA checklist users, again, it's the program and project team, na program and project M&A team. Dapat familiar po kayo sa elements ng PIMA checklist kasi maaring may mga elements na hinahanap na hindi pa available sa inyong M&A system or sa inyong M&A framework. Then, you need to be able to make modifications to do that. Okay? So the M&E staff should look beyond inputs and outputs to the results and processes. Kasi kung may kailangan tayong baguhin, we need to change it. Yun naman ang purpose ng mga gender analysis tools. And of course, for the technical working group or the GAD secretariat, pwedeng of course magagamit yung results ng PIME para malaman natin kung ano pa yung mga dapat nating i-enhance na activities at pwede i-include sa ating GAD plan and budget in the next cycle. Okay? Alright, so ito po yung box 16. So ang box 16 ay merong 4 elements. Ang box 17 naman ay merong 5 elements. So may tanong sa pretest, ilan lahat ang elements ng PIME checklist? Ano ang tamang sagot? Sige nga, i-type nyo nga sa chat box. Ilan lahat ang elements ng PIME checklist? Kitang-kita nyo naman dito, 4 plus 5, 9. Meron isa kasing question dito na merong equivalent na points na 4. No, I think it's element 4. It's element 4. No, so tingnan natin, no? I-discuss yan ng ating resource first. Okay. So ito na, no? Ano ba yung takbo ng ating ng project? So yung nasa taas, ito yung project program document. So meron kayong project design, project proposal, concept paper, timeline, M&E framework. Ito yung mga documents na gagamitin nyo sa Hagadaga. Tapos kapag nasa design phase kayo, ang gagamitin nyo of course is the generic or sector specific checklist. Kapag nasa accomplishment phase kayo, yung project accomplishment report. So nakikita nyo yun, match-match po yan ha. Pagka end of project report, gagamitin yan sa PIME. Pagka project design, gagamitin yan dun sa generic or sector specific checklist. Tapos may laman din siyang guide in accomplishing the checklist at saka discussion of supporting documents. So nagtataka kami, bakit yung maraming government agency, nagtatanong pa sila, paano ba talaga gamitin? Nandun na siya sa manual. So if you will just read the manual, everything that you are asking from us are already there. Ang dapat itatanong nyo na lang, clarification, kung pwede ba tong supporting document na to? No, applicable ba siya? Kasi baka mamaya hindi naman pala siya applicable. So everything, all of the documents in this screen, except of course for your actual program and actual accomplishment report, are in the manual. Okay? So please read the HGDG manual or download it. Okay? So ito yung sample, no? So meron siyang project, accomplishment report, tapos ginamit niya yung PIMA checklist, chinek-check niya whether nakikita ba doon sa dokumento na to na nasa left ko or nasa right nyo, yung mga elements ng PIME. Kung wala, ang sagot niyo, no, wala siya. So paano gagawin namin? Palagi na lang wala. But you have to do something about it. You have to make calibration. At remember, you cannot assume. Okay, wag tayong assumptionista sa pag-administer ng Hagadaga. If it's not in the project document, if it's not in the MOV, if you cannot produce the supporting document, then your answer should be no. Okay, maaaring alam nyo, ginawa nyo, pero hindi nyo na isulat, no pa rin yun. So everything should be documented. Yan ang use ng Hagadaga. So these are just some slides that I'd like to share with you on HGDG and project development cycle. Saan natin makikita yung GAD elements sa project development cycle? Okay, so ito familiar naman kayo, no? So meron tayong project identification, project design, project implementation and management, and monitoring and evaluation. Gusto ko talaga matandaan nyo itong stages na to kasi ito yung dapat ma-retain sa inyo at the end of this webinar. It's not just to attribute but to make sure that we mainstream GAD elements in this cycle. Okay, so what is a project development cycle? All programs, regardless of how they are classified or categorized, are subject to similar process. Pare-pareho tayo na pinagdadaanan, no? From transition from conceptualization to maturity. It is a cycle, no? Which goes through many phases. So ito yung phases of the project development. So I'd like to put credit, no, to Director James Ponce of DAR for this slide. So saan siya gagamitin? So ito yung mga project phases, no? Pre-investment, investment, and post-investment. Ibig sabihin ito yung project identification, project design, implementation, management, and monitoring. So sa project ID, pasok na ang hagadaga, no? Tapos elements 1 and 2. Participation of women and men, ito yon. Pagdating naman sa project preparation, elements 3 and 4. Okay, gender analysis and gender issues. Gender equality goals, outcomes, and outputs. Yan yung elements sa project preparation. Project appraisal and financing, elements 7, 8, 9, and 10. Ito yung monitoring targets and indicators, sexist aggregated data, resources, and institutionalization process or sustainability of the program. Now, pagdating sa implementation phase, ito yung box 16 ng PIMA checklist. No? Apply all the elements, but you may adjust some components to increase the HGDG rating. Now, pagdating dun sa project evaluation, you apply box 17, all elements of box 17. No? So, cycle kasi siya kasi after natin sa evaluation, then magko-contribute yon sa redesign of the project. Okay? So, kailangan, alam natin na meron pala tayong kailangang areas for improvement sa mga projects natin. So, dapat i-redesign natin yun or magkakaroon tayo ng calibration strategy. Then the last part is paano naman tayo gagawa ng project proposal at paano natin ipapasok yung core GAD elements doon. So, ito, this slides naman, I'd like to take credit to NEDA Calabarzon kasi they were the one who initially developed this, no? So, ang mga project, typically, meron siyang project title at meron siyang proponent or implementors. So, as much as possible, try to be very specific sa title pa lang ng project, no? Tapos, dun sa project proponent or implementor, identify who they are, the group of person who will undertake the project, and the implementer could be the same entities as the proponent. And for the proponent, it could be associations, cooperatives, NGOs, and other interested groups, while for the implementer, it should be the operating units of the agency or any one of them. Then you also need to kasi kung infrastructure, construction siya, saan ang location niya. Tapos kung meron pang map or pictures that can help in terms of designing the project. Then who are the target beneficiaries? No, identify them by location, by sector, tapos i-break down niyo yung total number by sex. No? You can also identify by gender, physical disadvantages, and this will answer elements 1 and 2 of the HGDG. The background or rationale, you have to formulate the background and rationale based on the underlying reason why you are proposing the project and how it was conceived. No? Parang situational analysis yan. Importante na ma-assess yung situation of the proposed project in terms of characteristics of the community, the cultural system, infrastructure site, etc. Basta relevant siya to the project. Dapat meron din kayong statistics, no, na ipe-present to give a clear picture of the problem para ma-answeran nyo yung core elements 2 and 3 of the HGDG design checklist. Then the purpose and the objectives and the targets. Develop the objectives, purpose, and targets of the proposed project with respond to the gender issue identified. This will contribute to the overall improvement of the quality of the beneficiaries. A good objective usually state what does the project want to achieve, how does the project want to achieve it, and who are the main beneficiary. This will answer core element number 4, which is gender analysis. Project description will provide the reader a visual idea of the project in terms of nature, components, coverage, marketing scheme, operational scheme, organizational structure, among others. The project description should answer if there are appropriate opportunities for both women and men, if there are mechanisms to ensure that the project resources or benefit are not controlled or taken over only by males. This will answer core elements 5 and 9 of the design checklist. Then dapat meron tong work plan, no? Identify the different activities to be implemented by phases. Then dapat meron itong monitoring indicators. It will answer core elements 6, 7, and 8. Then project estimate, magkano ang budget, no? Indicate the cost breakdown on how to finance the project. It will also identify the proponents, equity participation to the project. Include in the GAD section of the proposal, the GAD technical training to be attended by the implementers or their level of GAD expertise. So it will answer core element number 9. And then, of course, the schedule of implementation. If possible, prepare a chart that will show the tasks to be completed, including the deadline. Include statement in the proposal that the project or program is an attribution or a project that is GAD-related. No? Answer core element number 10. So, some practical tips. No? When assessing programs and projects, be objective, avoid assumptions. Assessment should be evidence-based, no MOV, no score. I already mentioned this. Ensure brief, clear, and exact answers in the narrative and corresponding attachments, if any. And all elements should be explicitly articulated in the document. Involve concerned project staff and GAD focal point system in answering the GAD checklist. Tapos, always refer to the scoring guide in accomplishing the checklist to verify appropriate scores. And don't forget to utilize the last column of the checklist for your numerical score and indicate your means of verification or document source. So these slides are from the presentation of Ms. Jonah Tabutatao of TESDA. Lastly, so this is a very nice depiction of how the HGDG is used. HGDG should be used primarily to improve the gender responsiveness of programs and projects. By using this tool, the GEWE concerns can be integrated in various stages of the project cycle. And the HGDG is an effective tool to attribute a portion or a program budget to the GAD budget of agencies, which results to more gender-responsive planning. And why beyond attribution? The HGDG is an effective tool that can greatly impact the lives of women and girls and other target beneficiaries in the vulnerable and marginalized sectors. Again, the slide is from Jonah Tabutatao. So I'd like to acknowledge all the sources of the materials, Michelle Higdalan-Pangan, James Anselmo Ponce, Jonah Tabutatao, and PCW presentations on HGDG. So that's it. Maraming salamat for listening. And I hope you're all now more aware of the purpose of the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines. Back to you, KD.
Marami pong salamat, Ms. Nar, sa pagpapaintindi sa amin ng rationale, background, and features of the HGDG. Gusto nating i-highlight na ang end goal naman talaga kung bakit natin gustong pag-aralan ng HGDG is to achieve gender equality. At ito ay isang participatory process. Hindi lamang tayo nag-attribute for the sake of attribution, but we wanted to mainstream GAD in the project development cycle. Marami pong salamat, Ms. Nars. So now we will go on to our session 2. This session covers the core GAD elements in the HGDG design checklist, sample program, project, assessment using the HGDG design checklist reflecting the HGDG assessment result as an attributed program in the GAD Plan and Budget. Identification of mitigating strategies to address gender gaps, and recommendation and tips in accomplishing the HGDG design checklist. Our speaker for this session is an independent GAD consultant and certified member of the GAD Resource Pool of the National GAD Resource Program of the Philippine Commission on Women. Since 2014, she has been providing assistance to various national government agencies, local government units, universities, and colleges in GAD and gender mainstreaming for more than 15 years. She is also a senior lecturer at the UP Open University Faculty of Education. To share her expertise, may I introduce to you Ms. Lorena T. Yunque. Ms. Lorena, The floor is yours.
Thank you, KD, sa iyong nakakagalak na pagpapakilala. Isang magad na araw po sa ating mga participants. We are 749 and increasing. Full house po tayo. We know that the registration closed very early. So this morning, my task is to discuss the Hagadaga design checklist. Okay, so let us begin. Let me pull out my slides so I can start sharing. Again, session 2 na po tayo, Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines, and we will talk about the design checklist. So the Hagadaga design checklist. This will reinforce yung mga discussions and presentations ni Ms. Narlene kanina. So we'll talk about the Hagadaga design checklist and our session objectives. At the end of this session, we expect the participants to be familiar with the main parts of the Hagadaga design checklist and the use of the generic and sectoral checklist. Also to understand the core elements of a gender-responsive program project design. Dito talaga tayo magpo-focus kasi i-discuss natin yung mga core elements. To be familiar with the steps in assessing and the requirements in scoring the gender responsiveness of the agency program or project. And of course, how to use the results of the design checklist to improve the gender responsiveness of the program or the project, and also to calculate for possible attribution to the agency GAD budget, and yung pinaka-ultimate objective natin for our participants to be able to support gender mainstreaming in your respective organizations to achieve gender equality and women empowerment. So this is how we have outlined the topic. Very quickly, we will discuss again the context of the design checklist in the project development cycle. And then the GAD design checklist, the generic and the sectoral checklists, the core elements, the guidelines in accomplishing the design checklist. We will also have an illustrative case, and the using the results of the design checklist to improve, di ba? Ito yung pinaka-primary natin na purpose for the use of the Hagadaga. Improve gender responsiveness of the program or project. And of course, as part of the guidelines for the GAD planning and budgeting, the Hagadaga is used to also calculate for GAD budget attribution. So again, the Hagadaga is a tool used to ensure that programs and projects undertaken by government in their various stages are gender responsive. That is why, diba, in various stages, sabi nga ni Ms. Nars, tandaan natin yung 4 na major stages of the project development cycle. Kasi yung Hagadaga is really focused in the process of mainstreaming gender responsiveness in all stages of the project development cycle. So again, as a review, this is the project development cycle. Kasi nakita ko sa TNA natin, maraming mga participants sabi nila hindi sila masyadong familiar sa project development cycle. So ano yung project development? So again, all projects regardless of their objectives or sector go through 4 major stages of development, which we call a cycle. And it is a process that is iterative. It can be repeated again because it can feed to the next stage. So as discussed by Ms. Narlene, the 4 major stages are project development as a process, starts with initially project identification, then project design, project implementation and management, then project monitoring and evaluation. So let us have first a poll question. What is the very first step in project development? Ayan, can we request the participants to kindly answer very quickly? Ano ba yung pinaka very first step in project development? So ano yung sagot natin?
Ayan po. So at 506 po ng ating participants ang sumagot sa ating poll at 57% po ang sumagot ng project identification.
Okay, sige pa. Thank you, no? Ano ba yung tamang sagot? The answer really is problem identification, no? Kasi yung very first step is really determining ano ba yung problema or yung issue for which the project will respond to. Let me just remove Actually, the correct answer is problem identification. Bakit? Kasi kailangan muna nating ma-determine ano pa talaga yung specific problem or issue na dapat sinasagot or nire-respond to ng ating project, no? Before we identify the project. The design checklist, again, na-discuss na po kanina ni Ms. Narlene, no? There are two types of the design checklist, yung generic checklist and the sector-specific checklist. So again, yung generic checklist is used to measure the gender responsiveness of a program or project not belonging to any sector, di ba? While the sector-specific checklists composed of 20 checklists designed to measure the gender responsiveness of the program or project in a given sector. At sinasabi nga natin na kailangan tingnan natin yung context ng ating program or project because that will guide us on what checklist to use. And as much as possible, dapat ang ginagamit natin ay yung sector-specific checklist. And as of date, we already have 20 checklists developed, no? And ito po yung mga checklists. Again, sinasabi natin na kailangan tingnan natin talaga yung proyekto. For example, even if you are a state college or university, no, not automatically na education checklist yung gagamitin natin kasi titingnan natin kung ano yung proyekto. Yung proyekto ba natin ay rehabilitation of the road network in the campus, syempre yung gagamitin natin is the infrastructure checklist. Or if our project is on installing, an information and communication technology system within the university, so yung gagamitin natin would be the information and communication technology checklist. So talagang dapat tinitingnan natin yung type and purpose ng ating project in choosing the checklist. And it is recommended that as much as possible, hanapin talaga natin dito sa listahan ng mga sector-specific checklist yung pwede natin gamitin. Kasi like what Ms. Narlene has shown earlier, iba, ang sector-specific checklist is used to ensure that the projects or programs are consistent with the sector thrusts and its implementation is within the mandate of the proponent or implementing agency and the objectives of GAD-related policies and plans and priorities of the sector itself. Kasi pag tiningnan natin yung sector-specific checklist, talagang may discussion po siya doon sa sector mismo and what are the gender issues in the sector. It also includes gender analysis questions, context in the sector, and also a list of goals, no, which we can measure to ascertain the likely gender impact of a program or project in that sector. Because relevant gender equality and women empowerment objectives, outcomes, and outputs nandoon po sa sector-specific checklist. So yun po yung ating recommendation, no? Na kailangan tingnan muna natin yung available sector-specific checklist so that we can choose the most appropriate checklist. Pero pag nakita natin walang appropriate checklist doon sa listahan ng mga sector-specific checklist, then we can use the generic checklist. Kaya lang kasi yung downside ng generic checklist ay talagang generic din or general yung mga questions. So yan, kailangan tingnan natin yung mga checklist. So again, let us have a quick poll. I think this is just again to reinforce yung ating mga sinasabi kanina, no? There are blank elements of a gender-responsive project design. Sige nga, tingnan nga natin kung perfect na yung ating sagot dito. How many? So yung nangunguna is 10, no? Which is correct. No? Yan talaga yung, there are 10 core elements in a gender-responsive design. Pero may sumagot ng 20. Yung 20 are the total points in the GAD design checklist. So hindi po siya 3 at hindi po siya 8. No? The correct answer is 10. And we will discuss the 10 core elements in a gender-responsive design. Okay, so there are 10 elements in the project, the GAD design elements and the project development cycle. Again, in the project identification stage, makikita natin at tatandaan natin, sabi nga, ito yung gender analysis questions, and these are elements 1 to 3. So the first 3 requirements of a gender-responsive design are related to the project identification stage, while the next 7 elements 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, are pertinent to the project design stage. No? So una muna yung 3 in the project identification stage. So let us tackle the core elements of a gender-responsive design. So in the project identification stage, no, tatandaan natin, 3 po ang core elements during the project identification stage. Yung unang element, participation of women and men in problem identification. Second, collection and use of sex disaggregated data, or what we call SDT. And then third, conduct of gender analysis to identify gender issues the project must address. And the project design naman, again, 7, no? So it will now include yung mga design elements. Ito na yung talagang mga contents ng ating project proposal. Kasi nandito na yung mga goals, objectives, outcomes, and output. Makikita na natin dito yung activities to address the gender issues, including constraints to women's participation. And then, again, the second, gender analysis to anticipate the gender-related issues for the planned project. M&E indicators, di ba? Kailangan natin yan sa ating mga project proposal. That capture GAD results, ito yung emphasis. And then M&E system that includes sex disaggregated data and GAD database. And then yung ika-9th element, commitment of resources to address the gender issues. Kailangan we put our money where, sabi nga, our priorities or focus are. So, kailangan makita natin na may budget. Then, yung 10th is congruence with agency and national GAD agenda or priorities. Okay, so let us have it one by one. No? The project identification stage, we have 3 elements. And in the checklist, each element will have a full score of 2 points. So let's have the first core element in the project identification stage. The first core element in the project identification stage is participation of women and men in problem identification. No? So development programs or our programs and projects address the needs of our constituencies or beneficiaries. And a gender-responsive project requires the participation of male and female beneficiaries. No? It is important to note, explicitly requires men and women. Hence, if the beneficiaries are coffee growers or farmers, it is a requirement to consult women separately from men. No? Hindi natin pwedeng ilump lang na coffee farmers because men and women have different situations, roles, and needs. And we have also to be aware of stereotypical notions of women and men. We cannot subsume the needs of women as same, no? Or pareho lang sa mga kalalakihan. Doing so will render our project blind. Yan yung sinasabi natin na gender blind projects, no? Bulag, walang nakikita o hindi nakikita ang mga kababaihan kasi ang mainstream na imaging natin o focus natin ay mga kalalakihan, no? So, like when you think of a coffee farmer, ano ba yung image niya? Usually, no? Kasi we are product of our culture, etc. Yung image natin usually pagka-farmer is a male farmer, no? Rendering the women farmers as invisible. So I recall an example shared by Dr. Barbie Badayos, no? Kasi in the aftermath of the Super Typhoon Yolanda, in the devastated coastal towns of Carles and San Dionisio, yung UP Visayas also provided for immediate help, no, doon po sa mga affected communities. And nagdala sila ng mga fishing boats kasi nakita nila na yun yung mga, siyempre nawala, the fishing boats were destroyed. And during the turnover, ceremony of the fishing boats, yung mga kababaihan ay talagang tumayo at nagtanong, what about us? Kasi affected din kami. Nawala din yung aming mga dryer machines, yung aming mga, our fishing nets and all the things that we need also to process and market the products. Kaya ito yung example na kailangan i-consult talaga natin ang women and men, and we cannot subsume the needs of the women in the identified needs of the men. Otherwise, this will render the women invisible. No? So the first element is participation of women and men in problem identification. That is a number one requirement. So this is how it is actually reflected in one of the checklists. No? Yung may mga questions siya. Participation of women and men and project identification. Meron din siyang sub-questions. Has the project consulted women and men on the problem or issue that the intervention has solved and on the development of the solution? Ayan. No? And have women's inputs been considered in the design of the project? Tinatanong talaga yan at hinahanap. And are both women and men seen as stakeholders or partners or agents of change in the project design? Okay, so paano natin ito isusupport? So the possible means of verification or evidences or supporting documents and also possible sources of information, siyempre, di ba, yung feasibility study and the project proposal, the project implementing guidelines or procedures, titingnan natin, meron ba siyang sinasabi doon na mag-consult kayo sa mga babae at lalaki? Kunin ninyong mga inputs ng mga kababaihan, hahanapin natin yan. No? So this can also be reflected in minutes or documentation of consultations with women and men. Kaya kailangan sex disaggregated din yung ating mga attendance sheets. At of course, yung ating mga documentation ng results or proceedings ng discussion. So for example, focus group discussions, yung mga assemblies, stakeholder consultations, summit, surveys, researches, and studies conducted. Ito yung magpapakita na nako-comply natin yung first element, which is the participation of women and men in problem identification. So pag full, 2 points. Na? Okay? Sige po. Now, the next element is collection and use of sex disaggregated data and gender-related information. Na? Sex disaggregated data ang hinahanap dito and gender-related information. Sex disaggregated data which should be collected and used. So, hindi lang siya kinolect, pero talagang ginamit siya as inputs to the analysis of the problem. Bakit? Kasi ito yung sasagot sa mga tanong na sino ba yung mga intended project beneficiaries? Ilan ba yung mga kababaihan? Ilan yung mga kalalakihan? Yung mga children, no? Batang babae, batang lalaki. And ano yung mga profiles? Are they housewives? Are they with livelihood? Or are they enterprising poor? Are they working husbands? School-age children? What are the roles of the men? What are the roles of the women? No? For example, doon nga sa fishing community, the men go out to sea to catch the fish, while the traditional roles of the women would be to, process the fish, dry it, and also to market it. So what are the needs of the women, of the men, of the key groups of stakeholders? That is the second element, no, na hinahanap sa design natin. So that we can say that our design is gender responsive. So as an example, I hope you're able to see this. This is from the Department of Agriculture. As you can see, the very simple disaggregation of the data will, provide us much information like this one. Diba? Kikita na percent of female, provision of seeds, 41% lang yung mga kababaihan na beneficiaries, so on and so forth. Provision of other services, napakababa, 7.84. So that is just an example ng sex disaggregated data. So we need to collect it. So SDD collection is a crucial preliminary step in the planning process of a project. Data are collected to analyze the situation or context for development planning. And sex disaggregated data are statistical information which differentiate between women and men and allows one to see the gaps in their position and condition. And we analyze the gender statistics or gender-related information to surface the gender issues or disparity in condition. Ibig sabihin, may pagkakaiba ba ang sitwasyon ng mga kalalakihan at kababaihan? And usually, di ba, yung mga sources natin ng sex disaggregated data would be, of course, our Philippine Statistical Authority. So in this slide, I am sharing one infographics from PSA. Nakikita natin dito, sex disaggregated yung datos na pinoprovide sa itong infographic na ito. For example, number of overseas Filipino workers in 2016. Mas marami ang mga kababaihan kaysa mga, kalalakihan. And then, as you can see, most of the OFWs are babae, are in the age range of 25 to 29. Ibig sabihin, ang babata pa ng mga women OFWs natin, Parang bagong graduate lang ito sa college, While the men are the more predominant age group, 45 and over. So makikita mo, di ba, marami kang pwedeng maisip na mga implications ng datos na ito. And saan ba yung mga kababaihan? Elementary occupations. Saan ba yung elementary occupations? These are actually the basic or entry-level occupations. Elementary occupations, yun yung mga household workers, housekeepers, cleaners, etc. And take note, kahit sa data lang na ito, sa infographic na ito, even if there are more women OFWs, their remittances are less than that of the men, di ba? Kasi 71,000 lang compared to 132,000 for the male OFW. So, okay, that is sex disaggregated data. So, sa ating checklist, makikita natin itong question na to. collection of sex disaggregated data and gender-related information prior to project design. No? Prior to project design. So ito yung dapat nating sagutin. Has the project tapped sex disaggregated data and gender-related information from secondary and primary sources at the project identification stage? Or does the project document include SDD and gender-related information? So ano yung mga MOBs na tinitingnan natin? So possible sources of information, sabi nga, primary surveys na pwedeng i-conduct ng mga ahensya natin, from our administrative reports, from our fact sheets, also socio-economic profile of the LGU or the targeted service area, and then we can get from the Philippine Statistical Authority yung mga censuses and surveys and statistical reports. Also, researches and studies. Pwede po yan from universities, from theses, from, studies that are being conducted for the sector or for relevant to the project. So yung MOB natin, tinitingnan natin yung project background or rationale doon sa feasibility study or project proposal. Doon kasi natin makikita kung dito ba ay talagang ginamit yung sex disaggregated data at talagang inanalyze siya for gender-related information. So, ayan. Then the third element in the project identification stage is conduct of gender analysis to identify gender issues the project must address. So importante dito yung identification of gender issues and special needs of women that the project must address. Pag binalikan natin yung purpose ng Hagadaga, di ba? This is intended to really surface the special needs of women and the constraints faced by them so that they can equally enjoy the benefits and fruits of development. Kaya ito yung stage na kailangan talagang klaro kung ano ba yung gender issues and special needs of women that the project must address. So were the needs of women and men considered? Ano kaya yung mga practical and strategic needs of women that the project can address? What are the gender gaps or inequalities that exist between women and men in the targeted beneficiaries? Meron bang constraints to women's participation in the project? And how can the project be responsive to the needs of the women and men stakeholders? Yan. Diba? O tingnan niyo itong photo na ito, diba? Natutuwa ako dito. This is actually from the Facebook page of Iloilo kasi may mga bike lanes. Pero pag nakita mo ito, ano kaya yung special needs ng mga kababaihan, especially yung mga nanay, di ba? How can we make the bike lanes also not only an area for activity but really gender responsive to the needs of those who will use the bike lanes, especially the women, di ba? Ayan. So why gender analysis? Kasi kailangan natin ma-ensure that the concerns particular of a marginalized groups are included in the development agenda. Yung mga marginalized, ito yung mga nasa gilid, yung hindi nakikita. Yan yung hinahanap natin. Ano ba yung mga concerns nila kasi if we only focus on the mainstream group, ay hindi po tayo nagpo-promote ng gender equality and empowerment for all. So we should also be able to anticipate impacts of policies and programs, services on both women and men. Kaya kailangan natin mag-conduct ng gender analysis. So that before decisions are taken, an analysis is made on the effects to women and men respectively. Take note not as a collective group, but as a separate group, women and men separately. Kasi meron tayo talagang tinitingnan, may pagkakaiba ba sa kanilang pangangailangan? Bakit? Kasi pagkaiba talaga ang sitwasyon, ang role, ang interest, ang eksperyensya ng babae at lalaki. Just like in this photo, tingnan ninyo, no? Kung ano yung role na dinadala ng mga kababaihan at kalalakihan. Again, why gender analysis? So that we can understand the social processes and respond with informed and equitable options, no? Kailangan nating matugunan ang pangangailangan ng lahat, especially the marginalized groups, and importantly, identify the gender issues, and in so doing, design strategies relevant to the proposed or existing project. No? Kailangan makita natin yung mga gender issues. So in the gender analysis of the development problem, we can identify gender issues arising from practical gender needs and strategic gender needs. So ano yung practical gender needs? Practical gender needs, ito yung mga basic needs, no, ng mga kababaihan. The welfare needs, no? This would be food, clothing, shelter, also access to programs and services or technology. And the practical gender needs may arise from women's special needs. While on the other hand, when our program or project is gender responsive, sinasabi at ini-encourage, especially in our assessment using the HGDG, na tinitingnan natin na hindi lang tayo nag-focus doon sa practical gender needs, kundi nako-consider din natin yung strategic gender needs. Ano mga strategic gender needs? These are more long-term, yung kanyang impact. And this concerns about concept of personhood, no? Especially the human rights, fulfillment of the human rights of women. And the women to have the capacity to effect change. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang sila yung recipients na passive, but they are also transformed into having the capacity to effect change in their lives. This will also include the amendment or passage of enabling laws and regulations para maging more assistive siya sa pangangailangan ng mga kababaihan. No? For example, provision of daycare so that, di ba, yung mga reproductive roles ng mga kababaihan ay nasusuportahan din ng ating mga proyekto. Participation in decision-making over resources and benefits. And, of course, agency to decide future direction. So, yan. This is what we call practical gender needs and strategic gender needs. At ito po ay hinahanap sa ating HGDG checklist at pag tiningnan natin yung identification ng gender issues, yung mga questions sa HGDG ay gives higher score if we are able to consider not only the practical gender needs but also the strategic gender needs of the women. So yung malaki doon, no? Training, support capital, networking, ayan, protection, financial support. So, okay, I think you are able to get the difference between the practical and strategic gender needs, na? Sige. So keep it coming, 184 participants. Let us wait when it stops. So ano yung dominant dito? Again, strategic po, strategic gender needs of these women, micro entrepreneurs, no? So ano ba yung kailangan nating take note na pag strategic, mas long-term yung impact niya, mas transformative itong ginagawa natin sa ating programa at proyekto. Parang as opposed to practical na talagang sumasagot siya sa immediate na pangangailangan. Yung strategic kasi is more transformative, especially sa personhood ng kababaihan, no? Na mga, in this case, micro-entrepreneurs. There is also a transformation in their status from passive recipients to more active participants in the development process, no? Kaya pag tiningnan natin yung mga strategic gender needs are more focused on laws, na talagang ina-address yung mga discriminatory laws, yung pag-provide ng mga support services, especially for the reproductive responsibilities or roles ng mga kababaihan. Okay? Okay. So let me just stop share this so we can continue. No? And let me again pull out my PowerPoint slide. Pag practical, provision of basic needs, yung pagbigay ng capital is responding to practical need, no? Access to programs, pagdadala ng mga programa, ng mga training, ng pagbibigay ng technology support can also be responding to a practical gender need. While yung strategic is more transformative. Kaya tinitingnan natin dito, yung mga training ba natin ay meron siyang mga modules na nagpapa-aware ng ating mga kababaihan ng kanilang human rights, no? At nag-i-encourage sa kanila to effect change. Meron ba tayong mga supportive laws at meron ba tayong mga amendment doon sa mga laws na talagang nakagiging constraints? And yung ating bang programa ay nag-i-encourage ng participation nila, no? And are they really able to have that agency to decide future direction? So, yan. So, yung conduct of gender analysis to identify gender issues, yan yung element number 3. So, no? So, ito, tinitingnan natin, meron ba doon sa feasibility study or project proposal? Hinahanap natin yan sa rationale or background or statement of the problem. Titingnan din natin other documents like implementing guidelines or procedures, criteria for identifying beneficiaries or situation analysis. And yung pinaka-importante talaga, makikita natin explicitly yung gender issues and gap statements, no? Sabi nga ni Ms. Narlene, do not assume. Pag wala yan, talagang 0. Yun yung pag-rate din natin. Okay? So, now we proceed to the elements of a gender-responsive design. Ito na yung stage na dinidesign na natin yung project. And what are the elements? No? We have 7 elements, 2 points each. Yung unang element is GAD goals, objectives, outcomes, and output statements that address gender issues in number 3. So, tingnan niyo itong statement na to, na dapat yung goals, objectives, outcomes, and output statements ay nag-i-include ng GAD goals that address gender issues identified in element number 3. Kaya pag hindi tayo nakapag-identify ng mga gender issues sa element number 3, hit and miss na din po itong element number 4 natin. Ibig sabihin, sa scoring, wala kang gender issue, bakit nagkakascore ka dito sa number 4, di ba? So, let us have a poll question very quickly. Programs whose beneficiaries are predominantly women are gender-responsive programs. Do you agree? Disagree? Okay. Ano ba? Gender-responsive na ba yung programa pag predominantly women ang ating mga beneficiaries? Siyempre, sabi nyo nga, no. Disagree kasi it does not necessarily follow, no? Now, let's talk about levels of gender equality and women empowerment results. Kasi dito po sa Hagadaga, ang hinahanap dito ay sagot sa tanong na what do we mean with gender equality and women empowerment results, no? So, ginagamit dito na framework is Sarah Longwell's framework o GWEF. At yung unang tinitingnan is yung level ng welfare. Yung project ba ay nag-a-address ng material and physical well-being, especially ng women? Ito yung sabi natin kanina, addressing the practical gender needs, no? Food, clothing, shelter, security, etc. But next, nahanap din dito kasi progressing yung ating GWE framework is also access, ensuring the resources, services, and facilities are made available. Ibig sabihin, hindi talagang na-avail siya, no? Available. Not only nandyan, kundi talagang na-avail. And with that, tinitingnan din na na-address ba yung constraints. For example, kung yung ating programa ay institution-based, ito ba ay na-avail ng mga kababaihan in the rural areas, no? So dapat masagot natin yung tanong nan. And then next is yung ating project or program ba ay meron ding results on conscientization. Ito ba ay merong consciousness raising? Ay yung sinasabi natin na transformative about women's concept of personhood, no? Ito yung consciousness raising about women's human rights, and ito yung consciousness raising about one's empowerment, no? Next is participation. Participation. Participation is the active involvement in the development process of the stakeholders themselves. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang nila na-access, hindi lang nila nakukuha, hindi lang nila na-avail, but at the same time, they are already actively participating in the development process. Ano yung mga indicators niyan? Nagiging member na sila ng mga associations, organizations. And the highest level, of course, is control, no? Yung balance of power between women and men, especially in decision-making over resources. So this is what we call GWE, no? The levels of gender equality and women empowerment results, at yan po ang hinahanap din sa Hagadaga design, no? Okay, so element number 4, ito na yung nasa design stage, no? The goals, objectives, outcomes, ano yung mga MOVs natin? Ayan, titingnan natin ulit yung goals and objectives na sa project proposal. Also the logical framework, the measurement framework, and performance indicators. So, na element number 5, activities, strategies that address gender issues, including constraint to women's access and benefit, no? So, ano ito? Ang hinahanap dito are activities and strategies that respond to the gender issues identified. Kaya again, binabalik tayo dun sa ano ba yung gender issues? At yung gender issues ba na yan ay namamatch ng mga activities, no? Ng ating proyekto. So, hahanapin po siya sa ating design. Baga, yung objectives natin, nasusupport ba siya ng mga activities? So, this is how it is in the checklist. And ano mga MOVs? Again, tinitingnan natin yung project proposal, the logical framework, the strategies and the activities, implementing guidelines and supplemental guidelines, no? So, element number 6, gender analysis that anticipate the gender-related issues for the planned project. Ito yung second gender analysis that we have to conduct in the project development cycle. But this one is already a review of the project design with the question, will the project have adverse effect or impact on women and girls or the vulnerable groups? Does the project challenge existing gender division of labor or gender bias? And how will the project or the program mitigate the risks? Na? Kasi meron tayo minsan mga proyekto na may unexpected results. For example, in the Kalahi Seeds, yung mga kababaihan ay nag-participate na doon sa construction work, no? And only to have, you know, the monitors later on discover na tumataas yung incidence ng domestic violence, no? Kasi nagagalit pala yung mga asawa nila kasi hindi na daw nagagawa ng mga kababaihan yung trabaho nila sa bahay kasi nakakonsentrate na sila doon sa earning through their participation in the construction work and the Kalahi Seeds na mga proyekto. Kaya kailangan tingnan din how to mitigate yung mga ganoong mga risks, no, or likely adverse impacts. So tinitingnan din po yan sa ating mga proyekto. Marami mga ganyan, no, mga unexpected results because of the cultural constraints, no, in terms of norms, yung mga expectations, perceptions, and roles ng ating mga kababaihan. So ayan, tinitingnan yan. So again, binabalikan natin na sa implementing guidelines ba, meron bang assessment of risks, no? sa mga assessment reports or my work instructions or supplemental guidelines. Nakikita ba yan? So element number 7 is monitoring indicators and targets, which include the reduction of gender gaps or improvement of women's participation. So ito naman, yung tinitingnan natin sa ating project document, ay meron ba itong MN indicators that capture the GAD results? Diba? Kasi baka mamaya ay sabi natin, identify natin yung mga gender issues, pero pagdating pala sa mga monitoring indicators, bumabalik pa rin tayo doon sa usual. For example, hindi natin nakakapture yung mga increase in utilization rate by women of the infrastructure or facility, kundi yung nakukuha lang natin is the length of the road network, the amount of loan na money availed of by the beneficiaries, etc., etc. So, kailangan ding meron tayong klarong monitoring indicators and targets which include the reduction of gender gaps or improvement of women's participation. At isa pong makakatulong sa atin, especially in reviewing that, would be the monitoring and evaluation of gender equality and women empowerment in the Philippines. Ito yung compendium of GWE indicators, no, na pwede po natin i-download sa PCW website. And even in the Hagadaga manual, makikita po natin yung mga recommended MN indicators. At kahit po sa checklist, pag sector specific yung checklist natin, nami-mention na doon talaga yung mga specific MNE indicators na pwede nating gamitin. No? So in this element, ito ay hinahanap natin again sa project logical framework, sa MNE reports, tinitingnan natin yung mga intake forms, and ano ba yung project measurement framework? No? Ano ba yung mga performance indicators? Yan. So the element number 8, MNE system that includes SDD and GAD database. No? So ayan, sinasabi na naman dito na kailangan i-require talaga natin na sa monitoring natin and evaluation system at the very least, dapat naka-sex disaggregate yung data na ginagather natin. Because data are needed to verify project outputs classified by sex and analyzed in terms of gender, no? Kailangan. Ito talagang usually partial yung mga scores ng mga project natin unless na nako-convert natin siya into gender related information, no? So ayan. Again, tinitingnan natin dito yung kikita ba natin to sa project log frame, sa MNE reports, intake forms, measurement framework natin, or performance targets, no? Naka-sex disaggregate ba siya? O baka, again, nandun sa number of technologies commercialized, number of housing units, wala pa rin yung sex disaggregated database na number of female beneficiaries, number of male beneficiaries, etc. So, importante ito, no? At talagang, sabi nga, madali naman siyang i-comply. Basta karoon tayo ng guideline na kailangan magko-collect tayo ng sex disaggregated data. So the element number 9 is commitment of resources to address the gender issues. Again, this is 2 points. So dito naman, tinitingnan yung sinasabi bang mga activities that respond to the gender issues identified, ay binibigyan ba natin ng budget allocation, no? Meron ba tayong mga budget for that so that it can be implemented? Or second, meron ba tayong GAD expertise na ina-avail, no? Halimbawa, meron tayong mga consultant, meron ba tayong GAD consultant para mag-guide tayo doon sa gender mainstreaming dito sa programa or proyekto, whether in-house siya sa atin mismo from our GAD focal point system or our own GAD resource pool. Kailangan kasi talagang klaro na nag-guide itong gender mainstreaming sa proyekto na to. No? And is the agency able to show that it is committed to invest in project staff time in building capacities for integrating GAD or promoting gender equality? So ano ibig sabihin yan? Ibig sabihin, we cannot claim that a project can be gender responsive, ba't wala din itong element na patuloy nating tinitrain or binibuild yung capacity ng ating mga staff to integrate GAD and promote gender equality in the project itself. For example, pag road network, yung mga engineers ba natin, natitrain natin sila on gender, no? Being gender sensitive and how to use the hagadaga to assess whether what they are doing is gender responsive. So, dapat nakikita natin yan sa mga work and financial plans, sa ating mga GAD Plan and Budget. Tinitingnan din natin yung meron ba tayong mga TOR or CV of gender experts or consultants involved in the project. Of course, yung mga GAD capacity building development plans or even reports for our programs na matagal na nating mga ginagawa. Okay? So the last element is congruence with agency and national GAD agenda or priorities. So dito tinatanong, congruent ba or aligned itong project na ito sa GAD agenda ng agency itself? Nandiyan ba siya sa ating GAD Plan and Budget? Nakikita ba na ini-ensure natin yung sustainability nito through partnership with other agencies like LGUs and of course the Philippine Commission on Women? At meron ba itong sustainability plan? Ibig sabihin, hindi lang ito na during the project ay meron siyang gender mainstreaming pero pagkatapos ng project ay hindi na natin na itutuloy, no? Hindi na natin na sustain yung mga project gains. So that is element number 10. And for this, our MOV could be the GAD Plan and Budget, the GAD Agenda, and even partnership agreements or MOA with other agencies. Okay? So, how do we interpret the score? Di ba yung total niya is 20? From below 4, it is gender blind or GAD is invisible. And ayan, ito yung mga levels niya, no? Which we can also see in the manual. So, ano yung mga guidelines in accomplishing? Let me skip this. So, general guidelines in using the hagadaga. Una, siyempre, the GAD focal point system shall lead in the conduct of the assessment sessions, no? Using the hagadaga. And then, ang composite team, sino yan? Yun yung mga project, program developer, program account officers. Ito sila yung talagang from the project management office, program management office. Doon yung kasama din yung nag-i-implement itong programa, relevant, and then they should be invited, no, and created to be the assessment team for that program or project. Composite team talaga. Hindi pwede na yung mag-a-assess lang yung walang kailangan talaga na meron doon na alam yung proyekto, sila yung nag-design or sila yung nag-i-implement at nag-monitor, no? Para alam nila kung saan nila kukunin yung mga MOBs or supporting documents. And then we recommend to conduct an orientation or training like this one, no? Mag-attend tayo ng session on gender analysis. And also the use of the hagadaga para ma-explain natin yung concept ng practical versus strategic needs and then yung results, di ba kanina, gender equality and women empowerment framework. The next, we should be able to collate and prepare the reference documents for the program. Na? For the design stage, the following are needed. Importante yung program or project proposal, the feasibility study, implementing guidelines, yung ibang ahensya, merong policy or procedures manual na or others would have it translated into implementing rules and regulations by department orders or executive orders. Tingnan din natin yung program measurement framework, no? Di ba nakikita natin na ito yung mga usual na mga reference documents, supplemental guidelines, work instructions, and related documents. So you select the appropriate design checklist going through each element, question, and item. And again, no, inuulit-ulit natin, use the guide for accomplishing the checklist Assigning the score shall be supported by evidences and MOVs. Do not assume, sabi nga ni Ms. Narlene, huwag tayong assumptionista. Pag wala sa dokumento, 0 kasi hindi natin naisulat. So kailangang ayusin natin para nandyan siya talaga. And also write down the recommendations at the remarks and recommendations column. Kasi yung ibang mga hagadaga score sheets, scores lang yung nilalagay, at minsan may mga MOB pero nakakaligtaan yung recommendations, which is very important. Na? So the DFPS shall review, validate the score and the MOBs in a plenary session kasi kayo naman po talaga yung magpa-final review niyan. Then you should also agree on the deadline for submission of the required MOBs to finalize the hagadaga score and the assessment. Then you collate the results. No, first, kasi di ba primarily so that we can be guided on our action steps or mitigating strategies to improve the gender responsiveness of that program or project. And second, to calculate the percentage that can be attributed to the agency GAD budget or the GAD Plan and Budget. But, sabi nga, before we score, we read and refer to the scoring guide of the checklist. Kasi babalikan natin yan, meron talaga siyang ano ba yung 0, ano ba yung partial, ano ba yung full. Ayan. Kaya titingnan talaga natin yung scoring guide. Huwag tayong umupo kaagad at alam mo ba yon yung nakikita ko minsan, yung parang nagbo-votation sila. Ay sige, full yes na lang yan. Pero hindi nila tiningnan yung scoring guide at wala silang mga MOVs, no? So, we really have to follow according to the guidelines kasi otherwise babalik na naman tayo kasi wala na naman tayong mga evidences. So this is an example of the generic checklist, no? How do we do it? If nothing has been done, yan yung i-check natin, no? Put a check in the column. Check po ang ilalagay natin, hindi yung score, no? Yan. At yung scoring ay, yung score dito po sa last column natin ilalagay, no? Check dito sa score, yan, diyan tayo maglalagay ng score. Wag po nating lagay dito yung mga numerical na mga scores sa column 2A, 2B, and 2C para wag magulo, no? So that is how we do it. And an important tip, no? We find it very useful to use a summary worksheet to document the findings and observations and possible action or recommendations. So ito yung worksheets na ginagamit natin na nag-i-include ng element, ano yung mga things to consider, ano ba yung nakita natin, findings, comments, issues identified, and recommendations. But this one is not actually included in the checklist, no? This is just a recommendation or additional input na pwede po nating magamit to really be more able to document yung ating mga findings and observations and possible action or recommendation. Kasi babalikan po siya natin. We find this useful, especially when we already discuss recommendations and mitigating strategies. Na? So, what time is it? It is 10:15. Let me just share an illustrative case, no, very quickly. This one is from the ZPMPC, which is a multi-purpose cooperative, no? And the project is Credit and Development Financing Program nitong MPC. So ZPMPC is a multi-purpose cooperative partner of the PCW Great Women Project 2. It offers credit and development financing services to its members. Meron siyang various types of loans. And yung target niya, entrepreneurial poor and women micro-entrepreneurs. So, nung ginawa yung design assessment, ito yung mga documents na tiningnan, no? Yung ZP, MPC, Credit and Development Financing Program Guidelines. Ayan, yan yung tiningnan at dito natin hinanap yung mga hinahanap natin mga elements, naka-indicate ba dito sa mga dokumentong ito? Loan application guidelines, criteria and requirements, application forms, monitoring forms, NME reports, the project proposal, and we even viewed the project video, which is a briefer about the credit and development financing program. So very quickly, ito po yung kanilang assessment at makikita nyo na in the last column, naka-indicate dito yung MOVs as well as recommendations. No? So for example, dito, participation, they gave themselves full score of yes. At naka-indicate po dito na they were able to consult the women, na document nila even yung chat exchanges with WMEs, in the program concept note, nandoon din po yun. And then also the PCW study on women micro-entrepreneurs. How about the inputs? Sabi nila, nasa criteria po ng beneficiaries, no? The need for capital and enhancement of working area, priority for entrepreneurial poor. And are different groups of women seen as stakeholders? Ito kasing project, priority niya are women micro-entrepreneurs. No? So with this, they gave themselves a full score of 2. Yan, sa collection of sex disaggregated data, in the project proposal itself, the project concept note, nakikita natin yung profile of members with sex disaggregated data and cited in the project background or rationale of the guidelines. Meron talaga silang analysis. How about the conduct of gender analysis? Partial po yung naging score nila kasi sabi nila, there are considerations of reproductive roles. Aware naman yung mga project officers ng reproductive roles ng especially mga kababaihan, the women micro-entrepreneurs. There is a discussion on household tasking and gender division of labor during the on-site monitoring and evaluation of the loan availers, no? But they need to institutionalize this in the guidelines, no? Especially in the guidelines on what to do during the monthly visit. So they scored themselves partial. Kasi kailangan pa nilang i-enhance. So gender equality goals, suffice it to say na nakita talaga dun sa guidelines na meron siyang gender equality goals, no? Yung increased income of women. Sabi ko nga, this is supported by an enumeration of the gender equality goals. No? And are the strategies matched with gender issues? So, tinitingnan din yung assessment reports, documents sa training, financing, packaging, and trade fairs kasi nakikita doon may emphasis ng role of men to support the women micro-entrepreneurs. Meron pa nga silang kasunduan, no, signed by husband and wife. Kasi dito sa kasunduan na ito, hindi lang yung women micro-entrepreneur ang responsible, kundi the whole household, particularly, of course, the husband. Yung ine-emphasize nila doon na this is not only the loan of the mother or the woman, but it is the responsibility of the whole household na talagang itaguyod itong project na to funded from the financing program of the MPC. Kaya maganda yung kasunduan. We think it's a best practice. Na? So where the needs of women and men in connection with their reproductive roles, sabi nga nila, this is an area for improvement. So yan yung recommendation nila. So yan. This is how they are able to rate themselves, no? Yung microfinance services, enable women micro-entrepreneurs to venture. Sabi nila, meron silang exposure to different markets. So mag-a-attend sila ng mga online marketing and use of social media and other e-commerce platforms. So does the project measures have a measure to avoid or reduce the negative effects of the division of labor resulting from the microfinance project? So again, yung kasunduan signed by husband and wife is the evidence, no? This is part of the project guidelines na kailangan talagang klaro yung kasunduan, which is the responsibility of both the husband and the wife in the loan availment. Okay? So yan. So, ito kasi gumamit talaga siya ng sectoral checklist for microfinance. So is the information about the microfinance facility or service readily available to the women entrepreneurs? Hindi lang siya available, dinadala talaga siya through home visits, no? So does the project include measures to include women's control over the use of the loan? Nasagot po talaga ito doon sa guidelines kasi yung passbook sa loan is in the name of the woman, micro-entrepreneur, at mayroon pa silang regular utilization report on where the loan money is being used. No? So dito nila na-discover kung yung pera ba ay ginagamit sa purposes not intended for the loan. For example, namit ba sa birthday celebration, etc. So we find this very innovative. Ha? Ayan. So that is how said PMPC. Will the project address socially or culturally acceptable and accessible to women? Yung mga constraints na identify din po nila and they score themselves partial kasi sabi nila may mga constraints pa na dapat i-address. For example, yung compliance to BIR requirements ng women micro-entrepreneurs, yung availment of the BAMBI law, no, yung Barangay Micro-Enterprise Law, which the LGUs are not yet able to implement. And yung isang constraint na yung mga produkto ay hindi nakaka-comply sa FDA requirements, which is the Food and Drug Administration. But at the same time, they also have values and spiritual formation sessions for member WMEs. No? This is more of motivational and leadership sessions. Okay. Sa monitoring targets and indicators, partial po yung score kasi sabi nila they have to add more GWI indicators of results for women's participation and representation in the multipurpose cooperative. So this is an area for improvement. Sex disaggregated database is also partial kasi hindi pa sila fully sex disaggregated yung kanilang mga intake forms. So they have to review their intake forms. Sa resources, nakita naman yung work and financial plan. So yung mga activities identified, mayroong mga budget, relationship with the agency's GAD efforts. Nakita ito sa signed partnership agreement. And thus the project hub and exit plan. SEDP is already a regular program of the multi-purpose cooperative. Talagang transform lang nila into being gender-responsive facility. And it has also a MOA with the LGU and other government agencies. For example, DTI, they host the negosyo center of the DTI. So for this project of the said PMPC, which is Credit and Development Financing, the score is 17.34, which is at the level of being gender responsive. Okay? So yan po, no? So what do the ratings mean? Gender sensitive, recognized. Kung gender sensitive, nare-recognize at na-acknowledge natin yung differences and roles, but hindi pa na actively address yung mga issues identified. While when the project is already gender responsive, which is at the highest level, substantial na yung pag-address ng gender issues identified through a gender analysis of sex disaggregated data and gender-related information. Okay, so next po, yung ano nga ba yung paggamit natin ng agad-agad, di ba? Kanina in-explain na po ito ni Ms. Narlene that not only for attribution, but really to serve as guide and ensuring that the GAD perspective is integrated in the design, implementation, management, monitoring and evaluation of programs and projects of agencies. No, more than attribution, it is really to transform our programs and projects to become gender responsive. Kaya ginagamit natin yung mga elements to guide us to assess, no, kung ano ba yung mga gaps. So again, dalawa, no, but the first one is primary, to really assess and enhance gender responsiveness of our agency POPs. And secondary na rin po yung determine ang percentage amount of agency program activities or projects for attribution to the GAD budget, the GAD Plan and Budget, and the GAD Accomplishment Report. So, first use, assess and enhance gender responsiveness of program projects. Sabi nga natin, the HGDG, the design checklist particularly, we use it to review our program or project design based on the 10 elements na diniscuss natin. And after reviewing, we must be able to identify areas for action to integrate gender in the mainstream of regular program or project implementation and enhance its gender responsiveness from gender blind. Gender blind, di ba, bulag, to being gender responsive, no? Sinasagot niya na yung mga nakitang mga gender issues, no? Which are the differential needs of the men and women beneficiaries. So, for example, dito sa SEDP, you can also have for your own programs or projects a similar summary, no? Tinitingnan mo, sabi ko nga, babalikan natin yung mga recommendations na ating naisulat during the assessment so that we can identify yung mga areas na kailangan natin, yung mga tinatawag nating gender mainstreaming action steps or mitigating strategies to enhance the gender responsiveness of the program or project. So in summary, makikita mo siya na itong mga partial are the areas that need mitigating strategies, no? So babalikan mo yung na-document mo na findings, remarks, and also recommendations, no? Example, no? Sabi nga ng SEDP, there are recognition of gender issues, but they need to institutionalize this in their guidelines kasi nakikita nila pero kailangan talaga nilang ibalik doon sa guidelines para hindi lang ito ngayon nangyayari, kundi nasusustain siya in their next implementation. And yan, so yung second is kailangan nilang i-integrate ang GAD, especially the gender division of labor in the household and other constraints faced by women clients in the program training module. So, sabi nila, gagawan talaga nila yon ng mga discussion points. And yung provision for collection of SDD, they would like to improve on this so that they can really not only gather SDD, but use the gender related information that results from it for program enhancement. Okay, so of course, yung mga green areas will be the areas to be sustained. Yan, na? Kaya yung pwede natin gawin, na? We can have a summary of that. So ano nga yung magiging results? The gender analysis results from the HGDG assessment of the major program or project or the flagship program of the agency from the design checklist, we can now call out ano ba yung mga gender responsiveness gaps, no? Based on the HGDG 10 elements. At nakita natin yun, yung mga partial or zero scoring. Then we go back also to the comments and the recommendations. Ano ba yung mga lacking na mga MOB? Sabi nga nila, meron kaming SDD pero hindi pa siya na-integrate talaga sa most of our monitoring reports, no? So lacking para yun sa kanila. And the zero scores, which are areas for improvement and intervention, and these can feed inputs to the agenda, the GAD agenda, no? The gender issues for GAD agenda and the GAD Plan and Budget programming, which can also be direct GAD activities. Kasi kailangan natin, we are not only content with, getting part of the budget for attribution, but most importantly, kailangan patuloy yung transformation ng ating mga programa at proyekto, no? So in the GAD budget attribution, ito yung usual natin, no, na humihingi tayo ng guidance on how to compute for or estimate how much of a program project budget may be attributed to the GAD budget kasi pinoprovide ito ng Joint Circular 2012-01 for MGAs, no, issued by PCW, NEDA, and DBM, and also for LGUs, PCWDI, LG, DBM, NEDA, JMC, which states that NGAs and LGUs may attribute a portion or the whole budget of major programs to their GAD plan and budget using the HGDG tool. In other words, we need to use the HGDG checklist to assess first the programs or project which we would like to request for attribution. Okay, let me just skip that. So, again, di ba yung guideline na masabi nga natin na pag hindi siya umabot sa 5%, PCW will not accept nor review the submitted GAD plan and budget of NGAs. Kaya kailangan natin din natingnan yung ating mga major, regular, or flagship programs and budget. So, can the agency utilize 100% of its regular budget for GAD? Last poll. Pwede pa. Yes. KD, hello.
Hello po, Miss Lorena.
Ayan. Sige nga, tingnan natin yung, yung sagot.
So nangunguna po ang yes. We have 17%, 20% of the participants already voting in our poll. Nangunguna pa rin po ang yes na may 256 na sumagot. Nasa 53% na po tayo, Miss Lorena.
Yes.
And
Oo, nakikita ko yes yung pinakamaraming sagot. 74% answered yes, no? 73. Okay. So 73% said yes. And the correct answer is yes, 'di ba? Kasi lahat dapat ng programa ng ating mga ahensya or local government unit should be gender responsive. Kaya pwede talaga na 100%. In fact, hindi nga pwede. Kundi ito yung goal natin na 100% of our regular budget are really budget for GAD, because we can say that what we do in our programs and projects are actually gender responsive. No? And we can also ascertain that using the HGDG. Diba? Kaya kayang-kaya talaga yan. And in fact, sabi, hindi lang kaya, kundi talagang ito yung ating ultimate goal. No? So reminder, budget allocated and utilized for regularly funded programs and projects could be attributed as part of the GAD budget, provided that the said programs and projects undergo an assessment using the HGDG design checklist, whether it is generic or sectoral. Yan. So what programs or projects can be attributed to the GAD budget? Flagship or major programs of the LGU or agency. Pag sinabi nating flagship, ito yung big budgeted, regular, major programs ng ahensya. Yun yung uunahin nating i-assess. Why? Kasi this is an indication of the serious intent of the LGU or the agency itself, na yung mga regular nating mga programa at serbisyo ay talagang natatransform natin into programs and projects which address gender equality and women's development and empowerment, no? In other words, hindi lang siya yung parang compliance, kundi ito talaga yung pag-transform natin ng ating mga ginagawa into being responsive to the needs not only of men, but also of women. No? Having in mind that women are usually left invisible, hindi nakikita, stereotyped, they also face constraints, particularly constraints owing to their household and reproductive roles. No? So yan, ni-encourage yung mga ahensya na tingnan natin yung mga flagship or major programs. Kaya pag lahat ng ating mga major programs ay natatransform na natin at na-assess natin at na-rate natin using the Hagadaga na gender responsive, yun yung sinasabi natin na 100% of our agency budget is really utilized for GAD, no? To promote gender and development. But also take note that in the attribution, only programs or projects that are gender sensitive or have reached a minimum GAD score of 4 can be considered na for attribution. Below that, talagang wala na po yung gender responsive elements. Bulag na bulag siya talaga. So in the attribution, based from the program project design, no, tingnan natin yung proposal, concept paper, work plan, logical framework, etc. using the design checklist, whether generic or sectoral checklists. No? Ito po yung pagbabasihan natin ng attribution to the GAD Plan and Budget using the percentage attribution formula. So, sabi nga, pag below 4, 0 or no attribution, hindi siya i-accept for attribution. But for these scores, no, ranging 4 to 7.9, etc. hanggang 20, yung bagong guidelines po ay nagsasabi na equivalent to the percentage score of the agency on the Hagadaga assessment, yung pwede nating i-request na percentage of the budget for the year to be attributed to the GAD budget. No? So ito na yung ating scoring guide, no? Which is Hagadaga score divided by the total Hagadaga score. Itong Hagadaga score, meaning Hagadaga score from the scoring checklist using the design checklist divided by the total Hagadaga score, which is 20 points times 100%, would give us the percent of annual program or budget attributable to GAD. So, ayan. So that is how it is computed. No? Example, rehabilitation of road network. Using the infrastructure checklist, the score is 8 points, or 8 over 20 is 40%. So we can request 40% of the total budget for the rehabilitation of the road network for 2021 as attributable to the GAD budget of the agency. No? So ito po, total budget for rehabilitation of road network is 100 million, for example, times 40%. No? That is 8 over 20. 8 yung score ng checklist natin, no? And 20 is the total points, no, in the design checklist. That's 40%. So we can request for attribution of the 40 million portion of the budget of the rehabilitation of the road network for attribution to the GAD budget of the agency. So in our GAD plan and budget, dito po siya natin ilalagay sa row for attributed programs, no? Kasi meron tayong rows for client focus, direct GAD activities, organization focus, direct GAD activities, at meron po tayong attributed program na category. So dito natin siya ilalagay, no? Like this, na? So attributed program under GAD activity, take note yung mga columns 1, 2, 3, and 4, hindi na natin pini-fill up sa attributed programs lang man po, no? Sa GAD activity, lalagay natin. Rehabilitation of road network, Hagadaga rating equals 8 or 40% of the total budget of 100 million. So we place here 40 million, source of budget, could be GAA, at sino yung responsible unit? CDMO, maybe the Campus Development Management Office. So that is how we put it in the GAD plan and budget for attribution, no? So again, PDF copies of the results of the assessment using the appropriate design checklist and other supporting documents, PDF, nakascan po siya, shall be attached to the agency's GAD Plan and Budget submission. Kasi in the absence of that, di wala din, no? Hindi po mababalidate ng ating reviewer yung mga documents and therefore, baka ibalik sa atin. Actually, hindi lang baka, babalik talaga, no? Kasi we need more supporting documents. Okay, so last question. Patuloy ako kay dito sa chat box. Among the 10 elements of the Hagadaga design, what do you think are the most critical elements? Na pag hindi po natin yun na-comply, it will render the whole project gender blind. Ano kaya yun? What do you think? Pwede po sa chat box natin i-type yung ating mga sagot.
Yan po, Miss Lorena, may pumapasok na pong sagot sa ating chat box.
Sige nga, KD.
We have GA, SDD, gender issues, SDD. Mukhang mas marami pong sumasagot ng SDD.
Okay.
We also have gender issues, gender analysis, consultation. Pero mas marami pa rin po talaga ang SDD.
Okay.
Issues, gender analysis, consultation, problem identification, project identification, MOV, consultation, SDDs, problem identification, gender issues, gender analysis, budget. May naglagay po ng budget. You have SDD and gender analysis. SDD participation po.
Ayan. Maraming salamat po sa mga sumagot. Thank you for participating, no? And quickly answering our question. Yes. Ano po yung pinaka-importanting element? Marami po yung talagang nakakuha ng ng gist ng ating presentation. Yung first 3 elements ng Hagadaga design, no? 'Di ba? Participation, collection and use of sex disaggregated data. At yung sabi nyo nga, importante ma-identify yung gender issues. Kasi pag walang gender issues, yung design natin will be like sporadic na yung score natin, hit and miss na siya. Kasi ano ba yung sinasagot niya ng mga gender issues, di ba? So, it's actually the first 3 elements in the project identification stage. Pag yung tatlong yun ay nagawa po natin, no, it will really propel our program or project to be not only gender sensitive, but also transform it and make it a regular gender responsive program of the agency. Okay? So now, we have covered all our topics, no? Yung Hagadaga, the design stage, and of course, generic sectoral checklist. We have discussed the core elements, the guidelines in accomplishing the design checklist. We have also shown and shared the case of ZP and PC, and how to use the results of the design checklist to improve the gender responsiveness of our program and project, and to calculate for GAD budget attribution. Yeah. So we have covered all our topics for discussion. Salamat po.
Marami pong salamat, Ms. Lorena. Ang dami po nating natutunan about project design sa ating session na to. Natutunan din po natin kung gaano kahalaga ang problem identification. Una po sa lahat, importante ang gender analysis sa ating paggawa ng projects. Kung without the gender analysis, our projects can be gender blind. Pagkatapos po nating mag-gender analysis, it is also important to identify gender issues. And we should also be able to identify not only the practical gender needs, but also the strategic gender needs of our beneficiaries and clients. Pagkatapos po nating ma-identify ang gender issues, tama lamang po na ito ay ating ibangga sa ating mga gender outcomes at GAD goals. And we can actually look at the strategies and initiatives that we would like to do to address these gender issues. Maraming pong salamat, Ms. Lorena, sa aming mga natutunan ngayong umagang ito. For this session, kung kanina diniscuss natin ang design checklist, this specific session will focus on the PIMA checklist with emphasis on the core GAD elements in the PIMA checklist, sample program, project assessment using the Hagadaga PIMA checklist, reflecting the Hagadaga assessment result as an attributed program in the GAD Accomplishment Report, identification of mitigating strategies to address gender gaps, and recommendation and tips in accomplishing Hagadaga PIMA checklist. For this session, again, we have a member of the National GAD Resource Pool, Batch 2. She is an advocate of gender and development, social entrepreneurship, environment, and community development. With more than 20 years of extensive working experience with the national and local government, as well as international NGOs, CSOs, and grassroots organization, may I call on Miss Araceli Ara Bayubay Mercado. Hello po, good afternoon, Miss Ara.
Good afternoon, KD. Ayan, clear ba yung audio ko?
Yes po.
Ayan, maraming salamat sa pagpapakilala at welcome po ulit sa ating mga participants ngayong tanghali. Ayan, thank you po for staying at kanina nga pong umaga. So pagsimulan na po nating matutunan ang tungkol sa Hagadaga or yung Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines, kung paano ginagamit ito para ma-ensure natin na gender responsive yung ating mga programs or project na ini-implement, no, by using the 10 core elements sa design checklist. So ngayong tanghali, ang atin naman pong focus ng discussion ay yung paano naman natin po gagamitin yung second part niya, yung tinatawag po natin na PIMA checklist. So i-share ko po ang aking screen para po makita po natin yung laman ng aking session. So ang session 3 natin ay regarding sa Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines PIMA checklist. So kaninang umaga, nasimulan nang i-discuss yung steps in gender analysis, why we do gender analysis, what are the data and materials that we use for data analysis. So napakahalaga po noon, sabi nga natin, dahil kung hindi natin yung gagawin from the project identification stage, so maaaring ang ating proyekto, programang ini-implement ay gender blind pala. Tapos sasabihin po natin na ay gender responsive yan. So kaya po may tool tayo to ensure na talaga pong yung pag-claim natin ay talagang true at hindi po natin ina-assume lang na siya ay isang gender sensitive or responsive na project. So yun po yung ating inaaral ngayong araw na ito. So dun sa ginagawa po natin, so sa umaga, tinignan natin yung steps in gender-based analysis kung paano i-surface yung differential situation of men and women. So nakita din natin doon ano yung mga practical and strategic gender needs, no, kailangan nating i-address o mga gender issues na kinakaharap ng ating mga target beneficiaries or project or program stakeholders. And we identify the differential roles and responsibilities of men and women. So, tinitingnan ano yung current na gender division of labor. So, meron bang mga constraints sa participation ng women sa ating project or dun sa mga men? So, ini-ensure natin yon na ilalabas natin yon by doing gender analysis. And also, number 3, tinitingnan natin yung differential access to resources of men and women. So, sino ba yung may access kanina, di ba? Pinakita sa atin yung WAC-PC. So, tiningnan natin yung welfare, yung access to resources and benefits or opportunities. Like for example, may access ba sila sa capitalization or sa credit or sa mga training? No? Tinitingnan natin yon sa mga target beneficiaries natin. And also, we analyze the differential impact of programs or project interventions to men and women. That's why nag-identify tayo ano ang GWE goals natin, no? Yung ating gender equality and women empowerment that after the implementation of our program or project, nakikita natin yung gender impact niya. Nag-improve ba dahil doon sa mga activities or GAD activities na ginawa ng ating project, no? So, why we do gender analysis? So, ito ay isang proseso na kung saan tinitingnan natin at iniintindi, no? We try to understand the social processes and respond with informed and equitable options. So, alam natin dahil nga nagkakaroon tayo ng consultation dun sa mga women and men, no, na target natin. So, meron tayong participatory process at mas naintindahan natin ano ba talaga yung mga gender needs, practical and strategic gender needs. And kapag nakita natin yon, so mas informed tayo on what are the gender issues and we can design strategies relevant to propose or existing PPAs natin or our programs, project and activities. So napakahalaga na ma-identify talaga natin yung gender issues at nakasulat nga yan sa tinatawag natin na ating proposal, no? Yung project proposal, nasa project document siya. Clearly stated or explicitly na nasusulat siya doon, no? And we ensure that concerns particular of marginalized groups are included in the development agenda. And we anticipate impacts of policies, programs, services on both women and men. So yan, tinitingnan natin yung gender impact ng ating proyekto. Okay. So ano yung flow, no, na kinakailangan nating gawain? So yung una, doon sa kaninang umaga, tinignan natin sa project identification stage, no? Yung situation analysis. So nag-environmental scanning tayo, in-identify ang gender issues at in-investigate natin yung mga causes ng mga gender issues na to. And dinidevelop natin yung mitigating strategies per HGDG checklist. So kung ginamitan natin siya ng design checklist, then titingnan natin ano yung pinakailangan natin na mga gaps na i-address. So dun sa ating development and implementation strategy to address the gender issues and their causes, and we create opportunities. Then dun sa ating namang program or project monitoring and evaluation sa ating project implementation and management, tinitingnan natin on how to achieve the GAD goals and targets. So ito yung ating gender equality and women's empowerment targets. Mino-monitor natin yung performance and results. So ano yung mga indicators and targets natin na achieve natin yan. And assessment ng intervention strategies. Effective ba yung mga strategies na dinesign natin to ensure na na-address natin yung mga gender issues. So again, ang HGDG is a tool na we use to ensure that programs and projects undertaken by the government in their various stages are gender responsive. So yan, tinitingnan talaga natin, no, na from dun sa design pa lang hanggang sa PIMA, gender responsive yung ating mga proyekto at programa. So yung focus ng aking session, yung sa PIMA, so ating pag-uusapan dito yung Box 16 on the project implementation and management, and also the Box 17 on the monitoring and evaluation. So yan, lahat naman po tayo, lalo na yung ating mga project implementers, ay ginagawa po natin yung project implementation and management and monitoring and evaluation. So dito magaguide tayo ano ba yung mga core elements na dapat din nating tingnan pagdating sa project implementation and management and monitoring and evaluation. So ito po yung sa project implementation and management. So ito yung pag-apply niya doon sa ating project development cycle. Tinitingnan natin yung support ng top management. Supportive ba yung mga leaders, no? Lalo na po yung mga decision makers sa ating opisina pagdating doon sa ating implementation ng ating mga GAD activities at ng ating mga GAD programs and projects. Technically competent staff. So titingnan po natin kung may capacity to implement GAD projects, no? May skills ba sila? And committed government agency by ensuring na meron po tayo ding budget para sa mga GAD activities and implementation process and procedures. So dito tinitingnan natin sa process, procedures, and systems na ginagawa natin kung nagkakaroon po talaga or na-institutionalize yung gender mainstreaming. Kaya meron tayong mga elements na sinusubaybayan at ini-ensure na talaga pong ito ay implemented sa ating mga proyekto o programa. And for the project monitoring and evaluation, we look at the monitoring and evaluation framework and the monitoring and evaluation plan. Kasi po dun nga sa kanina sa design, meron tayong mga GWE goals, targets, outcomes, at kinakailangan yung mga results na yon na mo-monitor po natin. Pagdating dito sa monitoring and evaluation natin, hindi lang dun sa design checklist, kundi pati sa PIMA. Presence, utilization of GAD database, the SDD, and the report. So kanina po, so napaka-importante na may collection ng sex disaggregated data and pagkakaroon ng SDD database. And dapat included po siya sa report na pinapasa natin. And next, achievement of GAD outcomes. So ito yung GWE target natin, kung na-achieve po ba natin ito, no, sa implementation, kasi nag-target tayo doon sa ating project design. So important na ito po ay mino-monitor din natin. Mitigating emerging gender issues. So paano rin natin in-address yung mga gender issues na nag-arise during project implementation. Kung nag-conduct tayo ng gender analysis from the start, so during and after, kinakailangan nakikita pa rin natin kung may mga emerging gender issues. And importance din ng participatory monitoring and evaluation process. So dito yung consultative, no? Yung process natin, in-ensure natin na involve yung mga women and men natin sa project. So yan yung focus na mga elements sa ating PIMA checklist. So KD, we have a poll question dito. Ayan, so,
Hello
totoo
po.
ba? Ayan. Na yung PIMA is used to review whether or not the mitigating strategies or interventions to enhance the GAD rating of the major program or project have been implemented. Diba may mga elements dun sa project design na maaaring hindi pa talaga siya nailagay dun sa ating proposal sa project document. So dito, so pag nag-develop kayo ng GAD Plan and Budget, ilalagay nyo po yun, di ba, na-explain kanina, doon sa attributed natin na program sa project para ma-ensure na yung mga missing elements or yung mga zero or yung score natin ay low pa, nalalagyan po natin ng mga strategies or activities to ensure na nag-i-increase ang rating natin pagdating sa PIMA, no? Pag after ng project implementation, gagamitin naman natin to yung sa PIMA checklist para makita natin nag-improve ba yung ating implementation doon sa ating proyekto at talagang from gender sensitive, naging gender responsive ka ba? Or kung gender sensitive pa rin, nag-increase ba yung score mo doon sa pagre-rate mo ng PIMA, no? So what is PIMA? We use PIMA. So ang PIMA po ay Project Implementation, Management, Monitoring, and Evaluation. So, nire-review natin gamit ito kung yung ating mga mitigating strategies or interventions to enhance the GAD rating of the major program or project have been implemented. So, yan. Dito po natin ma-assess kung ano na yung naging resulta doon sa ating mga mitigating strategies or interventions na ginawa to improve yung ating pong rating doon sa design checklist. And also, we use this to inquire about the results of the program or project. So, na-achieve po ba natin yung ating GWE goals, yung nakalagay po dun sa WAC-PC, di ba? Sa welfare, access, conscientization, participation, and control, na na-address ng ating proyekto yung mga na-identify natin na gender issues, particular and the practical and the strategic gender needs ng ating target beneficiaries or clients sa ating project. So now, yung ating akin pong i-share sa inyo, ano yung mga elements of project management and implementation and monitoring and evaluation. So kanina po, di ba, may 10 core elements sa design. Dito po sa ating PIMA, meron lang tayong 9 elements. No? Sa first, sa box 16, ano yung hinahanap? So per element po ito ay meron 2 points. So, bawat isa po na element. So, mobilize adequate resources to support strategies to address gender issues. So, dito, we need to ensure na meron tayong human resource and also yung ating pong budget. So, tinitingnan po natin doon sa ating strategies to address yung mga gender issues na ang ating pong ahensya, no, ay nagsisiguro na may sapat na mga tao na mag-i-implement doon sa mga project activities, and also may sapat po tayo na budget na gagamitin para ma-address yung mga gender issues. And another, dito pa rin po sa supportive top management, kinakailangang i-ensure na may adequate gender expertise made available throughout the project. So dito po, mahalaga na may involved. So yan, lalo na po yung ating mga GAD Focal Point System members na nag-a-assist din or nagpo-provide ng technical assistance para ma-ensure natin na doon po sa mga processes and procedures na ginagawa natin sa proyekto ay available talaga yung mga gender expert natin, or may mga outside or external GAD consultant tayo na tinatap, no, to assist us. And for number 2, element number 2, technically competent staff or consultant. So 2 points po ito. So project staff members, technically prepared to promote gender and development and presence of women and men in project implementation. So before po na-involve ako sa Great Women Project 1 implementation, at doon po talaga ini-ensure na lahat po ng mga staff, no, from national hanggang local level sa LGU na kasama po sa implementation ng project ay nagkakaroon ng mga training on gender and development para po capacitated to promote gender and development and how to ensure proper gender mainstreaming, and na-institutionalize natin yung project doon sa institutionalize natin yung process na ginawa natin sa gender mainstreaming ng project doon sa mga partner agencies, ganon din po doon sa mga tao na na-involve sa ating proyekto. Another, sa technically competent staff or consultant, the monitoring and evaluation team have technical competence for GAD evaluation. So ito po yung minsan missing na kinakailangan yung monitoring and evaluation team, meron po talaga, no, na naka-assign, and dapat talaga na may measure yung mga targets and indicators na nakalagay po natin doon sa GWE natin, no? Kinakailangan nakikita natin to sa mga monitoring report na sinasubmit, no, at progress report na sinasubmit, na meron pong mga discussion doon sa gender and development and paano din natin po ini-implement yung ating mga GAD activities. For the committed Philippine government agency, so, excuse me, dito naman yung regular agency personnel involved in implementing project GAD initiatives, so presence of regular employees. So hindi lamang po tayo nagre-rely doon sa mga project-based or doon sa project management team na nag-i-implement, kundi po mahalaga na meron po talaga tayo ding ina-assign na mga regular agency personnel na nakatutok pa rin sa implementation ng project para din sa sustainability ng gains ng project natin. And also, projects GAD efforts included in its GAD plan. So ito po yung na-discuss din kanina, na mahalaga na ito po ay na-attribute natin yung mga GAD activities na i-report and reflected doon sa ating GAD plan and budget para ma-ensure din po natin na meron talaga tayong mga GAD activities doon sa mga project na ini-implement o programa po na ini-implement natin. For the element number 4, GAD implementation processes and procedures, another 2 points po ito. So project implementation documents incorporate a discussion of GAD concerns. So ito po ay para masiguro din natin na talaga pong nakaka-capture sa ating mga report, progress report, accomplishment report, at monitoring report po natin yung ating mga nakalagay po sa GWE targets and goals. And also, yung ating project must have an operational GAD strategy. So yung operational GAD strategy din ay galing din dun sa pag-i-ensure natin na maging gender responsive yung mga processes and procedures natin dun sa design checklist na tinitingnan po natin. So doon yung mga mitigating strategies kung paano ma-ensure na yung mga gaps doon sa mga tinitingnan po nating elements ay may i-implement po natin sa ating project implementation. And project have a budget for activities that will build capacities for doing GAD tasks. Like for example, meron pong mga gender analysis training. So gaya po for example ito na ini-sponsor ng project, no? At nandoon nakaka-attend tayo para makapacitate tayo on how to use different gender analysis tools. Like yung paggamit nga po natin ng Hagadaga kasi mostly of our participants, even mga members po tayo ng GAD Focal Point System ay hindi pa tayo ganun ka-familiarize doon sa mga tools. So dapat familiar po tayo doon sa different gender analysis tools para ma-ensure natin yung gender mainstreaming natin sa mga processes and procedures na ginagawa po natin doon sa ating mga projects and programs na ini-implement. And of course, napakahalaga din po yung pag-i-ensure natin ng project ay nag-i-involve ng mga women and men in various phases of sub-projects. So from national or central office to region to provincial level or local level na meron pong sub-project yung ating in-implement po. So mahalaga po na talaga ini-ensure din natin yung participation ng both men and women para dito po rin nakikita rin natin na nagbibigay din ng equal opportunities yung project po natin. So mahalaga yun na nakasama rin po yun sa structure, sa processes and procedures or guidelines. So what are the methods and sources of information? So ito po yung nakalagay sa ating manual kung ano yung mga sources of information tinatawag natin na mga means of verification. Kasi gaya nga po nabanggit kanina ni Ms. Narlene na hindi ina-assume yung ating pag-score dito or pagbibigay ng rating. At kinakailangan po evidence-based kasi ito ay self-assessment tool. So kung meron tayong copy ng HGDG guidelines, pwede natin itong i-testing sa isang project natin. Pero sa paggawa po natin, mahalaga na may mga hawak tayong mga dokumento. Kasi hindi po dahil involved tayo doon sa project o alam natin yan, pero hindi naman nasusulat. Hindi natin ma-assume na talaga nangyari din yung mga sinasabi po natin na activities or mga processes na ginawa natin sa proyekto. So yan po yung kailangan din natin tingnan. So for element or requirement number 1, ito yung mga possible na gawin po natin mga activities at mga sources ng information. Yung pag-interview sa project leaders and managers, kung paano nila ginawa yung sa gender mainstreaming po ng project, analyze project documents and minutes of committee meetings, kung may mga na-discuss ba sila doon ng mga gender issues, pag-interview din sa ating GAD focal persons and GAD consultants. So kung meron po din tayong GAD consultants and kung andun siya, nakalagay siya sa mga job descriptions, sa TORs and CV of project managers, staff and consultants. So yan yung ating tinitingnan doon. And for technically competent staff or consultants, ito naman po yung mga possible MOBs. Ang pag-review natin ng job description, terms of preference, CV of project managers, staff and consultants, yung mga report. So babasahin natin yung mga report na pinrepare ng staff, interview project managers, GAD focal persons and consultants, or yung sample group of beneficiary coverage by the monitoring and evaluation teams or consultants po. Okay. So for the committed Philippine government agency, so paano naman natin to i-measure? Anong kinakailangan nating mga documents? So review the several documentation of GAD training sponsored by the project. So dito po natin makikita na talagang supportive kung meron tayong mga allocation or budget doon sa mga GAD activities or training. Interview agency personnel involved in the project. So yan nga po yung sino mga regular na staff o personnel ng ahensya na involved sa implementation. Review documentation reports on the GAD strategy and efforts of the project. and compare this with the agency's GAD plan. So kung nakikita po ba natin na naka-align or harmonize din yun sa kanila pong GAD plan and budget. And for the last element on box 16, GAD implementation processes and procedures. So what are the methods and sources of information? Review a sample of project documents, reports, and publications for GAD content or messages. Ayan. Nababasa natin sa mga project documents po, i-review natin yung mga project criteria and instructions for sub-project kung may guidelines na nakasulat din dyan, paano mag-gender mainstreaming or nakasulat ba dyan na gagamit tayo ng gender analysis tool like HGDG to ensure na gender responsive yung proyekto natin, di ba? And check GAD strategy of the project against accomplishment reports. So pareho ba, nakikita po ba natin na implemented yung mga GAD strategies na na-identify? And review the project budget allocations for GAD. O wala bang budget allocation yung project or meron bang budget allocation for GAD training and budget natin? And check actual expenditures on GAD capacity building and activities, and visit a project site and interview key people involved in the project. So sa monitoring din natin, mahalaga rin po yun. Nagkakaroon tayo ng visit dun sa mga project site natin. So ganito rin yung para po yung checklist. So yung itsura niya, meron po siya mga sub-question dito sa atin pong checklist at maximum score nga po ng per element ay 2. So dito, reminder lang ulit, kinakailangan sa pag-score natin dito, mahalaga po na binabalikan natin ang guide for scoring. Kapag tinanong, is the project leadership, project steering, advisory committee, or management supportive of GAD or gender equality goals? So for instance, has it mobilized adequate resources to support strategies that address gender issues or constraints to women's and men's participation during project implementation? Yung possible scores, 0 kung no, 0.5 kung partly yes, and 1 kung yes. So partly yes, ang nakalagay po dito sa guide for scoring natin, dito sa supportive project management, if partly yes, if there are project managers who are not supportive of GAD. So yan. So pag nag-interview kayo, di ba kanina isang method yung pag-interview, then malalaman po natin meron ba dyan ng mga hindi supportive sa gender and development. So malalaman din natin yung sa mga sagot nila or response nila sa mga question natin. And for 1.2, has adequate gender expertise has been made available throughout the project. So for example, are gender issues adequately addressed in the project management contract and scope of services? So dito po ulit, yung possible scores, 0.5 and 1. So again, ang nakalagay po natin sa ating guide for scoring, partly yes yung magiging sagot natin if there is some but limited GAD expertise to ensure that all project contracts or efforts will contain or reflect relevant GAD concerns. So kaya mahalaga po na ini-ensure natin na 100%, no? From sa top level hanggang doon sa mga project implementers ay merong GAD expertise. Kaya mahalaga po na may capacity building on gender and development. For technically competent staff or consultants, so again po, dito tinitingnan naman natin yung paano yung capacity din to promote gender equality or integrate GAD in their respective positions or kaya location. So yung individual or group responsible for promoting gender equality in the project or has the project top local gender experts to assist its staff or partners in integrating gender equality in their activities or in project operations. So ito yung sasagutin pula ulit natin kung 0 or 0.33 or 0.67. So based on our guide to scoring, again, partly yes, if only a few members of the project staff have competence to integrate GAD in the project. So kaya po dapat yung ensuring natin na para makakuha tayo ng full yes na lahat, no? Hindi lang few members ng project staff ang may alam or may competence on to do gender mainstreaming. For 2.2, does the project require the presence of women and men in the project implementation team? So dito po, ano yung mga basis din natin na kinakailangan tingnan, no? And 2.3, does the project require its monitoring and evaluation team, personnel or consultants to have technical competence for GAD evaluation? So again, dito, ang hinahanap naman, partly is, if the project policy has little to do with presence of women in the implementation team. Ayan po. So titingnan natin, re-review yung policy. And presence of the internal or external evaluation teams. Sa 2.3 naman, no? Kung meron tayong mga expert, no, from the outside to do the gender evaluation. For element number 3, committed Philippine government agency. So ito yung ating mga regular agency personnel kung na-involve sa implementing project GAD initiatives, or our agency officials or personnel participating in GAD training is sponsored by the project. And 3.2, has the agency included the project's GAD efforts in its GAD plans, no? So dito po natin again, partly is yung sa guide to scoring, if sa 3.1, there is token and not consistent participation of relevant government agency or agencies in project GAD activities. Or sa 3.2, some mention is made of the project's GAD activities or plans in the agency's GAD plan. For element number 4, GAD implementation processes and procedures. Excuse me. So dito po sa 4.1, do project implementation documents incorporate a discussion of GAD concerns? So if applicable, are sub-project proposals required to have explicit GAD objectives and to have been supported by gender analysis? So yan nga po, no, ang pagtatanong na dito kung ginagawa natin ang gender analysis. 4.2, does the project have an operational GAD strategy? So alternately, has the project been effective in integrating GAD into the development activity? So yan yung atin pong sagot again dito ay partly yes. Kung there is some mostly token mention of GAD concerns or initiatives and project documents. So pag binasa natin, hindi siya masyado po nakasulat o nababasa na nakalaman dun sa ating project report. Sa 4.2 naman, there is a mention of GAD initiatives but no coherent strategy for integrating gender and development into the project. So dapat po ay talagang meron tayong operational GAD strategy. So yan. So 4.3, does the project have a budget for activities that will build capacities for doing GAD tasks? So ito nga po yung ating pag-ensure na meron tayong mga training, no? In 4.4, does the project involve women and men in various phases of sub-projects? So, again, yung ating pong sagot ay partly yes. Kung sa 4.3, there is a budget for one token GAD activity. So, yan, di po serious yung intention natin to mainstream kasi isa lang token activity na GAD. 4.4, involvement of men and women are limited to the project staff or personnel lang. So, dapat din po, pati nga yung ating mga clients o project beneficiaries ay na-involved din doon sa ating pong various phases of sub-projects natin. So, ito yung example ng pagsagot, no, doon sa ating pong box 16. So, kung makikita natin dito, yung element 2 and element 4, partly yes pa lang yung sagot. And dito po sa comment section or the result, meron ditong mga strategies, proposed strategies pa rin, or recommendation to enhance pa rin at maging full yes yung ating score dito. So, sa technically competent staff or consultant, so dito po, yung proposal or yung recommendation to continue with capacity building on GAD for all staff, including the monitoring and evaluation team. Issue a policy and requirement for women and men in the implementation team. So, mahalaga rin po na meron siyang policy kasi yun ang naka-required po doon sa ating guidelines. And for the GAD implementation processes and procedures, so dito rin to ensure no na i-consider yung change and women's division of labor, status and control of benefits in GAD strategy. yung pag-achieve nga po ng GWE targets natin or yung sa WAC-PC. So ito yung mga nakayelo, yung ating mga areas for improvement or need pa rin to do mitigating strategies para i-ensure natin na maging full gender responsive pagdating po sa project implementation and management. Again, so may question po ulit tayo dito. Sa box 16, or the project implementation has a total rating of 10 points. Is it true or false?
Yan, Miss Ara, 60% na po ng ating participants ang nakasagot ng poll and we have 59% po ang nagsabing true and 41% naman po ang nagsabi ng false.
Okay. So ano ang tamang sagot, KD? Ang tamang sagot, false. Diba? Sa box 16 po, or the project implementation and management has a total rating of 8 points lang. Kasi 4 elements lang po ang composed po dun sa ating box 16. Kasi di po ba ang total ng PIMA ay 9 elements. So dito po sa box 16, we have 4 elements and bawat element po ay may 2 points equivalent. Kaya ang total lang niya ay 8 points. Hindi po siya 10 points. Ayan. Ako, lagot tayo. Okay. So for box 17, sa project monitoring and evaluation. So ano naman po ang ating i-ensure pag nagmo-monitoring and evaluation? So yung mga, may kasama po ba tayo din dito na mga project monitoring and evaluation officers, kasama sa team na mga nagmo-monitor and nag-evaluate ng project. So ito po yung ating mahalagang tingnan ano yung mga pinakailangang elements to ensure the gender responsiveness of the program or project that we implement. So sa element 1, ito po, project monitoring system includes indicators that measures gender differences in outputs, results, and outcomes. So presence of gender-sensitive outputs and outcomes. So dapat na-identify po yung monitoring of activities, outputs and results using GAD or gender equality indicators. So ito po ay na-identify na ninyo doon sa project design checklist, no? Kung ano yung mga sensitive, gender-sensitive outputs and outcomes na gusto nating ma-reach doon sa project. So sa monitoring, kinakailangan ito ay naka-include sa ating monitoring system. So number 2, project database includes sex disaggregated data and gender-related information. So ito po ay nasa sa design checklist din again. So mahalaga dito na merong studies to assess gender issues and impacts, no? Collection ng sex disaggregated data from project's resources, so ito sa ating mga report, and inclusion of sex disaggregated data in project's report, and sex disaggregated data being rolled up from field to the national level. So sa collection natin, doon sa database natin, no, ini-ensure natin na talaga pong from the field level ay nagkukolekta ng sex disaggregated data and gender-related information based doon sa mga GWE targets po natin na in-identify doon sa start ng ating project. For element 3, so ito yung ating GWE, the gender equality and women's empowerment targets are being met. So ito yung may 4 points, no, na tinitingnan po natin na naabot ba natin yung improvement of women's welfare and status as a result of the project. So yan po yung titingnan natin din, yung levels of gender equality and women empowerment framework. So yung capacity din ba ng implementing gender sensitive projects developed by the implementing agency. So dahil nga po tayo ay nagkaroon din ng mga GAD activities or mga training on GAD to ensure nga po yung ating gender mainstreaming processes and procedures ay nagagawa natin sa project natin. So dito rin sa element 4, we need to ensure na yung mga the project addresses gender issues arising from or during its implementation. So kung nag-gender analysis tayo sa project design, 'di ba? Para ma-identify yung mga gender issues, so may mga possibility na may mga gender issues pa rin na nag-emerge habang ini-implement po natin yung ating proyekto. So kaya mahalaga pa rin po na yung project kung during the implementation, ina-address pa rin natin yung mga na-identify na gender issues. for element number 5, participatory monitoring and evaluation processes. So dito po natin titingnan yung involvement ng and consultation of women and men, implementers, or beneficiaries during project monitoring and evaluation, and women and men involved or consulted on the assessment of the project's gender impact. So tinitingnan po natin kung yung ating sa monitoring and evaluation processes, participatory, na involve pati yung ating mga project implementers and beneficiaries. So dito naman po, yung checklist ulit, sasagutin natin yung mga sub-questions sa per element, no, na hinahanap po sa monitoring and evaluation sa box 17. So again, ang partly yes na sagot, so sa dito po sa monitoring system, being used by the project includes indicators that measure the gender differences in outputs, results, and outcomes. So this sa 1.1, does the project require gender-sensitive outputs and outcomes? So ano po yung basis natin dito? Titingnan natin, partly yes ang magiging sagot, project has token gender equality or GAD outcome or output, or uses GAD indicators in only few activities, inputs or outputs. So yun po yung partly yes na sagot doon sa paghanap natin kung nagre-require siya ng mga gender-sensitive outputs. Sa element number 2, project database includes sex disaggregated data and gender-related information. So does the project support studies to assess gender issues or impact? So dito po naman, partly yes again, no? Sa 2.1 natin, kung yung monitoring ng ating GAD impact ay limited lang only to one level of GWER, the WAC-PC. Kung halimbawa po, welfare lang yung ating minomonitor, no? Hanggang doon lang sa impact kung nag-improve yung welfare ng mga target beneficiaries or clients natin. So, dapat din po, from doon sa welfare or hanggang doon sa access to resources and benefits, awareness of consciousness raising, yung mga training, participation and control, yung ating po kasama din sa ating monitoring ng GAD impact. Sa 2.2, so have sex disaggregated data been collected? So yan po. Dito naman, merong mga areas, lalo na po kung may mga sub-projects tayo, hindi lahat nagko-collect ng sex disaggregated data. So magiging partly yes pa rin yung sagot natin dito. And 2.3, the project and sub-project reports include sex disaggregated data or cover gender equality or GAD concerns, initiatives, and results. So thus is information on gender issues and how these are addressed. And 2.4 are sex disaggregated data being rolled up from the field to the national level. So dito naman po, 2.3, so there is limited mention of GAD information in the GAD section of the project reports regarding sa ating pong mga collection ng STD. And sa 2.4, many of the data classified by sex at the field level have been lost or have become total figures for women and men. So kaya po napakalaga din na aware yung mga nagmo-monitor and nag-evaluate sa importance ng pag-collect natin ng sex disaggregated data, no? At hindi po siya nalulusaw pagdating na dun sa halimbawa final reporting natin ng information ng mga data natin ay nawala na ang collection ng sex disaggregated data. Even meron naman tayo pong collection, no? Sa 3, element 3, gender equality and women's empowerment targets are being met. So has women's welfare and status been improved as a result of the project? So dito natin titingnan yung atin pong GWE goals and targets doon sa ating project design. Kung na ano po natin to, no, na achieve natin doon sa ating implementation. So ito po yung mga example ng mga indicators na pwede po din nating tingnan doon sa ating proyekto. For example, the project has helped in raising the education levels and health status of disadvantaged groups of women. So halimbawa po yung ating mga indigent families, yun yung mga tina-target natin sa ating proyekto na yung mga anak, no, kasama po sa pinag-aaral, tapos yung sa health status din, di ba? So tinitingnan din natin po yung kanilang health status dun sa mga disadvantaged groups of women, or yung project na katulong sa women's access to productive resources. So, nandito na po tayo sa element number 4 sa ating box 17 sa project monitoring and evaluation. So, dito naman po sa element 4, so project addresses gender issues arising from or during its implementation. So, ano yung tinitingnan po natin dito? Has the project responded to gender issues that were identified during project implementation or monitoring and evaluation, or has the project addressed gender issues arising from its implementation? So, ano yung mga examples? So, based po sa ating checklist, here are the example ng mga gender issues na possible na mag-arise during the project implementation. So, negative effects on the gender relationship as a result of new roles or resources created for women. So, gaya ng nabanggit po kanina ng ating speaker ni Ms. Lorena, no? Na maaaring baka nagkaroon ng increased domestic violence dahil nagkaroon ng access to resources or new roles, di ba, mga leadership role, yung mga women. So, na-insecure yung mga kalalakihan or yung mga partner or asawa nila. So, mahalaga po na nakikita rin natin yung impact doon sa gender relationship, or ito ba ay nagkaroon ng additional workloads for women and men. So maaaring kung hindi natin chinek yung gender division of labor, nag-contribute pa siya for the multiple burden of women. So mas na-experience pa ng mga kababaihan dahil laging may training, may patawag na ganito, aalis ng bahay, or displacement of women by men, no? Loss of access to resources because of project rules. So kaya dapat gender sensitive din yung mga rules and regulation or guidelines natin, no? Na nawawala yung mga discriminatory provisions doon sa mga guidelines po na meron tayo sa project. And so dito, partly yes again, so there is a little awareness within the project of the gender-related effects of the mother project implementation. Thus, a very little action has been taken to address the negative gender effects. So, dapat din po, ito ay nakikita at naisasama ng mga nagmo-monitor and nag-evaluate ng project. No, na ano rin po ito na ilalatag, lalo na sa ating mga project managers para nagkakaroon ng mga appropriate, no, strategy to address yung mga negative effect or mga gender issues na arise during the project implementation. For the last element ng box 17, participatory monitoring and evaluation processes. So ano yung hinahanap po dito sa ating checklist? Sa 5.1, does the project involve or consult women and men implementers during project monitoring and evaluation? Or does it involve women and men beneficiaries? So yan, mahalaga rin po talaga. Dahil sinasabi natin nga kanina na they are not only recipient, no, or mga beneficiaries ng mga programa, kundi active agents of change din sila, no? May role sila for the transformation of themselves then. And 5.2, have women and men been involved in or consulted on the assessment of the gender impacts of the project? So yan sila mismo, no? Ang magsasabi kung ano ang naging epekto sa kanilang pamumuhay, sa kanilang sarili, no? Sa confidence level din nila, dahil sila ay na-involve sa ating proyektong ini-implement. So partly yes. So dito po, based agad sa scoring natin, ang score sa 5.1, if there is some, mostly token mention of GAD concerns or initiatives in project documents. Sa 5.2 naman, there is a mention of GAD initiatives, but no coherent strategy for integrating GAD into the project. No? There is a budget for one token GAD activity. So involvement of men and women are limited to the project staff or personnel. So dito mahalaga na pati yung mga project stakeholders and clients involved, no, sa ating monitoring and evaluation process. So ano ang ating mga methods and sources of information dito sa box 17? So first, sa ating element number 1, sa project monitoring system, including indicators that measure gender differences in outputs, results, and outcomes, Ang methods po natin, let us check the logical framework analysis or log frame ng ating pong project para makita natin, and also the monitoring and evaluation plan against the actual monitoring indicators being used. So yan po, no, para nakikita natin kung naka-aligned or hindi. Sa element 2, project database, including sex disaggregated data and gender-related information, ang methods and sources of information natin, we review the documentation of project database. So yan, may project database po ba tayo? And ano yung mga reports na na-generate ng ating database, no? And also, kung may mga studies ang ating project, so list of studies supported by the project and completed research report. So lalo na yung mga kinonduct na baseline. So pag nag-monitor tayo, makikita natin yung difference talaga or yung improvement, no? From the start hanggang doon sa end natin ng project implementation. Review reports submitted by sub-projects and check whether these contain or refer to sex disaggregated data and gender information. So yan yung dapat po present din sa ating mga report ang ating pong SDT and gender-related information. Interview, monitoring, and evaluation staff regarding problems met in the collection and use of sex disaggregated data. So yan, kung pari-address yung mga barriers or bottlenecks sa pag-collect, ano ba yung kinakailangan din pong assistance para ma-ensure natin yung SDD collection. Then for the element 3, ano ang ating mga methods and sources of information sa GWE targets being met? So as a sample of women beneficiaries regarding their assessment of changes in their welfare and status. So reports, review the reports or interview project staff as relevant agency officials and GAD focal persons na na-involved sa project regarding the project effects on their capacity to implement gender-sensitive projects. So dahil nga po may mga capacity building, so nakakatulong ba ito to enhance their capacity to do gender mainstreaming and review evidence of enhanced capacity. So kung like for example, may mga dati hindi pa sila marunong gumamit ng HGDG. So after the capacity building on the HGDG training, ayan, so sila na rin po ang nagfa-facilitate ng mga capacity building at talagang in-ensure nila, no, na na-institutionalize sa project or sa programa ang paggamit ng HGDG tool. Sa element 4, project addressing gender issues that arise during or from its implementation, methods and sources of information, we can interview project managers and staff, including GAD focal persons and consultants. So yan po yung kailangan din nating na conduct, no, para po malaman natin kung paano yung na-address yung mga gender issues na nag-arise during the project implementation. And for the element number 5, participatory monitoring and evaluation process, yung methods and sources of information natin, review documentation of monitoring and evaluation visits for people met and consulted, and also pagre-review din ng mga monitoring and evaluation reports ng project natin. Or we can also do focus group discussion with women and men beneficiaries para mas malaman natin, no, kung ano na yung naging status o impact ng project natin sa kanila. Okay, so yung example ulit ng ating box 17, kung paano din ito po nilagyan ng sagot, no, na nilagyan ng score yung ating 5 elements. Kung mapapansin natin dito sa 5 elements, ang merong party yes dito sa element 2 at saka sa element 3. So bakit po dito? Ano yung kakulangan? Bakit partly yes yung sagot? Sa project database, includes sex disaggregated data and gender-related information. So limited pa lang yung collection nila ng sex disaggregated data. No SDD on some GAD indicators and monitoring and evaluation system for further improvement. So kinakailangan nakaka-capture po sa M&E system yung mga, sabi nga natin, mga GAD indicators. Sa GWE targets being met, so dito po naman, yung kulang pa, yung pag-conduct ng gender impact assessment, no? To assess results for higher level outcomes of the project o yung tinatawag nga po natin na WAC PC. So mahalaga po na yun yung ating tinitingnan din na result ng ating proyekto o program. Ayan. So yan po yung mga areas na yung paano natin binabalidate yung mga submitted na mga means of verification natin o mga documents na nare-review para dun sa PIMA checklist natin. So for example, ito yung mga sinubmit para ma-validate natin kung tama ba yung pagka-score. Ito ba talaga gender responsive? O baka naman kasi self-assessment, very generous tayo sa paglalagay ng score. O sige, full yes yan. Pero hindi natin tinitingnan sa guide to scoring na ay ito pala yung dapat lang nasagot natin dito, partly yes. Okay. So ito yung mga example po, may mga board resolution para ensure yun nga na i-institutionalize yung gamit ng HGDG tool sa project. So ito para ma-ensure talaga na gender responsive yung ating proyekto. Meron silang balance scorecard with GAD indicators. So kina-capture sa monitoring. A strategic plan with targets. So ito nga po natin yung ating mga goals, DOE goals, designation of manager as GAD focal point. So yan may role talaga na meron tayong sa team, no, na merong capacity or expertise to do gender mainstreaming. Meron mga GAD training, yung ating project team, at may ginawa silang recalibration concept note kasi nga kung ano po sila sa gender analysis, nakita nila doon sa design checklist mababa. So nagkaroon sila po ng recalibration ng kanilang concept notes project. Meron ding baseline ng situationers ng women micro-entrepreneurs. So from baseline to up to ano na yung mga targets and performance indicators na na-achieve. Mga activity reports with photos, monitoring reports, articles and write-ups from project partners. Ito yung mga knowledge products. Meron ding mga MOA and MOU with partners. So meron pong monitoring and assessment reports din na mga pwede natin i-check para makita natin at ma-validate yung ating score. So important information, there is only one PIMA GAD checklist for all sectors. So kung gumamit man po tayo ng generic checklist or sector-specific checklist, design checklist sa ating GAD Plan and Budget, no? Meron po sa pag-accomplish natin sa submission natin ng GAD Accomplishment Report. So yung ginamitan natin na generic or sector-specific design checklist ay gagamitan naman po natin ng PIMA checklist. So yan po. So para silang mag-asawa or partner, no, na ma-ensure natin na hanggang PIMA ay merong gender responsive yung pag-implement natin sa ating proyekto. So ang score, ayan, may mga nakuha po kanina, no, yung total na rating sa box 16 ay 8 points at sa atin pong score naman ng box 17 ay maximum na 12 points. So total again, ito po ay 20 points. Okay. So ano ang ating pong interpretation? So below 4, kung nakakuha tayo, so GAD is invisible, babalik po yung proposal. And kung nakakuha ng score na 4 to 7.9 with promising GAD prospects, so conditional pass po ito. So may mga kailangan pong ilagay ng mga strategies to address the gender issues. And for score na nakuha natin na 8 to 14.9, so gender sensitive proposal passing the GAD test. 15 to 19.9, gender responsive po tayo, proposal to be commended. And full 20 points, fully gender responsive. So ano yung mga interpretation po nito? So yan nga po sabi natin, kung naging invisible yung GAD, so blind dun sa project, i-return to address ano yung mga elements na kinakailangan pang ensure, no, na malagyan po natin ng mga strategies and GAD activities. So sa promising GAD, so ito po kinakailangan natin yung mga activities to address gender issues and strategies and inclusion din ng mga pag-collect ng sexes aggregated data in the monitoring and our evaluation plan. Gender sensitive, so dito naman po na-recognize and acknowledge yung differences in roles, needs, and perspectives of women and men. So possible inequalities in their relationship and the possibility that actions or interventions will have different effects on and results for women and men based on their gender, but do not actively seek to address these issues. So gender sensitive yung ating score. And gender responsive naman, kung substantively address gender issues identified through a gender analysis of sex disaggregated data and gender-related information. So in the case of funding facilities, one that successfully promote gender responsiveness among its funded projects. So paano yung sa attribution nga po natin na ginagawa? So ito yung sa ating pong accomplishment report, sa project accomplishment report natin. So gagamitin po natin yung ating sa PIMA checklist at siya yung ating ilalagay po sa ating GAD accomplishment report kung ano ang nakuha po natin sa ating PIMA checklist na score. So example, so yung mga documents nga po, may mga example documents tayo na pwedeng gamitin natin, no? Yung mga progress and monitoring reports, no, na ating meron sa proyekto natin. And a reminder, again, do not assume. So kung hindi po nakasulat sa mga report at hindi natin nabasa sa report, wag po tayo mag-assume na nangyari po yung mga activities or nag-implement tayo talaga ng gender responsive project. So ito po example si partner, isang NGA, ang pangalan ng project niya ay si ABC. Sa score on the design checklist, so ito po sa start, mayroon siyang 8.03. And then nung nagkaroon po after a year ng implementation ng project, ay ginamitan po ulit ito ng PIMA checklist at dahil na i-implement yung mga mitigating strategies, no, ay nag-increase yung score niya from 8.03 to 11.67, so gender sensitive. So for example, paano yung sa PIMA rating niya, 11.67 over 20, yung total points ng PIMA equals 58%. So yung actual budget utilized can be attributed to GAD AR. For example, yung na-utilize na budget ay 10 million, so 58% ng 10 million pwedeng ma-attribute sa GAD AR or yung 5.8 million. So another example, si program or project XYZ, nung ginamit nila yung design checklist, ay nagkaroon sila ng score na 14.34, which is gender sensitive. Then after addressing, no, nilagay yung mga mitigating strategies or activities to ensure na mag-increase yung kanilang gender responsiveness yung score sa PIMA. So nakakuha na sila ng gamit yung PIMA checklist natin ng score na 15.83, which is gender responsive na. So dito, kung nakakuha ka na score na 15.83, again, i-divide mo sa 20 points na total ng PIMA checklist, equals 79% ng actual budget utilized can be attributed to GAD AR. So for example, again, naka-utilize sila ng 10 million doon sa project budget nila, and 79% ay 7.9 can be attributed to GAD Accomplishment Report. Okay, ang ating ultimate goal, so sinasabi nga po natin, hindi tayo malimit doon sa 5%. So, yung title nga natin, Beyond Attribution. So, beyond 5%, making entire budget gender responsive. So, we use different gender analysis tools. So, for us, para sa mga programs and project, we use HGDG para po masabi natin talaga na hindi tayo nalilimit na pag na-achieve na natin ang ano natin na 5%, okay na yan. So, may mga areas for improvement pa rin po lagi. So, tandaan natin, yung opportunity na binibigay sa atin na meron tayong budget for GAD na we can use to influence the lives of our clients or stakeholders sa program and project na ini-implement natin. And we do seriously gender mainstreaming. So, and we acknowledge yung participation ng lahat ng mga nandito, lalo ng mga GAD Focal Point System members, na talaga pong nandun yung commitment to ensure na naintindihan natin at inaaral natin paano gamitin yung mga gender analysis tools at makatulong tayo to move forward the gender mainstreaming and our GAD program sa ating mga ahensya and also sa ating pong mga target clients or beneficiaries. So last poll question. So HGDG, KD serves as guide in ensuring that GAD perspective is integrated in the design, implementation, management, and monitoring and evaluation of their programs and projects.
Yan. Meron na pong sumasagot sa ating poll. As of now, we have 14% ng ating participant. Nangunguna naman po ang true na merong 96% at false ay merong 4% lamang.
Ayan.
Bilis pong sumagot ng ating mga participants. As of now, we have 50% of the participants have already answered our poll. Nangunguna pa rin po ang true with 96% and false with 4%.
So, yan. Ang HGDG po ba, ang Hagadaga serves as guide. At ang tamang sagot ay true. Ayan. So, ang atin pong HGDG serves as guide in ensuring that gender perspective is integrated in the design, implementation, management, and monitoring evaluation of programs and projects. Kaya po meron tayong sa design checklist, di ba? At meron din po tayong PIMA checklist to ensure na yung GAD perspective ay integrated, no? So, yan po yung use ng ating HGDG tool na maging gender responsive yung ating mga programs and projects. Okay? So, ayun lang po, and thank you so much for listening, and I hope na naka-add po ng value yung ating pong afternoon session sa inyo. And kung may question po later, so yun po, andito po kami willing to answer kung ano po mga question ninyo regarding sa HGDG tool. So thank you so much. Back to you, KD.
Marami pong salamat, Miss Ara. Ang dami na naman po nating natutunan para sa session na ito. So sa session po ni Miss Ara, we'll learn that using the PIMA checklist will allow us to review the mitigating strategies and at the same time, look at if the GAD rating is being used in the implementation and monitoring of our projects. Nakita din po natin na pwede nating i-monitor ang achievement ng ating GAD goals such as the GWE and the WAC-PC sa ating PIMA checklist. From this point forward po, we will move on to our sharing portion kung saan dalawa sa ating napiling agency ang magbabahagi ng kanilang karanasan sa design at PIMA checklist. Ibabahagi po ng ating next speaker ang benefits and gains ng paggamit ng Hagadaga, including kung paano ito napaunlad ang programa at proyekto ng kanilang ahensya. Kabilang din sa tatalakayin ay ang challenges encountered and helpful tips in using the Hagadaga tool. Our first sharer will be the Department of Science and Technology. We have with us today Ms. Maria Feby Singson, Supervising Science Research Specialist from the Department of Science and Technology. Ms. Fe?
So first, I'd like to extend my gratitude to PCW for your assistance to DOST, especially the SRCD led by Ms. Narlene. It is my joy to share with you the DOST's experience in using the Hagadaga. Also, congratulations to our resource persons, my colleagues in the NGRP, Ms. Lorena and Ms. Ara, for your excellent presentations. Slide will be about the scope of presentation. I'll be talking about DOST, about set up our flagship program, our attributed program. Then I will share with you the Hagadaga assessment and the benefits of using the tool. Then I will discuss the challenges we have encountered, and I will finish my presentation with our best practice. So our department was originally established as the National Science and Development Board on June 23, 1958. It was reconstituted as the National Science and Technology Authority on March 17, 1981, with the vision of a competent and competitive science and technology community with a social conscience. Then the agency was elevated to full cabinet stature by Executive Order number 128, signed on January 30, 1987. So the Department of Science and Technology is the premier science and technology body in the country charged with the twin mandate of providing central direction, leadership, and coordination of all scientific and technological activities, and formulating policies and programs, as well as projects to support national development. For our vision, it is to direct, lead, and coordinate the country's scientific and technological efforts. Our mission, on the other hand, is that DOST is the provider of world-class scientific, technological, and innovative solutions that will lead to higher productivity and better quality of life. One of the desired outcomes of the department is productivity and efficiency of communities and the production sector, particularly MSMEs, improved. To achieve this, one strategy we have is to expand STI, or Science, Technology, and Innovation Assistance, to the community and the MSMEs through the Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program. So this is a nationwide strategy encouraging and assisting MSMEs to adopt technological innovations to improve their products, services, operations, and increase their productivity and competitiveness. So our industry sectors are 9, and all proponents whose subject or focus is included in the sectors, then they can ask for technical assistance. Our framework, you can see here, to add value to local products, enhance the competitiveness of MSMEs, and then here you can see it is towards the creation of a robust local economy, and of course job creation. So for strategies, participating MSMEs will undergo a technology needs assessment to determine the appropriate intervention. To be able to compete globally and locally, Philippine-made products must meet certain standards, and these products must also be packaged well to increase shelf life, especially food products, and ultimately improve marketability. So database management includes a listing of available technologies, S&T experts, and testing centers. So in 2021, as included in our annual report, for a set-up program, DOST released 866 million, and the project funded 478 male and 331 female, and the jobs created in setup is 498 male were hired, and also 3,287 for female. Now, why do we choose setup? We choose this program because this is one of our flagship programs, and as per the Magna Carta of Women, or RA 9710, the agency GAD budget may be allocated as a fund to support integrating gender perspectives in regular or flagship programs. Also, this contributes to a robust economy and job creation, as I have shared a while ago. And this is the program that we committed to the implementation of the PCW Great Women Project since 2007 until 2021. Because in support of the objectives of the Great Women Project on women economic empowerment. So we have women entrepreneurs who are beneficiaries of the setup of this program. So I am happy to share with you what DOST gained in the involvement of the Great Women Project. So we developed several knowledge products like DOST GAD modules, tool to assess the gender responsiveness of DOST technologies, the GAD framework, and the DOST GAD kit. We conducted many capacity building or trainings on GAD in order to capacitate our GAD focal point systems and project implementers onto TAGA, or technical training of technical advisors in gender analysis, GST, GA, GM, gender mainstreaming, HGDG, and GAD planning and budgeting. And then we have mainstreaming GAD in the major flagship program. Our support to WE was strengthened with enhanced programs, activities, and projects and policy issuances. We have developed WE champions, former DOST-wide GAD focal point persons, Asek Orihola, and then former Secretary de la Peña, our former Undersecretary for Regional Operations, Yusek Manzano, our former GAD head, Director Fontanilla, and of course, the current one is Asek Diana L. Ignacio. So one good thing is that our support for WE is now included in the GAD Plan and Budget. So here's the slide for you to see the capacity building activities we conducted and the knowledge products that we developed. Now, let us see how we conducted the assessment and setup. On this checklist, design checklist, has been discussed by Ms. Lorena. So I will now show to you how we do it in the USD. On element, on 1.0, number 1 element, on the involvement of women and men, our score is 2, because in the setup guidelines, there is a technology needs assessment to be conducted when the proponent submits a letter of intent to seek technical assistance. On the collection of sex disaggregated data, these are collected, as you can see in the form. Also, we have a policy on the adoption of the DOST GAD kit for evaluating the results of GAD programs and projects in support of women's economic empowerment and building the capacity of our women beneficiaries. The kit includes a tool to assess the gender responsiveness of DOST technologies relevant to women entrepreneurs, and this was also adopted. So you can see here in the checklist. So our next element on the conduct of gender analysis and identifying gender issues, our answer is partly yes, with a score of 1, because there was an analysis, but the gender gaps were not discussed, including the constraints and opportunities. So this is the tool that we developed, and based on the assessment done, you can see this shows the limitation of the project implementer. So limited knowledge on gender analysis. Okay. Now, on the 4th element, gender equality goals, outcomes and outputs, the score is 0 because there are no gender equality goals. The setup guidelines do not include these goals. On the 5th element, the same score is 0. Why? Because if the gender issues are not clearly identified, you cannot appropriately match the strategies to address these gender issues. On element number 6, gender analysis of likely impacts of the project, the score is 1.34 because 6.1 and 6.2 have yes answers because of the women entrepreneurs who are our beneficiaries of the project. However, in 6.3, it has no answer because there are no strategies included. Okay, as you can see. On monitoring targets and indicators, the score is 0 because this was not also included in the setup guidelines. However, this is an area for enhancement in view of the DOST administrative order number 14, series of 2019 on the project monitoring evaluation protocol of DOST, where the GAD related outputs that promote equality, that promote equal participation of women in the economic governance and environmental agenda. On the eighth element regarding SDD requirement, the answer is yes, because you can see it in the setup form and status report, where there's a need to include the segregation of employees and indirect employment. On the ninth element on resources, 9.1, our answer is partly yes, because we provide GST to our women and men entrepreneurs to promote gender equality. However, in 9.2, the answer is yes, because we provided HGDG trainings to our project implementers and the GPBs. So we have been conducting this for quite a while. On the 10th, on last element, our score is 1.34 because we have included GAD in the GAD plan. However, we don't have an exit plan. So the total score of setup is 11.18, and this is a gender-sensitive program, and the attributed amount to the GAD plan for 2023 is 529,844,796. Now, what are the benefits that we got in using the HGDG? Of course, there's an increased GAD budget utilization. So if we can properly, the design checklist is properly filled out with accompanying MOVs, especially the project document, and then the people or the project implementers are capacitated to prepare the accomplishment report of the project in support of the attribution, and then this will be submitted during the GAD accomplishment report submission. So technically, it increases the utilization. Now for DOST, our we have already something like 57% already attributed their major programs. Now we have two consolidated GAD plans: the DOST Central Office and the regional offices, and the Philippine Science High School System. So technically, there are only 8 remaining attached agencies of DOST that do not have attributed program. Also, our internal GAD expertise, our enhanced skills of project implementers is visible. So we have taught them how to use their gender lens. But the best thing of all is we were able to create our DOST Speakers Bureau, and our internal GAD expertise are members of this, and we have 6 already certified, and 2 of them have qualified for the NGRP. We plan to retool the 18 participants and encourage others to be part of the DSB, especially DOST male employees. So we have gained so much, but we also have some challenges. Now, in terms of data gathering and documentation, this is not consciously done. So we keep on reminding our agencies to really be serious in documenting whatever activities they conduct in relation to the implementation of the program. In terms of the need for the project implementers to attend training so that they will be skilled in conducting gender analysis. And of course, in the submission of reports and MOVs, sometimes it's incomplete, so it would entail delay, and so that's the reason that we keep on reminding them to email our chat group and other means. So how are we going? This time we'll share our best practice. So the DOST has a GAD unit. Now it started with in 2015, and now it is changed to a GAD unit. So this GAD unit creates an enabling environment for the effective implementation of GAD programs in DOST. When an A and currently this is being led by our Assistant Secretary Diana L. Ignacio. So for the proper implementation of GAD programs, there's a need really to capacitate our people. Continuous capacity building on GAD, especially gender analysis, because we cannot understand this for in one instance. It has to be repeated. So our GAD unit provides GAD trainings to our project implementers and GAD focal point system members to all DOST agencies and regional offices, including our Philippine Science High School campuses. And then we're able to, from capacitating of people, we are able to create our internal GAD experts because their knowledge on GAD has been enhanced. Okay, another thing is because in preparing our plan, we have a system. So we have a pre-plan mission with the regional offices. We identify what are the gender issues, and then we come up with a template in the Excel before finalizing it in the GME test. Continuous communication and also coaching and mentoring. We do it because there's a GAD expert in the GAD unit. So what is next? We are thankful that UN has recognized DOST set up as has recognized Step Up 4.0. It's now on the SDGs platform. So we are excited about how the program achieves an innovative, resilient, sustainable, and globally competitive, gender-responsive MSME sector that will nurture a sustainable economy and society for Filipinos. This entails continuing capacity building activities to ensure that our setup program implementers can effectively implement the program, taking into consideration gender equality and women empowerment. And to top it all, the top management support is very important. And we are just thankful that our DOST management is supporting our GAD programs in DOST. So for those who are interested to avail of the small enterprise technology upgrading program, you can take a look at the contact details. But to those who are stationed in the province or in the regions, you can visit our DOST provincial offices or regional offices. And with that, I think I'm through with my presentation. And thank you very much for listening. And it has been a pleasure to share with you our experience here in DOST. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fe. Marami pong salamat sa pag-share ng karanasan ng DOST. Nakakatuwa pong makita ang layo na ng narating ng inyong ahensya when it comes to gender mainstreaming. Hayaan niyo po akong basahin yung mga dalawang comment lang po from our participants. From Ms. Aida Pagtan, thanks for the sharing. This concretizes theories discussed earlier. And from Ms. Maria Novelita, we'll have, wow, GAD unit in the agency is so ideal. Congrats to DOST. Yan, mukha pong nag-enjoy po ang ating mga participants witnessing the application of the Hagadaga sa mismong ahensya katulad ng DOST. Nakakatuwa din pong malaman na ang flagship program ng DOST, which is set up employs convergence of different agencies, especially DOST with other agencies in the achievement of women economic empowerment. Nakita din po natin sa example ng DOST yung benefit ng paggamit ng hagadaga. Katulad na rin po ng pag-increase ng kanilang GAD budget utilization. Alam ko pong marami sa atin dito ay namumblema kung paano maaabot ang 5% GAD mandate. Pero nakita naman po natin sa example na binigay ng DOST, as long as we properly use the hagadaga tool, we can achieve the 5% and more. Nakita din po natin kung paano nagamit or na-attribute ang mga programs sa kanilang GAD Plan and Budget. So sana po marami pong napulot na best practices ang ating mga participants na nais nilang i-replicate sa kanilang mga respective agencies. Para naman po sa ating susunod na sharer, we have from the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority or TESDA, we have Ms. Jonna Tabutataw to share her experience and to share the agency's experience.
Isang magandang hapon sa lahat ng ating participants po dito sa Philippine Commission on Women GAD webinar. Muli, maligayang buwan ng Bikang Pambansa, maligayang buwan ng kasaysayan, at nais namin ibahagi na ang TESDA ay nagdiriwang din ng ika-28 taong anibersaryo din po ng kanyang pagkakatatag. Ngayon po, i-share kami ay mula sa Technical Education and Skills Development Authority o ang kagawaran sa edukasyong teknikal at pagpapaunlad ng kasanayan. At nais naming magpaabot ng pasasalamat sa Philippine Commission on Women sa imbitasyon at sa patuloy na assistance na ibinibigay nila patungkol sa gender mainstreaming. So, sa bahaging ito, I was tasked to share our hagadaga experience po in TESDA, but this time applying the PIMA checklist. And this was presented by Ma'am Ara kanina. So we'll talk about the real experience po ng TESDA sa paggamit ng hagadaga, project implementation, management, monitoring, and evaluation checklist sa GAD attributed programs po ng TESDA. Bago nito, nais ko munang ibahagi kung ano ang mandato ng TESDA. Ang TESDA ay ang government agency tasked to manage and supervise technical education and skills development in the Philippines. Kaya ang usaping TechVoc, Technical Vocational Education and Training, mga short courses para kaagad na merong jobs o trabaho na naghihintay at maging sa pagnenegosyo ng ating mga kababayan ay mas maibigay. And our agency was created by virtue of Republic Act number 7796, otherwise known as the Technical Education and Skills Development Act of 1994. Ano ang vision ng TESDA? Ang vision niya ay maging transformational leader in the technical education and skills development of the Filipino workforce. At ang kanyang slogan ay makikita niyo sa larawan dito po sa slide, TESDA, abot lahat. At gustong gusto ito ng GAD Focal Point System dahil this figure shows na nais nating ma-reach, maabot ang lahat na walang diskriminasyon kung ito ay babae, lalaki, even persons with diverse SOGI, at lalo na ang nasa marginalized sector ng lipunan. Bago ako magpatuloy, gusto kong ibahagi itong nakaka-inspire na quote mula sa original GAD advisor po ng TESDA. Siya ang ating dating senador, Senator Leticia Valdez Ramos Shahani. Kung familiar kayo sa anti-rape law, the rape assistance victims na batas natin, siya ay nanguna sa bagay na ito. Ang sabi niya, TESDA has a crucial role to play in training our women, uplifting their dignity, and proving that the Filipino woman is equal to the Filipino man. Talagang nakaka-inspire ito. May kaugnayan dito, KD, pahintulutan mo akong i-share ang kanyang maiksing video na nais namin ipakita. Yan. Nakuha pa namin ito noong taong 2014. Ito ang maiksing video clip ng dating senador na nais namin pong iparinig ang kanyang binanggit kung ano ang mahalagang papel ng TESDA pagdating sa gender equality and women empowerment. Panoorin natin.
TESDA has a responsibility to really train women so that they can be employed profitably. Don't forget that women constitute half or sometimes even more than half of our total human population. So if you want to employ men, don't forget the women. That's what I say. I believe TESDA has a crucial role to play in training our women, uplifting their dignity, and proving that the Filipino woman is equal to the Filipino man.
So mula sa initiative na yon talagang magpapatuloy din ang gender mainstreaming initiative din po ng TESDA. Ngayon naman, simulan ko ang unang bahagi ng presentation, isang brief background ng GAD attributed programs po ng TESDA. Yan. Nung pipili ang GAD focal point system, maraming salamat sa mga nag-comment, nung pipili ang GAD focal point system ng mga members kung ano ang GAD attributed programs ng TESDA, syempre kami ay nag-analyze na dapat ito ay major flagship programs at big budgeted programs din kung saan ang mainstream ng talagang programa at serbisyo ng TESDA. At dapat litaw na litaw ang mga elementong ito ng GAD. Mula sa Magna Carta of Women, ang mga elements na ito ay dapat participatory, empowering, equitable, sustainable, free from violence, respectful of human rights, supportive of self-determination, and actualization of human potentials. So ang mga elements na ito ng isang GAD program ay makikita rin sa GAD attributed programs po ng TESDA. And so, paano ito nagsimula? Mula sa National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan, nakita na ito ay under sa TVET for Social Equity na strategiya. At mula dito, ito yung cluster na talagang merong direktang impact at maibibigay na pagbabago sa buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Sa TESDA, meron pong 4 na validated na GAD attributed programs. Ibig sabihin, sumailalim na ito sa proseso ng review at ng validation ng Philippine Commission on Women. So ito po yung 4 na yon. Ang una ay ang STEP program. Ito ang Special Training for Employment Program o STEP. Nagbibigay ito ng libreng skills training, libreng entrepreneurship training, libreng assessment, libreng starter toolkits para makapagsimula sila ng negosyo at may kasama itong daily allowance. Ito yung talagang pupunta sa mga community para ang matatapos silang kurso, maiksing kurso na may kinalaman sa kasanayan ay makakatulong para makapagbuo sila ng sariling hanap buhay o negosyo. Yan. Ang pangalawang GAD attributed program ay ang TWSP o Training for Work Scholarship Program. So, tutulong ito para masagot ang issue ng job skills mismatch. Ang ibibigay niya ay libreng skills training at libreng assessment sa lahat ng ating mga kababayan na qualified na pumasok sa training na ito. Ang nakakatuwa, sinisigurado nito na in demand ang mga kurso na ito. At sa loob ng community na yon ay may maaasahang industriya na makakatulong para makapagbigay ng trabaho sa kursong kanyang tinapos. Ang pangatlong program po ay ang UACTEA. Ito ay ang Universal Access to Tertiary Education mula sa Republic Act 10931 o UACTEA. At may kinalaman dito, ang programang ito ay magbibigay ng libreng competency assessment, allowance at saka toolkits. So iba't iba man itong programa, pero ang mainstream niya pa rin ay ang talagang scholarship programs, ang technical vocational education and training na ibibigay sa ating mga kababayan. Ang panghuli naman iniiba kasi ito ang PESFA o ang Private Education Student Financial Assistance. So sa pangalan pa lang niya, magbibigay ito ng tulong pinansyal para sa marginalized pero karapat-dapat na estudyante at scholar po ng TechVoc Education and Training. So muli, meron itong libreng training at assessment, student allowance na araw-araw ng duration ng kanyang training at saka book allowance. Sa ngayon, 4 po na scholarship programs ang validated ng Commission on Women na GAD attributed programs. O kasama na sa GAD Plan and Budget po ng ahensya taon-taon at GAD Accomplishment Report. Yan. Sa tanong naman na sino ang gumamit ng Hagadaga checklist, lalo na ang PIMA checklist, ang sagot natin ay ang miyembro ng GAD Focal Point System. At hindi lang siya nag-iisa na GAD Focal Person, kundi ang mga miyembro nito. Ito ay dapat interacting at saka interdependent, nagtutulungan, nagkukonsulta sa bawat isa para mas pangunahan at mapabilis ang gender mainstreaming ng mga programa at aktibidades. At syempre, nariyan ang suporta ng bagong TESDA Director General, ang Director General po na si Danilo Cruz. Nandito din ang Chairperson ng GAD Focal Point System Executive Committee, ang Deputy Director General, si DDG Rosana Ordaneta. At kagaya po ng nabanggit kanina, ang GFPS ng TESDA ay mayroon itong institutionalized na sa Central Office at sa 17 regional offices. Kasama na po ang BARM. Ito yung huling kuha namin bago po ang pandemya. So sa mga assembly na ito, conferences na ito, talagang sinasagutan ang Hagadaga checklist. Ito man ay sa design checklist or sa PIMA. Yan. At syempre, nariyan kami mula sa TESDA Women's Center na ang papel ay maging GAD Secretariat ng TESDA. Ayan. So, yun lamang po ay brief background kung paano po kami nagkaroon o napili ang GAD Attributed Programs ng TESDA sa 4 na scholarship programs na iyon. Pag-usapan muna natin kung ano ang mga kapakinabangan, benefits and gains sa paggamit ng Hagadaga PIMA checklist, lalo na pagdating sa taunang GAD Accomplishment Report na ipinapasa natin sa Philippine Commission on Women. Magbanggit lang ako ng ilang datos para maipakita ang lawak ng naaabot o nare-reach ng mga scholarship programs na ito sa tulong ng checklist. Una, nariyan ang ating repatriated or returning OFWs. Ang datos na ito ay 2020 po, kaya ito yung kasagsagan din ng COVID-19 pandemic. Pero nakakatuwa na sa panahon ito na maraming bumabalik na mga OFW sa Pilipinas, talaga namang nagpakita ng Devet for Social Equity spirit ang ahensya. At tayo ay nakapagbigay ng scholarship programs, 55% dito ay kababaihan, 45% naman dito ay kalalakihan ng mga enrollees sa iba't ibang rehiyon ng Pilipinas. Nandyan din ang pag-reach sa IPs or indigenous peoples. Kagaya ng makikita niyo sa larawan mula sa TESDA CLGUS na datos, ayan, nakatulong tayo na talagang mabigyan ng scholarship programs. Ang kababaihang IPs ay 56% o 9,536 at ang kalalakihang IPs naman ay 44% o 7,558 noong panahon ng pandemya. Ganon din po ang mga senior citizens. Kasama sila, hindi ba, sa higit na nangailangan ng ilang programa at serbisyo. At dito, 62% ay mga kababaihan o 14,753, habang 38% naman ang kalalakihan na senior citizens o 9,137 sa mga rehiyon ng Pilipinas kung ano ang kurso o programa na nais nilang kunin po sa TESDA. Siyempre, nariyan ang PWDs, ang differently abled persons. Kagaya ng makikita nyo sa ating datos, sa 708 na bilang, at 42% naman sa mga kalalakihang differently abled or persons with disabilities. Bilang panghuli sa benefits and gains, nais ko namang mag-focus siyempre sa women empowerment. May kinalaman sa partisipasyon ng mga kababaihan, hindi lang sa techbook sa kabuuan, kundi ito yung tinatawag na NTT o non-traditional trades. Ito yung male-dominated na mga sektor. Yung mga sinasabi nilang panglalaking kurso o programa, meron pa rin ganyong mga iniisip o kasabihan. Construction-related, plumbing, welding, electrical, sinasabi pa rin na saturated ito ng mga kalalakihang enrollees. Pero sa tulong ng gender analysis, ng ating gender mainstreaming at Hagadaga, meron tayong ngayong nakakalap na datos. Ilan ba ang kababaihan na nagpa-participate sa non-traditional trades na ito? Ayon sa datos ng 2020, ayan, meron tayong 36% na mga kababaihan na nakapag-participate sa mga sektor na ito, habang talaga namang mataas pa rin ang kalalakihan at 64%. So, makikita niyo mamaya sa paggamit ng Hagadaga tool kung ano pa ang ginagawang hakbang ng ahensya para magkaroon ng halos pagkakapantay sa bahagi ito. Yan. Sa pagpapatuloy ng presentation, nais kong ibahagi ang ilang mga hamon or challenges na na-encounter ng GAD Focal Point System. Siyempre, nangunguna dyan kung 2020 data ito, nandiyan ang education disruption dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic. Kasi gustong-gusto ng mga scholarship programs na ito na abutin ang higit na nangailangan, pero dahil sa pandemya, talagang nakatigil ito ng ilang panahon bago magpatuloy ang mga scholarship programs na ito. Ang pangalawang hamon ay ang actually unequal at mababang GAD capacities ng TESDA GFPS members ngayon ng GAD focal persons dahil sa pagbabago ng organizational structure, halos 50% ay bagong mga GAD focal persons. So nandyan pa rin ang challenge na simulan at magpatuloy ang GAD capacity development programs para sa kanila. Ang pangatlong hamon ay batay sa study or research na inilabas noong 2016. nandyan ang gender role stereotypes in the choice of TVET courses or programs. Ang ibig sabihin, ang ilang mga magulang ng aming mga training applicants, ang ilan nilang mga mahal sa buhay, meron pa ring influence na sinasabing, bakit ka kukuha ng dressmaking, bakit ka kukuha ng plumbing, o di kaya ng welding, o di kaya ng sa construction-related na mga programa or IT-related. Hindi ba maraming lalaki dyan? Dito ka na lang, maaring cooking, cookery, food processing, dressmaking, nandyan pa rin ang gender role stereotypes. Kung kaya nais nating magpatuloy sa advocacy campaigns para dito. Ang pang-apat na hamon ay ang low number of women in non-traditional trades and STEM technical fields. So dahil nandiyan ang challenge na sila ay mag-enroll sa non-traditional trades o sector, syempre makikita na bababa ang kanilang bilang kumpara sa kalalakihan. At ito ay mga higher levels po sa techbook. So talagang kung sa sahod ay makakatulong sana sa kanilang pamilya. So nais naming higit na paigtingin ang ating advocacy campaign para mas maraming kababaihan ang mag-participate sa STEM-related, science, technology, engineering, and math-related na mga programa po ng TESDA. Ang panghuling hamon na patuloy na nakikita ay ang employers' gender preferences. So andyan yung mga employers na higit na nais mag-employ ng kalalakihan sa particular na trabaho. Lumabas din ito sa study na ginawa. So nandyan ang efforts pa rin ng TESDA para mag-connect sa mga industry partners. Ayan, para tulungan mag-advocate na higit pang kababaihan ang ma-absorb, hindi lang sa training, kundi sa trabaho, lalo na kung sila ay competent na at qualified para dito. Sa mga challenges na iyon, nais naming ipakita ang actual na paggamit ng Hagadaga PIMA checklist. So bilang paalala, nabanggit ito ng ating speaker kanina, sa paggamit ng Hagadaga checklist, syempre sa ibaba ng larawan natin, dapat nandyan ang mga Hagadaga PIMA users, ang GAD focal point system, ang mismong office na may primarily responsible sa programang iyan ay dapat kasama sa pagsagot po nito. Pangalawa, dapat hawak din natin ang GAD Narrative or Completion Report. Ano ba ang natapos noong taong 2021 na naroon ang mga reports na konektado sa gender and development efforts ng iyong ahensya. Kapag meron ka na nito, gagamitin natin ito para masagutan ang Hagadaga PIMA checklist. Siyempre, dapat hawak natin ang Hagadaga PIMA checklist boxes 16 and 17 at makakatulong din ang guide sa pag-accomplish nito, ayan, na nasa ating manual. Ito po yun na dapat hawak natin. So ito pong GAD Narrative or Completion Report ay isinasama, ina-attach po ito kasama ng na-accomplish na Hagadaga PIMA checklist bilang means of verification or evidence, ayan, para validated nila at talagang maisama ito. Ayan, maisama ito sa ating GAD Accomplishment Report. Ayan. Ating speaker sa ating project management and implementation. Ayan, nilagay po namin dito ang 4 na scholarship programs ng TESDA. Sa unang element, supportive project management, ang sagot namin dito ay full yes. Nariyan ang suporta ng management committee ng TESDA at ganoon din ang GAD Focal Point System Executive Committee. Ayan, para talagang lumitaw sa mga scholarship programs na ito ang gender and development elements natin. Doon pa lang sa narrative report, sa intro nito ay nilitaw na namin ito. Ayan, lalo na't nandyan yung pagnanais na ibigay ang TVET for all at walang diskriminasyon. Sa pangalawang elemento, technically competent staff or consultants, nag-full yes din kami dito. Ayan, sa 2.1 hanggang 2.2. Ipinakita namin dito as means of verification ang directory ng members ng GFPS, ang directory ng scholarship focal persons sa buong regions po ng Philippines at nagpakita kami ng evidence na sila din ay gumaganap bilang GAD focal persons sa kanilang respective na mga offices. So sila ay technically prepared para dito. Dito naman po sa 2.3, nag-partly yes kami dahil sa monitoring and evaluation team ay nais pa natin itong patatagin pa yung kanilang competencies may kinalaman sa GAD. Ang pangatlong element ay committed Philippine Government Agency. Nag-full yes din po kami dito Ayan. Dahil makikita roon sa GAD Narrative Report na kasama ang mga scholarship programs na ito sa GAD Plan and Budget ng ahensya. Yan. At talagang ito ay nagpapakita ng commitment din ng ahensya na makatulong sa ating goal for gender equality sa Tibet. Sa pang-apat naman, GAD Implementation Processes and Procedures, naka-full yes kami doon sa discussion ng GAD concerns. So sa narrative report, pag-uusapan ang discussion ng GAD concerns. Ano ba ang concerns ng mga members ng marginalized sector? Nilitaw doon dahil iba-iba ang kanilang karanasan. Pati ang concerns ng mga kababaihan, ng OSYs, ng may kapansanan, ng IPs at iba pa. Ayan. Sa pagpapatuloy sa 4.2, partly yes po kami dahil itong operational GAD strategy, kailangan pa pong maaprubahan ang GAD agenda ng ahensya. Marami na po itong review and consultation, pero meron kaming GAD logic framework na ginagamit. Sa 4.3 naman, full yes kami doon sa budget para sa activities na ito na meron ding evidence na nakalagay. At nandyan din ang involvement ng mga kalalakihan at kababaihan sa various phases ng sub-projects. So mula sa directory na iyon, by sex, by region, nakita ang kanilang mga involvement. Dito naman sa kasunod na box, ang box 17, project monitoring and evaluation. So sa box na ito, sa element 1, monitoring system naman po ito, gamit ang outputs, results, and outcomes. Nag-full yes po kami dito dahil nakalagay sa mismong guideline na sexist aggregated data ang dapat pong makuha mula sa ground, sa mga regional offices. Project database na kailangan ng sexist aggregated and gender-related information. Opo, kaya po nagbabanggit din ng aming completion report ng contribution ng TESDA ng mga scholarship programs na ito sa gender equality and women empowerment. Ayan. Nandyan din yung pagkolekta ng sexist aggregated data mula sa regions papuntang central office. So na-highlight po ito ng ating completion and narrative report. Sa pangatlong element, gender equality and women's empowerment targets. Ayan, naka-full yes din po tayo dito. Sa usaping nabago ba ang welfare, estado ng mga kababaihan sa mga programang ito? Talagang full yes po dito dahil maraming success stories na isinama po dito sa tulong ng ibang division din ng TESDA para maipakita kung paano nabago ang kanilang buhay sa mga programang ito at sa higit na pag-abot sa mga kababaihan lalo na sa community. Sa element number 4, project addresses gender issues arising from or during its implementation. Naka-partly yes po muna kami dito dahil bagamat mayroong outputs, mayroong outcome, pero hindi nahimay ang ilang gender-related issues, kaya nag-partly yes sa bahaging ito. At ang panghuli, participatory monitoring and evaluation process. So mula sa mga implementers, syempre naka-full yes ito na nag-involve tayo ng kababaihan at ng kalalakihan na implementers po sa mga regional offices sa mga ito. Ayan. So sa kabuuan, ang total GAD score po gamit ang PIMA checklist ay 16.92 score. So inad po yung sa project management, sa monitoring and evaluation, at ito po ay gender responsive. Ayan, mula sa interpretation ng GAD score ng ating hagadaga. So paano po ang treatment dito? Kagaya ng makikita nyo, naglalagay po kami ng computation para guide din ng PCW reviewer. Mula sa 16.92 divided by the total 20 points ng hagadaga PIMA tool times 100, pwede po kaming makapag-attribute ng 84.6% mula sa total actual expenditures, mga nagastos para sa taong ito. So, pinagsama po rito ang total actual expenditures ng lahat ng regional offices at saka ng central office na opisina may kinalaman sa scholarship. Ayan. At meron po, nandito po nakikita nyo yung actual niya na computation na pwedeng maisama, may attribute sa ating GAD Accomplishment Report. So, para sa kaalaman ng lahat, ito ang ating GAD template. So, nandito po tayo sa letter C. Diyan po malaking tulong ang hagadaga PIMA. So, sa GAD Attributed Agency or PAPS, dahil ito ay online na, automatic na magpo-compute din ang gender mainstreaming monitoring system ng Philippine Commission on Women. At kagaya ng makikita nyo, noong taong 2020, Kagaya ng binanggit kanina, muli nandito tayo sa letter C ng template. Ipapasok ito sa GAD Attributed Agency PAPS ng template ng GAD Accomplishment Report. Halimbawa, kagaya ng makikita nyo sa larawan, sa tulong ng Hagadaga PIME na nai-apply sa GAD attributed programs, sa major programs po ng TESDA, nakapagtala tayo ng 20.70% na GAD expenditure. So mas mataas ito sa minimum na requirement na 5% GAD expenditure. Kaya malaking tulong talaga ang Hagadaga PIME checklist. At nabanggit ko rin kanina na kung wala ang Hagadaga PIMA checklist, mahirap para sa TESDA na makuha kahit ang 1% na kahilingan na GAD expenditure nito. Kaya kung talagang nais nating maisagawa ang gender mainstreaming sa ating ahensya, sa ating mga opisina at organisasyon, mahalagang gamitin ang Hagadaga. Yan. Sa panghuling bahagi ng aking presentasyon ay ang mitigating strategies para sa pag-address ng gender gaps. Siyempre, nariyan pa rin ang mga gender issues, ang gender gaps, pero kung tinitingnan namin ng mga her stories, mga success stories sa technical vocational education and training, talagang masasabi namin malaking tulong na giya ang gender analysis tool na ito para maging totoo ang gender mainstreaming. Ang ilang mga gender gap ay paano kung ang babae ay ina ng kanyang tahanan, paano siya makaka-avail ng mga trainings at ng mga serbisyo na ito. Kaya meron kaming scholarship program na step na nandun talaga sa community nila ito binibigay para may hindi ito makahadlang sa kanilang panahon sa pamilya at ilang pang gawain. Nandyan din ng strategiya na magbigay ng daily allowance para sa kanila. Kung ang isa ay nagtatrabaho, makover ang mga araw na iyon na kumukuha sila ng programa at makatulong sa kanila sa ilang gastusin. Nandyan din yung toolkits na binanggit po kanina. Pwede nila itong magamit sa pag-nenegosyo kaagad kapag sila ay competent na sa kurso na kinuha nila. Nais namin ibahagi na maraming mga her stories sa TESDA, lokal man ito o sa ibang bansa, na nagpapakita na siya man ay single parent, siya man ay may kapansanan pa nga o senior citizen o ITs man, talagang naging empowered ang mga kababaihang ito sa tulong ng mga scholarship programs at mas higit silang naabot sa tulong din ng gender analysis tool na ito. Gusto namin banggitin na meron kami ngayong target na 3% ng mga kababaihan bawat taon ay tumaas ito ang bilang nila na ma-enroll sa mga kurso na non-traditional o male-dominated na mga sektor dahil ito ay talagang in demand sa mga industriya. Yeah. So, sa kabuuan, ang TESDA ay hindi lang nagbibigay o nagkakaloob ng national certificate sa mga competent na mga beneficiaries na ito. Siyempre kasama na ang mga huwana. Alam namin na may impact ito sa kanilang buhay mismo. Kaya ang GAD Focal Point System ng TESDA, ganun din ang head ng TESDA Women's Center, kay Ma'am Angie Gonzalez, nais namin magpatuloy sa aming role bilang ang GAD Secretariat para ma-maintain ng TESDA ang kanyang objective na maging mas inclusive ito, nandun ang non-discriminatory na mga practices at saka safe, maging safe spaces ito sa ating mga beneficiaries po. Maraming salamat sa opportunity na ito. Magandang hapon sa lahat.
May pong salamat, Ms. Jonas, sa pagsababahagi ng karanasan ng TESDA sa paggamit ng Hagadaga. Ngayon po ay dadako na tayo sa exciting part ng ating webinar. We are moving forward to our open forum. Alam ko po sa atin ay marami po kayong tanong, and the tech team was able to gather questions from the Q&A box, and it will be answered in the open forum. Para po tulungan tayong sagutin yung mga questions ng ating participant, inaanyayahan ko po si Ms. Lorena, si Ms. Ara, si Ms. Narls, and our sharers, Ms. Fe and Ms. Jonah, to join us in answering the question of our participants. So, let's start with the first question. Medyo marami-rami po tayong tanong. Kung gusto po ng ating RPs at ng ating sharers, they can choose to answer po, and some can offer some supporting answers din po. Para sa ating unang tanong, we have a question from Mark Davis Planas, Novaliches Development Cooperative. Paano po kapag ang isang CSO at may development project can we still use the Hagadaga or para lang po talaga siya for government and donors? Sino pong gustong sumagot mula po sa ating speakers and sharers?
Okay, KD, hello.
Kayo po, Ms. Lorena.
Kasi sinagot ko na ito doon sa Q&A facility natin na, di ba yung Hagadaga is used to assess all development programs and projects. Kaya kahit CSO po, ay pwedeng gamitin ang Hagadaga. And it is really helpful so that the CSO can improve, no, its gender responsiveness doon sa development project na kanilang dinedesign o ini-implement. No? So it's not limited to government and donor agencies. Kasi kahit sa Great Women Project, may mga partners na private sector. They also use the Hagadaga and they found it very helpful.
So, remember that the Hagadaga toolkit is designed to make development projects gender responsive. So whether you are government, you are donor, you are private sector, it can be used by all development practitioners. No, so ito yung tool na at least alam nyo, approved to ng government and approved to ng donors. So if you would like to really mainstream GAD core elements in your project development processes, whether you are CSO, you are private organization, whether you are government, then the Hagadaga is one of the toolkits that is really endorsed to be used by the government. So yes, pwede nyo rin gamitin yung Hagadaga kahit po kayo ay CSO.
From Joel, from DILG, we have, for continuing projects for 2 or 3 years, ano po ang reflection nun sa accomplishment nila?
Sige, from Jonah or Ms. Fe, baka meron sa inyong gustong magsagot dito? Kasi may experience kayo on this eh.
Opo, salamat po, Ms. Narls. Sa tanong po dito, kasi ang scholarship programs ng TESDA ay continuing talaga. Ito ay ayon sa batas, talagang binabudgetan po ito at kitang-kita sa GAA. So, very po ito, may positive impact po talaga ito. Kailangan lang mailitaw sa GAD Narrative Report kasi mayroon pong element sa ating Hagadaga checklist kung kailangan ba ng exit plan or strategy. Ang lagi naming sinasagot sa PCW reviewer, validator na hindi kailangan ng exit plan dahil continuing programa po ito. Talagang patuloy itong binabudgetan din ng gobyerno. Kaya doon po maipapakita basta may karagdagang evidences at sa accomplishment report, magpapatuloy ito. Ang ibig sabihin, sustainable ang mga programa po ni ito at talagang mahalaga din ito kapag ibinibigay na natin sa community sa bahagi po ng scholarship programs ng TESDA.
Siguro dagdag ko lang, no, how do you reflect that in the accomplishment report? Di ba meron naman kayo annual report of a continuing project. So you use that annual report to assess using the PIMA. The PIMA kasi should be used every end of a project cycle, every end of the year. No, so whether it's a continuing or a one-shot project, lagi yung merong year-end report. So yun yung pwede nyong gamitin na basis for assessing the PIMA. Kaya importante, lalo na sa continuing, di ba, Jonah and Fe, kasi pwede kayong mag-improve sa design. Pwede kayong makakita ng areas na, ay, ito palagi tayong zero dito. Bakit ba? Di ba? Kung hindi kayo, kunyari, nag-generate ng GAD-related indicators, baka kailangan i-require yun. So, implementation.
Oo.
Diba?
Oo, tama yun, Ma'am Narls. Salamat sa pagbanggit. Magbigay lang ako ng halimbawa. Dati kasi, gender-sensitive na level lang ang scholarship programs po ng TESDA. Dadalawa lang po sila. Tapos nakita namin, may talagang continuing ito at merong mga elements sa Hagadaga checklist, sa GAD elements natin na dapat ngang ma-improve pa. At nakita namin na kailangan sa guidelines, susunod na taon, maipasok na ito. Kailangan pag sinabing ina-address mo ang gender issues, ilalagay na to anong gender issues yon. Malaking tulong talaga.
First assessment namin sa setup, the score was 4. So, pasang lang yon, pasang awa. And then, through our involvement in the Great Women Project, from 4, naging 8.68 siya for 3 years. And then this time, when you asked us to present our experience with setup, inayos ko ulit, and that led me to the score of 11.18. So we will validate it again with our regional offices, yung GAD team namin. So next preparation namin GAD plan for setup will now be even enhancing it kasi meron din kaming setup 4.0. Nakalagay na doon yung gender responsive. So ano nila yung intention. So we need to go back again to the guidelines to ensure that the elements na hinahanap ay makapasok doon so that the score will eventually increase. Yeah, ganun po.
Thank you po, Ms. Fe. Baka po gustong ituloy ni Ms. Jonah ang kanyang sinasabi kanina.
Dati kasi dalawa lang ang GAD attributed programs ng TESDA. Sa tulong din ng Hagadaga PIMA checklist, kaya mayroon na ngayong 4. Pero nakita namin na dahil continuing programs, ito talaga taon-taon na binabudgetan. Ang mga scores na partly yes, ang iba na may no. Malaking tulong ito para balikan. Nais naming palitan halimbawa ang nasa guidelines para ilagay na talaga doon anong target, pataasin ba ang bilang ng mga kababaihan, hindi kailanganin ng exit plan. Dahil patuloyan ang programs na ito rin sa community. Salamat.
Marami pong salamat, Ms. Jonah. Okay na po ba ang ating mga speakers? Or meron pa po kayong nais idagdag? From Yula Ray De Leon of LGU San Fernando, Camarines Sur. In terms of financially constrained LGUs, we can only allocate a minimal amount of separate budget, but it is not entirely enough to facilitate the mandated target of 5%. Is attribution or usage of the Hagadaga can be used? What will be the step-by-step process to facilitate this strategy? Sino pong gustong sumagot sa ating mga speakers?
Sige, mauna na ako, no? So magdagdag na lang siguro si Ma'am Lorena, si Miss Fe, tsaka si Miss Lorena. Unang-una, gusto kong sabihin na mali agad yung first interpretation ninyo, that because you are financially constrained, you should allocate a separate amount because that is a direct violation of the policy. No, it's a direct violation of the GAD budget policy under the GAA and under the Magna Carta of Women. Hindi po kasi nakalagay doon na dapat i-separate nyo. Diba? Ang nakalagay kasi doon, dapat mag-analyze kayo ng inyong problema, mag-analyze kayo ng gaps in terms of the capacity of your LGU, mag-analyze kayo ng needs ng inyong clients and stakeholders, tapos kung ano yung problema nila related to gender, dapat ma-integrate nyo yun doon sa existing program nyo. Okay? Alam natin ng LGU, direct programs kayo, lahat ng batas sa national, kayo nag-i-implement. So meron kayong sector na health, meron kayong education, meron kayong environment, meron kayong agriculture, all the sectors are there. So kung ang agriculture ay may budget, ang environment may budget, ang health may budget, ang social work may budget, tapos lahat yun ma-integrate nyo yung gender perspective. Yung budget nun, yun yung GAD budget nyo. Hindi nyo kukunin yun. It's transforming your programs to address the concerns of your stakeholders related to GAD or related to gender equality, related to GEDC man yan, kung yun yung ginagamit yung framework na yun. So, hindi po tama na i-separate because by separating, mas lalo nyo pong minamaliit yung GAD na separate budget lang siya. Ito lang yung kaya natin gastuhin para ma-address yung gender issue. Lahat po ng program, basta may tao kayong pinaglilingkuran, ay may potential na gender issues. So, ang kailangan, marunong kayong mag-strategize kung paano mag-analyze ng issue ng inyong stakeholders. So, kaya di ba sabi ni Miss Ara at ni Miss Lorena, gender analysis is an important step for you to be able to identify the gender issue of your stakeholder. And Hagadaga is one gender analysis tool related to program. So, ganun po yun. So, kailangan alisin natin yung mindset na para mag-comply tayo, mag-separate tayo ng 5%. Kasi hindi yun ang intent ng batas. Okay? So, dapat po, sundin natin yung step-by-step na nasa joint memo circular nyo for LGU, yung JMC 2013-1 at saka 2016-1. No, nandun naman po yung step-by-step on how to prepare your GAD plan and how to identify gender issues. So kung kulang kayo sa capacity, you can always ask the ILG and of course PCW for capacity development interventions. We have our gender resource pool that can help you with that. So yun yung gusto kong sabihin kay Yulare, no? Dapat itama natin yung interpretasyon about GAD budget policy na hindi siya separate, but it's actually pag binasa niyo po yung totoong GAD budget policy at yun nandun sa Magna Carta na institutional mechanism, sasabihin nun, national government agencies and local government units should identify the gender issue, prepare a GAD plan, and the cost of which shall be at least 5%. So yun po yung dapat nating maintindihan na hindi siya dapat, ano muna yung pera at ano yung program na gagawin natin. Ano muna yung issue? And then doon sa existing program nyo, alin yung makaka-address doon? Or kung hindi ma-address, paano natin babaguhin yung program? So yun po siguro yung gusto kong sabihin lang. Maybe the other RPs can add their experiences on this.
From the Helio, tama po ba ang aking pagbigkas? The Helio Pag-asa of Development Academy of the Philippines. So the type of checklist that will be used will depend on the type of project, which means an organization may use many checklists. Sino pong gustong sumagot from our speakers?
Okay, may I answer?
Okay po,
Sabi
Ms. Lorena.
natin, di ba, na yung checklist ay pipiliin po natin yung appropriate checklist for that project, no? So, pipili tayo doon sa existing available sectoral checklists, yung 20. So, pag yung project natin ay infrastructure, including building road network or building yung mga kung anong mga facilities, gamitin natin yung infrastructure checklist. Pero kung yung project natin is providing financing, pwedeng gamitin natin yung microfinance na checklist, no? So, every project will have its appropriate checklist. So ngayon, kung yung isang organization ay marami po siyang proyekto na iba-iba yung type, ay ganun din po kadami yung pwede nyong gamiting checklist. However, if you are not able to find the appropriate checklist, gamitin din po natin yung generic checklist.
Thank you po, Ms. Lorena.
Pwede add?
Okay po, Ms. Fe.
Okay. Sa case din namin, wala pong S&T checklist.
Yeah.
So, ang challenge in our agency is to come up with a GAD checklist for S&T. At ngayon po, it is recommended by PCW for refinement. So, meron na kami nagawa, pero kailangan pa siya ayusin to comply with the requirements of PCW and NEDA. So, ganun, pwede natin gawin if you are an agency, gusto niyo magkaroon ng sariling checklist. Pwede naman kasi allowed po siya.
Yeah.
As long as you comply with the requirements, 10 elements of a responsive program.
Yeah. That's right, no? KD, if I may just add. Remember po yung discussion natin sa design, 10 elements yon, 10 core GAD elements na halos pare-pareho naman. Doon lang sa pagdating sa sector, meron lang siyang specific focus on the sector. So even if walang available na sectoral checklist dun sa program nyo, you can use the generic checklist. Yun naman yung laging advice ng mga consultants at saka ng PCW, no? If there is, if the sector-specific checklist is not, if the program is not related to any sector, or even if you are in education sector pero hindi naman swak dun sa education checklist, kasi magpapatayo pala kayo ng paaralan or magpapatayo pala kayo ng dormitory, then you can use the infrastructure checklist. Tapos, kung wala talagang applicable, then you use the generic. Yun lang naman yun eh. Do not let the absence of a sector-specific checklist hinder you from assessing your program using the HGDG.
From Emelita Agpalo of the Provincial Government of Occidental Mindoro. In number 1 element, do we have to consider the number of women attendees in giving points? When can we use the partly yes answer?
Sagot?
Okay po, Ms. Lorena.
Parang ito yung nasa design checklist, yung number 1 element, participation of women and men. Kaya nga sabi natin, bago tayo mag-score, basahin talaga natin yung guide to scoring, no? Kasi every checklist, including the generic checklist, meron talaga siyang guide to scoring. For element number 1, partly yes pag ganito, no? Full yes pag merong ganito. So talagang babasahin natin yung guide for scoring so that we can appropriately give, the correct score doon sa element na yon, no? Babalikan talaga natin yung scoring. Kasi nga sabi nga namin ni Miss Ara, minsan kasi parang nagmamadali yung talang, ay meron yan, sige ikaw, anong thinking mo? Parang nagboto-boto.
Botohan.
Hindi na nila tiningnan yung instructions, no? But pag nagbabalidate tayo, binabalikan talaga natin yung scoring guide, which includes the instruction kung kailan partly yes. Di ba kanina nga pinakita ni Miss Ara, partly yes, pag ganito, full yes, pag nandito ito. Yan. So, babalikan natin yung scoring guide.
Baka si Miss Ara might have additional input
Yes
based on
po,
her experience.
Yes po, yun nga, gaya nga po ng na-mention. So minsan, yung atin pong pagsasagot doon, parang may tendency po tayo na ina-assume. Hindi natin binabalikan yung scoring guide. So yun yung ano po natin minsan nagiging limitation. So pag nag-validate, sabihin natin, ayan, so lalabas na po, pag tinanong tayo, in-interview tayo, so wala na po tayo masagot, wala na tayo maipakitang document. So kaya po very important na inaaral po natin yung scoring guide.
Yeah.
Para guided tayo na, so may consensus din kayo na, ay partly yes, kasi ganito lang yung means of verification na pwede nating i-present when they validate the score na pinrovide po natin gamit yung HGDG checklist natin.
Thank you po for all your answers. Let's move on to the next question. From Jacinta Pueyo of University of Southern Mindanao. In the levels of GWE, are the levels fixed and do not overlap? Sino po sa ating mga speakers ang nais sumagot?
Kasi
Okay,
ito
Miss
yung
Lorna.
discussion natin kanina, di ba, yung results based on the gender equality and women empowerment framework, na yung sinasagot natin dito is paano natin i-measure yung gender equality and women empowerment results ng isang programa or proyekto. At base po dito sa GWEF framework from Sarah Longway, GWEF na framework, may 5-level scale na pinrovide of increasing gender equality and women empowerment, di ba? Yung una, welfare. Second is access. Next is conscientization, and then participation and control. So 5 levels. Pero hindi sinasabi na ano yan, na exclusive na dapat ito lang, ganyan. Kasi pwede po siyang isang project ay masagot niya lahat yung 5 levels. Depende sa pag-design ng strategy ng programa mismo, no? Halimbawa, nag-provide siya ng training, so nasagot niya na yung welfare kasi kailangan yung skills. And then second, dinala niya doon sa nangangailangan ng training, so nasagot niya rin yung access. Pero itong training na ito ay merong naka-integrate na module on gender sensitivity, on women's human rights, kaya meron din siyang conscientization. Na? At the same time, yung mga participants, for example, are members and officers of the association or cooperative. So, ibig sabihin, natutugunan niya rin yung empowerment through participation. And pwede din nating i-measure kung meron ba silang control doon sa resources or benefits. No? Kasi yung ibang mga programa, talagang yung mga kababaihan mismo ang nagde-decide kung ano na ba yung next na gagawin nila sa proyekto, saan sila ulit mag-i-invest ng pera, etc. etc. So the levels are fixed based on the framework, but they can overlap. No? Kasi increasing po siya, increasing levels of women economic empowerment and gender equality results.
Thank you po, Ms. Lorena. May idadagdag pa po kaya?
Oo. Mag-add din ako, KD. Kung babalikan po din natin sa monitoring and evaluation na box 17, ang hinahanap po natin doon sa gender impact assessment ay from the welfare level up to the control level. So kaya po napakahalaga po na yun talaga din pag nag-set po tayo ng GWE targets natin. Nakikita po natin kasi hindi po tayo mag-automatic na mag-a-address ka ng strategic gender needs kaagad. pero wala ka pang nagawang affirmative actions to address the practical gender needs of our clients or stakeholders. So magsisimula po talaga, paakyat po siya. Kung makikita po natin yung sa presentation kanina ni Tita Lorena na hagdan, you cannot move dun sa up kung yung mga gender issues. Kaya po very important yung process ng gender analysis na ginagawa natin dahil kailangan yung root causes ng situation or bakit nga ba na marginalize itong mga women or sector ay makita po at ma-address natin through the mitigating strategies or GAD operational strategy natin to ensure na nagiging fully gender responsive yung mga programs and projects na ginagawa po natin.
Yeah, tama po yun. No? If I may add lang, if you will look for the original Sala Longway framework ng GWE, siya, nakapaikot, gumaganon siya eh. No? So, ibig sabihin nun, hindi siya fix. No? So, ibig sabihin, yung program na yun could be addressing some levels or it could be addressing, pag kasi na-address mo yung taas, pwedeng nakuha mo yung lower level of empowerment. Or pwede rin naman talagang hanggang sa access level ka lang. Hindi ka pumapunta sa participation or control level. So, talagang siya, no, hindi siya fix or kapag niredesign nyo kasi yung program, pwedeng tumaas yung levels of empowerment na maa-address niya. As mentioned nga by Ms. Ara at ni Ms. Lorena. So, mas maganda talaga, no, as GAD focal point, siguro, yun yung gusto nating sabihin sa kanila, di ba, mga RPs, for you to be really, to read all materials sana. Familiarize yourselves with all of this framework that we have, no? Kasi hindi nyo lang naman to sa Hagad-Agad training maririnig. Maririnig nyo rin yan pag nag-gender mainstreaming training kayo, kapag nag-GAD planning and budgeting, pag nag-GAD agenda formulation kayo. So all of these frameworks kasi, hindi naman kasi isa lang yan eh, no? Marami kasing framework na pwede tayong gamitin or i-apply para ma-address yung gender issues ng ating mga stakeholders. So, mas maganda talaga bilang GAD focal point, talagang advance yung reading din natin. At kung meron tayong hindi klaro, then that's the time siguro we do consultation with PCW or with other GAD experts. Sige, yun lang, kids.
Thank you po. Marami pong salamat sa sagot. We can move on to our next question. We have from Anne-Marie Ikin from Jose Reyes Memorial Medical Center. Projects funded outside of our GAA but subjected to Hagad-Agad can be attributed to GAD?
Thank you for raising the question. No? The answer is yes. Okay, pwede nyo pa rin i-reflect ito sa inyong GAD plan kung that is the question. Kasi di ba nakalagay sa GAD plan naman, ano yung source of funds? No? Kaya lang, pag kinompute kasi ito, baka hindi siya kasama dun sa at least 5%. Okay? That's my understanding of how the 5%, yung kasing at least 5% is pertaining to the GAA budget, no? Yung inallocate from government. Pero kung may projects kayo na gender responsive pumasa sa Hagad-Agad, pero from other sources, like ODA ba siya, from income ba siya, for other sources ba siya, pwede nyo pa rin i-reflect yung GAA counterpart, no? Yung specific percentage ng GAA counterpart doon sa rating ng Hagad-Agad na yun as part of your GAA attribution. You can still reflect yung cost ng budget na yun sa inyong GAD. Kaya lang, yun nga, hindi siya i-add dun sa at least 5%. Kasi ang kinocompute lang talaga niya are GAA funded. No? But walang problema if you reflect that in your GAD plans and GAD accomplishment reports. Actually, yun yung nagpapakita na nagme-mainstream kayo kahit na hindi government funded, kahit na hindi yung funded ng government lang na program, pero other programs na ginagawa ng department niyo or ng agency niyo or ng hospital niyo na pinapasukan niyo pa rin ng GAD elements. Kasi nga, that's mainstreaming. That's really the essence of gender mainstreaming. So yun yung sagot namin dyan. But let me hear from the other RPs kung meron kayong ibang experience on this. Yung mga like DOST and TESDA, meron ba kayong inattribute na hindi GAA? At paano ito ni-reflect?
Yeah, meron po kasi kaming local GIA funds. So kung ganun ang aming funds, hindi siya makasama doon sa computation, but still we allow them to include in the GAD plan, our GAD accomplishment as well, para mas sanay sila on
Yes.
the use of the tool, and that will enhance their skills.
Miss Jonah, meron po ba
Hello,
kayong
KD?
gustong i-add?
Oo, salamat. Idagdag ko lang din, sa karanasan ng TESDA, meron din kaming regular na programa with the Coca-Cola Philippines. So talagang outside ito ng GAA. Pero dahil ginamitan din ito ng Hagadaga, yung elements doon malaking tulong, para ang programang to talaga makatulong sa mandato ng equality, social inclusion. At dahil dito, naka-reflect din ito sa GAD Plan and even Accomplishment Report. Tama po, hindi namin sinasama sa total na budget or sa expenditures yung galing kay Coca-Cola, pero yung aming counterpart, halimbawa ang
Yes.
personal services,
Yes.
sinong staff ang tumulong para dito, talagang meron kaming template para ma-compute yung ganong counterpart namin. Meron ba kaming venue na pinagamit para sa mga ito na pa-training? Pati yung talaga nakakompute kasi gusto namin ipakita na with the partnerships ng ibang organization, nandun pa rin ang gender mainstreaming. Malaking tulong po siya kasi idagdag ko lang, bukod sa women-focused siya na programa, meron din itong Gantimpala Award yung nangyaring collaboration, women-focused program siya. Pero nakatulong ang Hagadaga na makita na, ay sandali, medyo kailangan natin ng involvement din naman ng kalalakihan para masabi mo you're promoting equality. So nakatulong siya na makita na na-empower na ang kababaihan pero talagang nais pa nating makita din kung online na ito, mayroon niyang maibibigay na programa maging sa kalalakihan o sa ibang sektor. Salamat po.
Marami pong salamat, Miss Jonah, Miss Narls, and Miss Faye. Let's move on po sa ating question number 8. From Crisep Villora of Philippine Coconut Authority. When do we say that we had already met the 5% GAD budget of a certain project program implementation? Is it enough by presenting the result of PIMA? Sino po sa ating RPs ang gustong sumagot?
Parang medyo kailangan i-digest yung question, ano? Kung paano.
Oo nga,
sagutin. Okay. Kasi, teka, when do we say that we have already met the 5% of a certain program project implementation? Remember that the score for both the design and PIMA checklist, hindi po siya yung 5%, no? Hindi yun. Magkaiba yun. Yung 5% GAD budget is related to the at least 5% of the total agency budget. And the program cost could be part of the total agency budget. So ang possible score niyo po sa Hagadaga, as discussed by Ms. Lorena and Ms. Ara, ay depende sa, yung percentage ay depende sa total score divided by 20 times 100%. Yun yung bagong computation ngayon. Dati meron tayong 4.1, above 4, di ba? 25%. Tapos
Yes,
4.1 to 7 point something, 50%. And then, meron tayong hati-hati ang ganun to reach 100% of attribution to that budget of the program. Magkaiba po yung attribution using the checklist sa budget po ng program versus attribution sa total GAD budget. Okay? Yung attribution using Hagadaga is just part of the 5% of the total agency budget. No, hindi po pwedeng ibig sabihin kung kunyari yung program nyo is 10%, yun na po yung GAD budget nyo, hindi po yun. Kasi it's possibly not that will not be representative of the 5%. Lalo na kung mga big agencies kayo na yung mga malalaking project nyo ay million o billion. No. So yun siguro yung I'm not sure kung nalinawan ka Miss Viloria sa aking sagot, pero parang ang gusto ko lang i-clarify dito is that yung Hagadaga hindi po 5% yon. Hanggang 20%, hanggang 100% of the total budget yung Hagadaga. Ibig sabihin, at ang minimum na pwede niyong ma-attribute, parang 5% din ngayon. 4 divided by 20 times 100 is 5. So tama naman pala. So pag nakascore kayo ng 4 or higher, mas malaki yung ma-attribute nyo sa program budget. No, sa program budget to the GAD budget.
Paul, let's move on to question number 9 from Normiel Aslor of National Economic Development Authority. What is the difference between attributing the GAD accomplishment using the result of the Hagadaga checklist example using the formula 15.83 divided by 20 equals 79% versus what is provided in the PCW DBM NEDA Joint Circular number 2012-01 with example 15.83 score may only attribute 75% of the budget for the year for that program.
Normiel, simple lang yan. Yung bagong computation ay nakalagay sa PCW GAD Budget Call na inisyu namin since 2020 ata or 2021. No, that is amending portion of the JC 2012-1. In fact, ngayon, there is an ongoing consultation with DBM and NEDA to amend JMC 2012-1 para ma-reflect na itong bagong computation ng hagadaga. Sinabi ng PCW circular na para mas fair dun sa mga agencies, no, na kasi parang may range yung original dati. Parang 15 to 19, parang ganun, 75% to 19.99, may ganun pa eh. Tapos 19.99 to 20, parang may 0.1% ka lang para maka 100% ka, di ba? So ngayon, kunyari ang score mo 19, di malapit ka na sa halos 100% na attribution. So para commensurate naman yung score na makuha nyo doon sa budgetary attribution or the GAD budget that will be attributed by that program. So yun yung this was issued by PCW only. So ngayon, kasi kami naman yung nagre-review ng GAD plan, pero ngayon we would like to make it official to amend JC 2012-1. So magkakaroon ng amendment yan this year. Ongoing na yung consultation. So yun po. So again, that's an information for everybody. Hindi naman mawawala na yung bagong formula. Yan na yung i-adapt natin sa bagong JC 2012-1. Kasi maraming nagsasabing mas maganda siya kesa yung dating ranges. Diba?
Yes.
O yun po siguro.
Mas fair ma'am itong na to bago na to. Pero ma'am, clarification lang din, ito ay we use this para sa mga national, pero yung sa LGU, ang same pa rin yung dati, na computation.
Yeah, tama. Thank you, Miss Ara, for mentioning that. No, kasi may mga LGU participants tayo dito, baka malito sila. For LGUs, as mentioned by Miss Ara, hindi po kayo gagamit ng formula. You will use the ranges found in JMC 2013-1 and 2016-1. Yung issue ni PCW, DILG, DBM, and NEDA. Hindi po applicable sa inyo ito.
Okay, thank you po, Ms. Nars and Ms. Ara. Let's move on to question number 10. From Vanessa Pacquiao of Samal Island City College. In the education area, do we need to use only the education checklist? Sino po sa ating mga RP ang gustong sumagot?
Sige, ako po, sasagot. Related din ito sa unang question, no, na yung sagot natin is depende sa type ng project yung gagamitin nating checklist. So kahit na sa education sector po tayo, kung yung ating project is related to, for example, installing an information and communications technology system, ay gagamitin natin yung checklist for ICT na available doon sa ating sectoral checklist, na. For example, pag yung project naman natin is rehabilitating yung road network within the school or the campus, yung gagamitin natin is the infrastructure checklist. So, titingnan natin yung project at kung ano yung type niyang project, ano yung purpose, at hahanapin natin yung appropriate na sectoral checklist, na. Not necessarily automatic na pag nasa education sector ka, education checklist na talaga yung gagamitin for all types of programs or projects.
Thank you po, Ms. Lorena. Marami pong salamat sa
Ms. Jonah,
pagsagot.
may dagdag.
Ms. Jonah?
Opo, salamat. Karagdagan din kasi mula sa edukasyon na sektor ang TESDA. Noong unang ginamit ang hagadaga, particularly ang design checklist noon, nakita ito ng GAD Focal Point System members na mas akma sa basic education, yung ilang mga elements doon. Kaya dahil hindi namin mapalitaw ang totoong gender issues sa sektor ng techbook, at ang ilan na alam pa namin kailangan to for women empowerment, kailangan ito para may equality, mas pinili namin gamitin ang generic checklist. Kailangan lang namin to ipaliwanag kapag nagpapalit ng validator o ng reviewer ang sa PCW na division, pero tinatanggap nila to. May kaugnayan dito, kami rin ay nag-develop na ng GAD checklist naman for Tibet sector. So, nai-present na ito sa ODA-GAD Network. Naghihintay lang kami ng official na approval para ito ay maisama rin sa Hagadaga. So, may ganong mga initiative na para talaga akma-akma sa gender issues sa sektor din ng tech po. Salamat.
Thank you po, Ms. Jonah. And for our next question, we have from Maria Lourdes Fetianco of Nonoy Librado Development Foundation. In using the checklist, we are presuming that the agency have enough GAD orientation. Sino pong gustong sumagot from our RPs?
Sige, ako muna. Opo, talagang kailangan, di ba sinabi natin sa general guidelines in using the Hagadaga checklist that we have to conduct learning, mentoring, or training session for those who will be using the checklist. And so the GAD focal point system can organize these training sessions, or you can also, organize mga training programs on the use of Hagadaga and gender analysis. Kasi pag hindi po tayo well-oriented on the concepts and framework and even the process of gender analysis, medyo hindi po talaga, mahihirapan din tayo ma-appreciate. Hindi mahirapan, or we might not really be able to appreciate yung the application and the use, and the usefulness of the Hagadaga tool to assess the program or project in terms of its gender responsiveness. So, recommended po yung talagang dapat magkaroon tayo ng hindi lang GAD orientation, pwede po tayo magkaroon ng mga more in-depth training on gender analysis, the use of the Hagadaga, which the agency can organize and can be funded from your GAD budget. Thank you.
Thank you po, Ms. Lorena. Let's move on po kung wala na pong additional comments to question number 12. Mula po kay Adonis Abril Savra of the City Government of Gihulngan. Pasok po ba sa MOV sa element 3 if yung training ay hindi siya part of the project or program, pero yung training is about GAD monitoring and evaluation?
If element 3 is gender analysis, conduct of gender analysis, if yung training ay hindi siya part ng project or program, pero yung training is about GAD monitoring and evaluation. Ano po ba ito? Sponsored po ba ito ng project or ng agency? Kasi yung inaano po natin din sa monitoring and as a project implementation management ay ini-ensure natin na meron po talaga tayong allocated na budget for mga GAD activities or training na yung sa project kasi or program, kasi nga po ini-ensure natin na talagang yung processes and procedures na ginagawa po natin sa ating proyekto ay nagiging gender responsive siya. Kung out po ito doon sa project or kung ito naman po ay part ng agency GAD Plan and Budget tapos nag-attend kayo doon, so maaaring ma-consider pa rin siya kasi ito ay magiging part doon sa element 2 on technically competent staff or consultant kasi kayo po ay na-providean ng capacity building ng ating pong agency kahit halimbawa kayo mga project management team or sa MNE team kayo. So yun, na-invite kayo. So magiging ano rin po yan kasi part kayo dun sa training, may certificate kayo, may attendance kayo. So nakapacitate kayo to ensure na may capacity kayo to implement or promote gender and development integration sa program.
Tama po. Baka po hindi element 3, element 2 ng box
Opo.
16 yung tinutukoy
Opo.
ninyo. So pwedeng
Yes.
MOB yun, ano, yung nag-attend sila ng training on
Yes,
GAD
ma'am.
Plan, kung project team member sila.
From Adonis, Abril
Tapos,
Safra.
Ano?
The same, from the same person po, we have clarification po dun sa percentage of attribution would be based on the score over the highest possible score, which is 20, at hindi na po yung may percentage bracket.
Yes, again, this is for national government. Kung LGU po kayo, susundin nyo pa rin po yung may percentage bracket. Okay. Maraming nagtatanong kanina, parang marami kasing LGU participant. At mabuti na lang ni-raise siya ni Ms. Ara, no, na yung sinasabi naming computation ng percentage score sa Hagadaga ngayon na inisyu ng PCW ay para lamang sa national government agencies, saka state universities and colleges, and local water districts. Yun pong mga local government units, you will still follow yung bracket na nasa JMC 2013-1 na 2016-1.
Yes.
Marami pong salamat. Meron pa po pala tayong 6 question dedicated to our agency shares, DOST and TESDA. So this question is for DOST. Is setup continuously being attributed to GAD in the annual GPB and GAD AR? What improvements in the setup have been implemented as a result of applying the Hagadagas core elements in setup design, management, implementation, and M&E?
Yes, setup is implemented every year, and we attributed setup since 2015. Now, what is the improvement that we have seen in the implementation? So, as what I've said a while ago, from a score of 4, it was raised to 8.68 and now 11.18. Now, for the design, yung mga regional offices namin, most, ilan sila, 5 of them are members of the DSB. So yung capacity nila on identifying gender issues and even yung calibrating the programs para ma-mainstream or ma-integrate ang GAD perspective, kayang-kaya nilang gawin yon. Now, in terms of the PIMA, yung preparation ng accomplishment report, uniform po kaming lahat. Meron kaming template. And we already identify anong elements meron doon, yun ilalagay ninyo. So they are careful in they ensure that yung mga MOVs related to that particular elements ay kuhang-kuha nila. So from the all 16 regions, ganun po ang aming yung template. Magkaiba lang doon sa amount and then the targets and even yung mga GAD goals na ginagawa nila. So if the design sa setup, wala kaming GAD goals, pero doon sa pag-implement na in the narrative report of setup, naka-integrate na po ang GAD goals nila because they have implemented that in the setup program. So ganun po ang ginagawa ng aming mga capacitated regional project implementers of setup. Kasi parang sa amin yung matagal na kasi. So medyo na na po ang aming mga regional project implementers and the focal point system members.
Thank you po, Ms. Fe. Let's move forward to our next question. Para pa rin po sa DOST, was there any gender impact assessment conducted to assess how setup improved the lives of women and men project beneficiaries?
Okay. Unfortunately, hindi pa siya natuloy. I've heard from Yusik Brenda at the time in 2019 or 18 na merong plano ang aming Office of the Undersecretary for Regional Operations to come up with an impact assessment of setup. So hindi po siya natuloy. Or kung hindi ko alam yung current na ngayon, development of that impact assessment. However, I've seen some studies or impact assessment conducted by particular provinces on setup, like in Isabela. So hindi siya pero yung malawakan na setup, hindi pa tapos at hindi pa currently, I'm not sure kung how far yung assessment or yung process ginagawa. But I have already indicated na maganda na may gender impact assessment and setup to determine that this program really may impact doon sa aming mga beneficiaries, both women and men.
Thank you po, Ms. Fe. For our next question, para naman po sa TESDA, Ms. Jonah, how do you improve the design of the scholarship projects as a result of the Hagadaga assessment? What specific mitigating strategies were applied?
Yes, oo. Sa tanong na ito, na banggitin natin ito sa presentation, dahil kapag sinasagutan ang PIME, ang Hagadaga PIME at saka ang narrative report, nakikita doon kung ano ang party yes at ang bagay pa na pwedeng i-improve. So, ang sa bahagi naman ng design, nakatulong sa amin na talagang kung sa polisiya o sa guidelines ay wala pa, idadagdag talaga doon as specific as possible. Pag sinabi mong beneficiaries, nililitaw namin na ito ay women and men kasi inihiling na kailangan ito sa disenyo hanggang sa monitoring and evaluation. Talagang tinulungan kami ng Office sa Primary Responsible na maisama na ito sa guideline. Ibig sabihin kasi ang guideline ng scholarship programs ang mismong evidence naman para sagutan naman ang sa disenyo ng scholarship program. Ang isa pang nakatulong, yung mismong requirement ng pagkukuha ng sexes aggregated data ay mas talagang naramdaman hanggang sa regional offices. Kasi mula sa polisiya, nang maging strict na SDD ang kailangan by sex, by region. Sa iba pa nga kapag pamani area yan, women, peace and security, talagang humingi kami kung anong municipality pa nga ang nandun. Kasi nandun yung mga requirements. So nakatulong siya para ma-enhance ang policy and guidelines ng mga ito. Ito man ay gender concerns, ito man ay SDD, yun, para konektado, litaw ito hanggang sa pag humingi na kami ng actual accomplishment report. Thank you.
So much po, Ms. Jonah. We also have another question po para sa TESDA. How does TESDA prepare their program officers to integrate the Hagadaga elements in project implementation, management, and implementation? And
Salamat. Oo. Sa tanong na ito, kung kami lang po mag-isa, talagang mahirap. Kasi isa lang po ang GAD Secretariat, nandito sa Central Office ang Technical Working Group talaga, tapos regional offices pa. Nakatulong ang GAD Executive Briefing na aming ni-request sa PCW para kapag panahon ng National Directorate or meeting ng mga directors, isa yon sa strong step naalala ko, nag-courtesy visit pa nga ang ilan sa mga mula sa management ng PCW nung may bago kaming Director General para may continuation itong gender mainstreaming na activities. Yung ganong suporta at constant communication with PCW nakatulong para hindi kami talagang nag-iisa lang ang GFPS na dun yung suporta from the top. Pangalawa, ang regular talaga na capacity development programs talaga po. Kahit basic yan na GST or na GAD orientation, gender analysis, lagi yung kasama sa taunan or biannual pa nga na GAD conferences or GAD assembly. Kasi doon namin to sinasagutan ng magkakasama. Hindi pwedeng walang region na walang representative, walang GAD focal person. Kailangan namin makuha ang talagang feedback nila kapag sinasagutan ng Hagadaga, design man ito or sa PIME. Salamat.
Marami pong salamat, Ms. Jonah. Meron pa yata tayong mga tanong dito. Para po sa parehong agency for both TESDA and DOST, how did the use of the Hagadaga as a gender analysis tool facilitated implementation of gender mainstreaming in both of your respective agencies? Okay po, Ms. Fe.
Sa DOST po, in view of gender mainstreaming, malaki ang tulong ng aming knowledge on gender analysis. So, the elements na natutunan namin sa Hagadaga in ensuring the participation of women and men, in consulting them, and on the part of the project implementers, yung representation ulit ng lalaki at babae and their capacity their on GAD, yung kanila expertise, nakatulong doon sa pag-mainstream ng other areas ng aming ahensya sa mapunta sa ibang aspeto, and even in policies, and even in the way we, yung mga simpleng bagay, nandoon yung consider doon sa involvement of men and women. So, naintindihan na ang GAD is not only for women, but it is for both women and men. So, nandoon yung representation, nandoon yung consultation, and nandoon yung paggamit ng maayos, yung intindi mo doon sa konsepto ng gender in mainstreaming them in the programs, projects, and activities. So nakatulong talaga siya because this is a gender analysis tool. Diba? So yung knowledge mo doon pag-analyze mga gender issues is very helpful in even mainstreaming that in our other programs, projects, activities, and higit sa lahat yung ating policies. Thank you.
Para po sa TESDA o KD, para naman sa TESDA, umpisa po kasi talagang napaka-technical pag sinabi mong gender and development. Para nga sa kanila parang foreign program nung umpisa. Pero dahil meron ng hagadaga na pwedeng i-workshop ng mga GAD focal persons ng GFPS, mas litaw ano ba ang elements talaga ng isang maaring GAD attributed program. Maaring dun muna i-mainstream ang gender and development sa iyong major na mga programa. At nakatulong siya una para ma-enhance ang polisiya or guideline ng aming major flagship programs talaga sa scholarship. Sabi nga natin kanina, natutuwa kami na naglabas na ng target, yung 3% annual increase ng mga kababaihan na mag-e-enroll sa non-traditional. Pinapakita nito na sa mismong planning guidelines ni TESDA, ganun yung impact niya malinaw yung mga target na yan, na i-reach ng mga regions at pagtutulungan. So doon pa lang, malaking tulong siya sa disenyo pa lang ng scholarship programs. Hanggang sa monitoring and evaluation. Talagang malaking tulong ang tool dahil ito rin ang mas titingnan ng mga regions para hanggang sa pag-implement at pag-monitor, mag-evaluate, makikita natin kung nare-reach yung objective ng gender mainstreaming ni TESDA. At natutuwa kami na taon-taon may ganong report na hindi lang total number, kundi ilan ang babae, ilan ang nasa vulnerable sectors na talagang natulungan, anong impact yun sa kanila. So, dahil yan sa hagadaga at after the workshop, talaga namang parang nakakahinga sila ng maluwang na ganito pala ang attribution at madali lang din makuha ang GAD budget or expenditure na requirement.
That would be our last question. Marami pong salamat sa ating mga resource speakers and agency sharers para sa pagbabahagi at pagsagot ng ating mga tanong. Maari lamang pong magstay po muna kayo and we will proceed to the awarding of the certificates of appreciation. At this point po, we would like to invite our speakers and sharers once again, Ms. Lorena, Ms. Ara, Ms. Fe, and Ms. Jonah for the awarding of the certificate of appreciation. Allow me to read the citation. The certificate is given to Ms. Lorena T. Yunque for sharing her knowledge and expertise on the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines as a resource person during the PCW GAD Webinar 5, Beyond Attribution, Use of the Hagadaga to Mainstream GAD Elements in the Project Development Cycle, given this 18th day of August 2022 in Manila. Signed, Attorney Christine Rosary E. Yuson Chavez, Executive Director of the Philippine Commission on Women. Marami pong salamat, Ms. Lorena, sa pag-share na inyong knowledge and expertise.
Always welcome at sa uulitin po. Thank you also for this opportunity to, be part of the resource persons for this webinar. I also learned a lot from our panelists, especially sa TESDA and sa DOST sharers, and also from the questions and the answers to the questions. Maraming salamat.
Maraming pong salamat, Ms. Lorena. Allow me to read again the citation for Ms. Araceli B. Mercado. The certificate is given to Araceli B. Mercado for sharing her knowledge and expertise on the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines as a resource person during the PCW GAD Webinar 5, Beyond Attribution, Use of the Hagadaga to Mainstream GAD Elements in the Project Development Cycle, given this 18th day of August 2022 in Manila, signed by Attorney Christine Rosary E. Uson Chavez, Executive Director of the Philippine Commission on Women. Ms. Ara, marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat din sa PCW, kay Ms. Nars, sa inyong team, sa pag-invite po sa amin. At sa mga participants po, I hope po na naka-contribute po itong training na ito sa inyo. Thank you po.
Marami pong salamat. For our agency shares naman po, for Ms. Feb, this certificate is given to Maria Feby Singson for sharing the Department of Science and Technology's experience in using the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines tool during the PCW GAD Webinar 5, Beyond Attribution, Use of the Hagadaga to Mainstream GAD Elements in the Project Development Cycle. Given this 18th day of August 2022 in Manila, signed by Attorney Christine Rosary E. Uson Chavez, Executive Director of the Philippine Commission on Women. Marami pong salamat, Ms. Fe.
Marami din salamat sa PCW. I hope na naka-inspire ang aking share kanina. Thank you.
Thank you po. This certificate naman is given to Ms. Jonah P. Tabutataw for sharing the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority's experience in using the Harmonized Gender and Development Guidelines or the Hagadaga tool during the PCW GAD Webinar 5, Beyond Attribution, Use of the Hagadaga to Mainstream GAD Elements in the Project Development Cycle, given this 18th day of August 2022 in Manila, signed by Attorney Christine Rosary E. Uson Chavez, Executive Director of the Philippine Commission on Women. Marami pong salamat, Ms. Rona.
Yes po, maraming salamat to the Philippine Commission on Women, to our speakers, to DOST, to all the GAD champions po ng TESDA, ang GFPS, at mga participants din po natin. Salamat.
Marami pong ulit salamat sa ating speakers and agency sharers. Yan, para po sa ating synthesis, alam ko pong maraming natutunan ng ating mga participants. Alam ko pong pumunta po kayo sa ating webinar ngayon knowing that the Hagadaga is an attribution tool. Pero mas lalo po nating naunawaan at mas lalo nating naintindihan na hindi lang po for attribution or for the sake of compliance ng 5% GAD mandate nating ginagamit ng Hagadaga. Hagadaga po is an essential tool that will measure the gender responsiveness of programs and projects. So, ginagamit po natin yung Hagadaga hindi lamang para makakuha tayo ng attribution, kundi para ma-ensure natin na yung mga programa at proyekto natin ay tumutugon sa pangangailangan ng mga kababaihan at ng kalalakihan. Kung makikita po natin, ang Hagadaga ay pwedeng gamitin sa buong project development cycle. You can use it in the project identification, as well as in the project design, using the design checklist, and it can also be used in the project implementation and management and project monitoring evaluation through the PIMA checklist. Meron pong 2 session ng ating webinar today na tumutukoy sa design checklist at sa PIMA checklist. Para po sa ating project design, nalaman natin na ang gender analysis ay isang mahalagang step para makapag-produce po tayo ng gender-responsive programs and projects. Hindi po tayo maaaring gumawa ng proyekto, programa, or activity na gender-blind. Kailangan po ito ay nakaangkla sa gender analysis para mapalutang natin ang mga tama at angkop na gender issues. Saka lamang po natin malalaman kung ano ang sapat na strategy or initiative na kailangan natin gawin once napalutang na natin ang mga gender issues na kinakailangan. At pagkatapos po nito, maaari po nating tingnan kung ano po yung mga GAD goals and targets na maaari nating iset to achieve our GAD goals and outcomes. Para po sa project design, we have box 6 and box 7. Sa tulong po ng ating speaker na si Ms. Lorena, nalaman natin kung paano sasagutan or fill upan ang box 6 at box 7 na checklist. For the other session, we look at project implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Makikita po natin na pwede nating i-implement ang review of mitigating strategies. Nung in-apply po ba natin yung design checklist at nakakita tayo ng gaps and lapses, were we able to mitigate it in the implementation and management of the project? Makikita din po dito kung na-achieve ba talaga natin ang ating gender and gender equality and women empowerment goals na merong nakapaloob na WACPC ang tinatawag nating welfare, access, conscientization, participation, and control. So mahalaga po itong mga goals na ito para malaman natin kung matagumpay ba talaga nating na-implement, na-manage, at na-monitor ang ating mga proyekto at programs. Makita po natin na ang PIME ay pwedeng gamitin sa Box 16 or ang Box 16 at Box 17 ay nakalaan sa ating PIME checklist. So in the overall view of the Hagadaga, we can see it in the project development cycle, in which the project identification, sabi nga natin kanina, will include consultation of men and women and gender analysis, while project design and or planning includes the identification of goals and outcomes. While in the project implementation and management, makikita natin yung support ng management and if we have technically competent staff to implement those projects, and committed ba ang ating mga ahensya sa pagpapatupad ng mga proyektong ito. While in the project monitoring and evaluation, doon na natin makikita yung existence ng monitoring and evaluation framework, ganun din ng monitoring and evaluation plan, pati ang utilization natin ng SDDs and ating GAD database, and paano natin sinusukat yung ating GAD outcomes. Kung makikita nyo po, cyclical ang ating project development, kaya nga po siya tinatawag na cycle. Kasi po hindi po natatapos sa isang parte or isang point or isang phase ng project ang ating effort to mainstream GAD. Ito po ay isang patuloy na proseso ng pag-implement or in making gender-responsive projects and programs. Hindi po ito isang goal lamang na ina-achieve natin. We want to achieve a sustainable process or sustainable project development cycle na patuloy na tutugon sa pangangailangan ng parehong mga babae at mga lalaki and people of diverse SOGSE. Yun lamang po para sa aking synthesis. Maraming pong salamat. To formally close this event, may I call on our dearest Deputy Director, Ms. Cecil B. Gutierrez, to give us the closing remarks. Ms. Cecil.
So I would like to thank everyone who participated actively and listened intently to the sessions during this one-day seminar. Your presence, of course, signifies your dedication in learning about mainstreaming gender perspectives in your agencies, programs, activities, and projects, which we call the PAPs, and helping boost our PCW, meaning advocacy efforts in empowering women and obtaining equality for all. Nasabi na ni KD kanina ang synthesis ng webinar na ito, so I won't waste more of your time discussing what you have learned during this webinar. But with the information and the sharing you heard from our subject matter experts, PCW just hopes that all of you are now encouraged to integrate the GAD, meaning GAD, elements in your programs, activities, and projects. We trust that you realize by now that utilizing the Hagadaga will be useful and beneficial, especially in increasing the gender responsiveness of the PAPs in your respective organizations. We would like to thank our knowledgeable and expert resource speakers today who provided you with excellent points and information on the utilization of the Hagadaga tool. Si Narlene Santos Millar for giving you the background and the rationale as well as the objectives and features of the Hagadaga. My friend and colleague when we were in TESDA, Lorena Yungke. How are you, Lorena? Nandiyan ka ba?
Director Cecil, miss you.
Miss you too. Of course, she detailed to us the core GAD elements of the Hagadaga design, and she showcased samples on how to utilize the tool in the project development process or cycle. Kasama din natin si Ara Bayubay Mercado for discussing the core elements of the Hagadaga PIME and for identifying strategies, addressing gender gaps, and recommending other tips on using the Hagadaga. At si Karen De Castro, ang GAD specialist natin from TSRCD, for excellently moderating this fruitful discussion and webinar. Well, today's session brought not only knowledge on the application of the Hagadaga, but more so a sharing of experiences from our dear partner from DOST, si Miss Maria Fesingson, at saka yung daughter ng isa kong beloved staff member when I was in the TESDA Women's Center, si Lucy Tabo. So thank you, Jonah Tabo, Tataw, sa TESDA. Nasa TESDA Women's Center ka pa rin, Jonah?
Yes po, Director Cecil. Thank you po. We love you po, Director. Thank you.
Of course, thank you for discussing the benefits of using the Hagadaga tool and how it improved our respective agencies, programs, activities, and projects. And I would also like to commend the Technical Services and Regional Coordination Division, or TSRCD, the team of Narlene for spearheading this GAD webinar series, specifically, of course, the team members, Karen, Colleen, Joven, Soline, and Jillian, for your efforts in organizing these learning sessions in order to be able to assist our clients, the government agencies, to improve their capacities to mainstream GAD in their organizational functions. May I likewise take this opportunity to inform you that there will be 3 more GAD webinars lined up for September, October, and November. So, tig-isang webinar sa bawat buwan. So, please feel free to check the PCW website for more details and announcements. Our 6th GAD webinar entitled The Good and the GAD, from GAD Plan Preparation to GAD Funds Audit, will happen this September 15th. This event is also dubbed as the National GAD Planning and Budgeting Forum, wherein national government agencies, state universities and colleges, and government-owned and controlled corporations will have an opportunity to learn about the 2023 GAD budget call and related concerns on GAD planning and budgeting. Registration will start on September 1, and slots will be always, as usual, first come, first served basis. We are likewise pleased to announce that PCW is accepting submissions of LGUs that are interested in having their GAD programs certified as potential GAD local learning hubs. We hope to see more LGUs with notable GAD-related practices and interventions that will be added to our current GAD LLH roster. Medyo humina yata kami nung nag-pandemic, so full force na naman ang team ni Narlene para makayakag tayo ng mas maraming magiging miyembro sa roster ng ating local learning hubs. The deadline for submission is on September 15 this year. So for those who are interested, you may access the PCW website again to find out more about the profiling and certification of GAD local learning hubs. And to close this program, let me quote former President Manuel L. Quezon, Quote, I have an abiding faith in the people. I know that they have all the faculties needed to become a powerful and enlightened nation. Unquote. So let this quote remind us of our capabilities and powers to lead society in doing its best, especially when it comes to promoting gender equality. PCW hopes that HGDG will be your tool to raise the gender responsiveness of your organizations, programs, activities, and projects significantly. So again, maraming salamat sa inyo. Have a pleasant day ahead. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Didi Cecil. Alam ko pong maraming babaunin ng ating mga participant sa kanilang respective agencies at sa kanilang mga natutunan sa webinar ngayon. Marami pong salamat at sa tingin ko po dyan na po nagtatapos ang ating 5th webinar sa GAD Webinar Series 2022. Marami pong salamat sa isang matyaga at masusing pakikinig sa aming webinar. Asahan niyo pong kasama niyo po kami sa paggawa ng ripples of change to create a more gender equal society. Hanggang sa susunod po na webinar, this is KD signing off at marami pong salamat.